actually live, but
Okay, because I,
we'll first need people to. I'll need to open the chat on my phone and stuff and make sure make sure the audio works. Obviously,
we'll need
I
that.
am check if you're live on your end, Robert.
I will
I
check,
am
check,
live
check.
on my Twitch channel.
Yeah, we're all good. I see it.
Maybe you can listen in too, because it'll take some.
I'm not going to listen.
Yeah, let us know if you can hear us, guys. Before we I'm not seeing any chat. Like, actually, nobody has said anything in my channel for the first time. There we go.
Yeah, they're doing it on purpose. They're all in unison, just trying to make sure that you feel like you're not live. But I think we are live, and Norway Chess is live. And Danya, I'm really pumped to catch this action because it's that fun mix of classical chess, so we get some of the best possible moves to be seen, but it's also at a pretty quick pace. So the action, won't be just sitting there waiting to be played out. The moves have to come in relatively quickly.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much hype around this event. It's felt like over a year since there has been an actual no frills classical event. Of course, there are some frills. There's the sort of, let's say, Armageddon twist, but it doesn't in any way impinge upon our enjoyment of the classical segment. So chess purists might wrinkle, frown a little bit and, squint to the fact that there's no increment until move 41. But I think everyone's appetite will be satiated this tournament. Absolutely everyone's. Your mic is only playing in left ear. Okay. I'll fix that in a moment.
Okay.
I need to down. Now it should be fine, by the way. Yeah. Now you guys should hear me in both ears.
Okay. I'm just, trying to make sure everything is good. But Danya, are you surprised to see a Jabal London at the highest level in this game between Magnus Carlsen, world number one, Norwegian hero, and Gukesh, the world champion?
Yeah, I mean, this is, of course, the matchup that everybody looked for. Did they draw lots, or did the organizers decide the pairing order?
I think
or did they draw lots in quotation in thick quotation marks?
Yeah, exactly. Like, did it just so happen that these two are playing each other? And we get Hikaru against Fabiano. That, of course, was just happenstance, wasn't it?
A complete happenstance, yeah, of course. Because this happened last time there was a drawing of lots. I think Magnus and I forget what occasion it was, but there was a similar situation with the most anticipated matchup actually happening in the last round. So it just so happens that situations seem to happen a lot more frequently than statistically normal. If only we had some resident statisticians to check our conclusions. But yeah, first and foremost, guys, because we will be doing this the entire tournament, we will have these setups apart from a few interruptions tomorrow and Wednesday when Robert will be commentating alone. Let us know if you can hear us and see us fine. If there's any issues, please alert us on any of the many social media channels that we're live on.
I think I just accidentally did something on Twitch because I'm so bad with this that there's something called knocking.
Yeah.
I think I knocked on a different channel. When you accepted, but I think I also did it somewhere else. So it's funny that that's how it goes. But Danya, okay, enough about the setup, enough about kind of where we're at. What about the players? So Magnus comes into this event, he's generally riding a high when it comes to chess tournaments, but he did just win the Chess.com Classic in the rapid time controls. Gukesh, on the other hand, Daniel, I feel like he struggled as of late. He didn't do so well in that Chess.com Classic. In the over the board in the Grand Chess Tour, he also struggled in Classical, so his rating is still very high. He's still the world champion. He won that match against Ding fair and square, but I feel like he is facing quite a lot of criticism at the moment.
Yeah, he definitely is. When you say struggled as of late, I honestly feel like there is a as a former world champion myself, of course, speaking from a position of experience, I feel like something similar happens when you get the GM title. You often see a little bit of a dip. Of course, totally comparable events. After Gukesh became world champion, really ever since then, his shining star hasn't shined as brightly as we're used to. And obviously, we put these massive expectations on someone after they become a world champion, as though they're not the same player they were the day before they won the decisive game. But I think we need to, chess fans, they like to zoom in, right? They like to zoom into the moment. They like to zoom into the game, into the day that something happens. and they don't always take the context into account. Gukesh is still, how old is he? 18? What the hell?
He is
Wait,
still...
the world champion is 18? Like, what? Is that, are we living in 2025? Is this a reality? Like,
you know,
can we just like chill for a bit?
You know, I had to check because he actually is turning 19 in 3 days. So he still is 18, at least until May 29th.
But I still think like Sam Sevian is 13 and he's actually over 20 now. So, you know, I have this problem as a commentator where I think people are, I can sense myself getting older. Don't worry. I know I'm almost 30. And yet everyone around me seems to be stuck. Maybe people can relate to this. They're like the same age that they were 10 years ago. And I forget my classmates from high school are getting married and having kids. And I'm like, whoa, like, wait a second. Hold on here. I want to enjoy my childhood.
I feel like at some point Fabiano was like that. Everyone's like, he's the teenage prodigy.
Yeah, he's like 20, but he's like 30, 35. Hey, how old are you? You're Fabi's age. Damn, girl.
Yeah, Fabi's turning 33 soon. So, you know, it's just funny how sometimes you're too young and you don't have the experience, and then other times you're just too old, even though you're still quite young and playing great chess. But Danya, I mean, you've literally made the course on this opening in the Jabala London. So Magnus is surprised by what's happened thus far. Are you shocked to see Bishop G4? Have you studied this? Is this in your course? I admit I actually haven't watched it.
Well, I will admit that they deviated from my course on move 4. And that's okay. Of course, they've studied it very carefully, both of them, and having, with the knowledge that both of them have studied it, they've decided to deviate from it. It's okay. We'll forgive the former world champion. Now, in this position, Sasha Bortnick and I, we did a Jabava London course. I still think the recommendations are... in fact, I think the fact that there are so many options speaks to the richness, the unexpected richness of this opening, and the just a vastness of the territory that it covers. The fact that white has actually 3 options here, all 3 of which I've experimented with quite extensively. The traditional move is the one that Magnus likes to play, which is e3. This is the move that he's gravitated toward when he's played the Jabava with white. By the way, far from the first time. He's played it against me in Blitz. Actually, it's been one of his most regular weapons against me in our most latest Blitz matches, so I'm not really surprised that he's played this. I will check on whether he's played this opening in classical chess before, but I don't think it comes as a massive surprise to Gukesh. He must have prepared something, if not for this tournament, then for the World Championship. If not for that, then for some other tournament. This Bishop G4 line he's playing must be some home cooking, because our recommendation is the move E2, E4, which is the more tactical line. It leads to some very forced play. And I don't think I have the time to really dive into the complications of the move e4. All I'll say is that if black plays d takes e4, white plays d takes c5, so you get some endgames in there as well. E3 is the traditional move. This is the more popular line to this day. And typically, first and foremost, do not play knight c6 here. After knight b5, black can essentially resign because there's no good way to stop knight c7. This is one of the many joys of the Jabava is Robert, how many GMs actually fall for this is unbelievable. And maybe that's because you're not used to seeing this trick on the queen side. You can pitch in maybe because I have a very distorted perspective from having caught the Jabava disease and looked at this position so many times.
Well, it's so easy to overlook because you don't expect
I'm
to
making
fall
moves on the wrong board also. So
you're fine. I was just gonna say you don't expect to fall victim to such what is considered a coffee house tactic. You're trying to fork on c7, no way. But if your bishop hasn't left its starting square, then there's no rook to help parry that threat. So I mean, bishop g4 is a multi-purpose move in the live position. Obviously, it attacks the queen on d1. E3, as you said, is the more classical approach. It's not striking in the center. But now that Magnus is thinking, the f3 is a committal choice. It's the golden pawn. That f2, f7 pawn, you typically don't want to move it because it opens up diagonals for your opponent's pieces. But I think, Danya, in this particular dynamic, making a move like f3, it gains you a tempo by kicking the bishop back. Sometimes white likes to expand with g2 to g4 anyway, so it doesn't exactly hurt white for the time being, but as you're indicating, right, the bishop slides back to d7. Has it benefited white? Has it hurt white? That's really the essential question. That's why Magnus is deliberating. Do I block this attack on my queen with my bishop? Do I gain a tempo with the pawn? Because a tempo in a relatively close position may not be the end of the world, and it could in fact backfire.
Yeah, and if you prioritize development, then bishop e2 is also a reasonable move. Now, I've seen the move bishop g4 many times. I actually played this line with black, but with the very important difference. I start with c takes d4, e takes d4, and now the move bishop g4, I think, is one of black's most robust weapons. I think I've had this many times against Magnus from the black side, and I was just opening my mouth to say he doesn't typically like to play f3. He doesn't like to get these overly sort of unorthodox positions. He likes to keep things nice and solid. Especially because we'll talk about this later. I don't think he necessarily minds the Armageddon. So the big question is, what is the difference between, let's say, this position and the one that they currently have on the board without the preliminary trade on d4? How does that change, the language of this position? How does that change the nuances? Is black going to keep this tension throughout the early opening? So currently, Gukesh played bishop g4. He's taken on e2, so you can see that his pawn is still on c5. So if Magnus recaptures with the queen, as people normally do in the Jabava, to be able to develop this knight more conventionally, is Gukesh then going to play e6? Or is this all going to go into the wastebasket because it doesn't actually really matter and he's going to play c takes d4 anyway?
I think it doesn't exactly matter because at some point c takes d4 has to be played. Otherwise, you're not opening the position for the free flow of your pieces. So it's a really good question. I think that everybody watching should take note and say, let's talk about move orders. Is there a capture that has to be made now? I've been taught to keep the tension. And here I do think that Magnus will recapture with his queen on e2, get ready to castle queenside, and that could allow him to launch a kingside attack. But Daniel, because black has already played c7 to c5, it may in fact be Gukesh who's happy to see the white king venture on over to c1, because there will be that semi-open c-file in the near future. And I think that Gukesh, he's done nothing wrong, so he should be perfectly at home if the white king were to run over to that side of the board.
Yeah, he's obviously still in his preparation. I mean, by the way, knight g1 takes e2 would be, if Magnus plays this move, it's a clear sign that he actually actively fears Gukesh's preparation, because if he takes with a knight, then likely he's castling kingside, and you're not contending for anything like an opening advantage. There is an obvious drawback to playing the Jabava. The second move, knight c3, there is a reason that it's traditionally not recommended, and there is a reason that the Veresov, which is the sort of it's the pterodactyl to our dinosaur. It's like the prehistoric precursor to the Jabava, and that's where the bishop comes out to g5. This used to be the more common way to follow up the move knight c3, and it's never been a recommended opening. It's always been considered sort of a third-rate sideline because of obvious positional reasons. Knight b to d7 is the move recommended by modern computers to link up the knights. It's the fact that white cannot push c4, which is such an important, let's say, idea chain in the nexus when you play the move d4. You don't want to follow it up with knight c3 because this pawn on d4 becomes a target precisely when black plays c7, c5. And even in the London system, you want to be able to solidify that pawn with the move c3. So to come back to tie that into our current position, if Magnus takes with a knight and castles kingside, you just get sort of he's probably not worse there, but I would definitely probably take black in a middle game where both sides castle to the kingside, and where there's no tension in the center, where the center stabilizes after c to ed.
I really like how you illustrated that point, that the knight on c3 allows for quick development, and in fact, if queen takes e2, to castle queenside. But if you're taking back with the knight on g1 takes e2, it's like, well, now you don't actually have maximum pressure on black center because your knight is in front of the pawn. Knights would prefer to be behind pawns because then both the pawn and the knight would be attacking the same square. So this pawn on c2, it means that the queen is less active. It means that there's no sort of initiative against the d5 pawn. So I think that Gukesh, he should be happy with what he's been able to achieve. But a very important point, maybe before we move elsewhere, Danya, is that there is Armageddon. That if the game ends in a draw, the players, they get a teeny bit of rest, and then they go to an Armageddon matchup. Oh. And there's no way that Magnus is afraid of Gukesh in Armageddon because he is the better quick chess player.
Well, he might not be afraid of Gukesh in Armageddon, but I think he's afraid of Gukesh's preparation. He might be afraid of the opening that he himself decided to play, because we see him taking with, well, it should be like an elementary school math problem. Like, order Magnus's possible captures in most likely to least likely order. I think after king takes c2, which we can safely say was the least likely recapture, this was number 2 on my list in terms of least likely. Now, it's an idea that I've seen in an opening called the Baltic. I know that I'm making a lot of comparisons to other openings and moving us to other positions. So just very, very quickly, I've seen this exact idea in a situation where black plays this move bishop f5, very dubious opening. The point is, one of white's typical responses to it is to just develop the knights. And usually black plays knight c6, kind of a reverse Jobava London. This is a theoretical line. And in this position, the recommended textbook move is actually knight c takes e7 in order, as you just said, to be able to then transition to a traditional London setup with c6. There's a big difference, Robert. Magnus is playing with the white pieces, so when you're playing black and trying to equalize out of a dubious opening, okay, you understand. When you're playing white and you invited this demon into your home, to then say, let me back out and just play this as conservatively as possible and try to trade off all the pieces, that doesn't give me the best vibes. I don't know if it's going to be the best advertisement for the Jobava London. And on that note, I'm going to grab my iPad so I can have the chats open, and I'll be back in 20 to 30 seconds. Keep talking.
Wow, knight c3 takes e2. That was not on my radar, as Danya was jokingly suggesting king takes e2, which was out of the question. That probably was the most unlikely, and this being the second most. It's a very weird opening choice from Magnus. Perhaps it's first round, just trying to get your feet underneath yourself, getting ready for what is going to be a long and pretty grueling event. But it's also clear that Magnus is not afraid of Gukesh in quicker time controls. And what does Armageddon look like? It's a great question, because when a game ends in a draw, the players go to that Armageddon. White gets 10 minutes, black gets 7 minutes, and if the game concludes in a split point, that means that the player with the black pieces actually is the one who wins that mini match. So this is, I think, Magnus's plan all along. He wants to defeat Gukesh. Maybe he'll get him in a classical game. So far, Gukesh has done nothing wrong, and if anything, he should be very happy about his position as he's developed his pieces, traded on favorable terms for him. And so I think that Gukesh, the world champion, mind you, should be happy with his classical chess play right now, Danya. But the big question is Magnus heading directly to an Armageddon? Is that what the aim is? And will Gukesh be able to stand up to that test?
Yeah, a lot of questions here in the early going, and I'm going to look this position up later. But we should add that if you draw the classical game but win the Armageddon, now you can't offer a draw before move 30. This is sort of the standard in most super tournaments nowadays. I would say that being able to offer draws in the first couple of moves, that's no longer a thing. So Sophia rules have been adopted universally. However, if you win the classical game, you earn 3 points. Soccer scoring, also known as Bilbao scoring, after the site of a super tournament where this was introduced. If you draw the classical game but win the Armageddon, you actually earn only 1.5 points. So you do still get less than if you would have won the classical game, but you get more than if you draw the classical game and, let's say, lose the Armageddon. You only earn 0.5 point. So it's a little bit convoluted, the scoring system, Robert, but otherwise the format is very straightforward.
Yeah, it's just you draw a game like this, you end up in quicker time control, and then one player has to get more points. If you win the game, you get the lion's share, and you hope that other players draw, and then their matches are decided in Armageddon. But for now, Gukesh, he's really doing everything. What happened?
I'm sorry, I looked this position up, and it's only happened once in my game. Naroditsky Galchenko 2023 is the only game in the database from Title Tuesday.
With knight c3 takes e2.
Yeah, this position has occurred, according to my database, which is pretty much up to date. It's occurred there's some double games. So it's occurred essentially 8 times. And knight g takes e2 4 games. Queen takes e2 3 games, and knight c takes e2 1 game by me in 2023. This was a quick draw against a Russian IM, Matvey Galchenko from Title Tuesday. I can't believe this, and thank you to, who said this? Shushant Mahamulkar, who pointed this out on YouTube. So that's when I looked the position up. I thought it was a troll. No, the only position to reach this position was October 2023. I don't even remember this game. And I don't know what possessed me to take with this knight. I don't even remember this. I played c3 in this position, and after bishop d6, we traded bishops and quickly agreed to a draw on move 12. Clearly a game I put a lot of effort into.
I was going to say a completely uninteresting game where you trade off pieces, and the point was split. But, Danya, I don't think that Magnus was necessarily studying that game from Title Tuesday and saying, that's got to be the opening.
Of course he studied every one of my games in Title Tuesday. What are you talking about?
I think you should go and gift Magnus the course. Like just, so in case you haven't seen this opening in finer detail, here you go. I've actually written the book on this,
Robert, I'm
but
not going to pollute his email, or I'm not going to say how I've communicated with Magnus with such what is the term for like airplane thrillers, smut, with such chess smut. He is used to like reading high literature and files that are prepared specifically for him by his dedicated team of hardworking seconds, and unfortunately I am not among them. I would never.
yeah, I see him more as a comedy guy than the sort of like historical novels. Those are big, thick books, and I think yours is like a tome. It's one of those kind
Okay,
of resources
you
that
need
you
to tome
look.
it down, man. Sorry, I'm muting
Well,
my laptop. I'm just opening the chats.
you are a scholar and a beloved commentator, creator, bullet maestro. You won Bullet Brawl the other day, didn't you?
For the first time in a couple of months, it's been getting harder and harder, and I'm not getting any younger. But the other games are progressing together with our bodies, so the other games are getting older. Shall we move on? As much as I, from an emotional perspective, just like to look at this position and remind myself of the game against Galchenko that I invested exactly zero effort into, that I never thought would reappear. But Bishop E7, that is technically the novelty. Ooh, what a huge moment in the development of chess openings. And with that, I think we can put the check mark and move on.
Yeah, let's move away from here, and perhaps we should go on over to Hikaru's game. He's the black piece against Fabiano, and we'll notice some similarities when we tune into that because there is a bishop on e7, which is what made me think to go over here. But in this game, white has the bishop pair, at least for now. The dark square bishops are going to come off the board whether Fabiano likes it or not. Bishop g3 met by bishop to d6, for example. But Daniel, white does have first control to the c-file. And I would say the big question, and we can rewind, it clearly was a Slav exchange, but the big question when looking at the current position is that bishop on d3 a strength, or will a knight be better than a bishop long term?
Yeah, it's not an easy position to evaluate in the sense that that approximately it's equal, but who has the preferable, like which side would you prefer to be? There's a good word in Russian to describe such a position, like white/black's position is a little bit more pleasant. Like there's one word to capture that feeling when it's probably about equal, but I would rather be white. You know what I mean? Like it's a little bit easier to play with the white pieces, and I think it's easier to play with the white pieces just because white's a tiny bit more active. There's a compilation of like very small advantages that taken together make white's moves a little bit easier. Now, I think if Hikaru plays carefully, this game should probably end in a draw because the structure is symmetrical. Neither side has any actual weaknesses. White does not have any actual attacking chances despite the perhaps menacing placement of the queen. And typically when we see this, we're used to seeing something like queen f5 or queen e4. We're used to seeing a battery. We're not going to see a queen blunder in this game, as much as I might be used to commentating like that in recent months. I think Fabi will not do anything drastic here. Again, it's round one. There's no need to take any risks. We're probably not going to see the center opening up with e4, Robert. I also don't see a way for white to achieve that move with the d4 pawn just hanging out in the open like that. So maybe it's a smidge, but as certain lazy chess authors like to say, white's advantage is purely symbolic.
Yes, and I think what Hikaru is doing right now is really instructive, and it's not just playing extraordinarily quickly against Caruana and showing him that he's not afraid of his preparation. But when somebody has the two bishops advantage, I'm sure many of you, if you've been playing chess for a while or listening to chess commentary, you've heard of that concept, the bishop pair. And why is that an advantage? On an open board, bishops are longer range pieces. But when you actually have just one bishop against a knight, sometimes the knight can actually outclass the bishop, especially if, say, let's say white was left with a dark square bishop rather than a light square bishop, and a knight can land on the c4 square, right? Suddenly we see some weak squares that the opponent can take over. So for now, white has everything under control. Pieces are well placed, but it's about the next wave. So you're losing your dark square bishop. Both players are about to see them leave the board. And then that knight on e8, which is making sure the rooks are not connected, that will hop up to d6. And where is white's initiative going to come from?
And I think I really have nothing more to add to your incredibly astute description. There's a certain, other than the fact that there's a certain continuity that you can observe when these top players use their pieces. When you have a maneuvering game, every move generally has multiple meanings and ideas that sometimes only, it's like a well-written novel, it's like a taut plot where a detail introduced in the first pages only becomes important 200 pages later. You're like, that's why they made that. It's like foreshadowing. So this move 98, you might think, he's just trying to trade bishops. And after bishop g3, a lot of people would be like, darn it, he didn't go for it. Let's get the knight back to f6. Not Hikaru. He plays the move bishop d6. And, the detail became important not 200 pages later, but like 2 pages later. Because in the event of a trade, you're not taking back with the queen. You're taking back, of course, with the knight. And you pointed out the possibility of a knight landing on c4. It could happen even if white has a light-scored bishop. So you could envision a scenario where black eventually plays b5, probably after landing a rook on c8, and eventually still puts a knight on c4. A trade on c4, if black can capture with a b pawn, probably favors black. But we're talking about like hypotheticals where only one side is moving. And I'm not a big fan of those because none of that is actually going to happen. Let's be real.
Yeah, this isn't progressive chess. I don't know if you've played that before, done.
What is that exactly?
So white makes one move.
We don't do that kind of thing in North Carolina.
Well, I guess it hasn't made its way down south, but no, white gets one move, black gets 2 moves, then white gets 3 moves. And so typically the way you should play is ending your turn with a check, because that means that your opponent has to spend at least one of their turns stopping the check and hopefully can't checkmate you in their allotment. So, all other variants aside, I think, Danya, that Hikaru, he just knows how to play against Fabiano, and he deserves just a world of credit, because it feels like every time Hikaru gets white against Fabiano, it's 1-0 in the last, I think, 4 games that they've played. And Fabiano, historically, he has been the number 2 player in the generation behind Magnus Carlsen, but you see the live ratings, and I actually don't think that's an accident. Hikaru has played just really well in the limited classical chess that he's played, and Fabiano, he's already qualified for the next candidates. He can afford to lose 20 more rating points if that's what happens, but I think that sometimes Fabiano, he loses his footing, and Hikaru has just been very stable.
When was the last time Hikaru lost a classical game? Like, can you name a classical game that Hikaru lost?
He lost 2 games to Vidit in the candidates.
Right. And then, okay, that's right. Because I was thinking Ding Nakamura, but that was from the previous candidates in Madrid. I think that's what they say is a sign of old age, when you think things that happened like 3 years ago happened, a couple months ago. But you're right. That, of course, was from the most recent candidates tournament in Toronto. But Hikaru, he has refashioned himself multiple. He's like Picasso, who had his Cubist period, but before his Cubist period, he had his like Rose period or something. Hikaru is in his like solid period where he plays the Slav and there's no more King's Indians, and he's a good little boy and he knows how to make a draw with the black pieces when he needs to.
Yeah, and he's in, I guess, his literally don't care period for Hikaru. Which,
yeah, exactly.
I know that's more talk than actual feeling, but he is playing great chess, and I think we can let his moves do the talking. And I would say, Danya, with Fabi on the clock, down 20 plus minutes, he's going to be searching for inroads here. And where do those come from? Well, there's not going to be a checkmate on the long light square diagonal. There's not going to be bishop b1, queen c2, checkmate on h7. That's way too obvious and takes too much time. So what Fabiano really needs to be able to accomplish is some combination of like knight a4 to c5 at the right moment. Probably put your pawn on a3, rook c2, rook c1, but it just feels too slow.
It's so funny because I was ready to, I was like, all right, we've exhausted this position, but Robert Hess is a more professional commentator. You know, it's like my mom would scold me for discarding an apple. She'd be like, wait, there's still plenty of meat on the bone left. Like, what are you doing throwing it away? And you're right. I mean, white also can play on the queen side. I've sort of overhyped black's kind of maneuvering play and the knight coming out to d6. And you're absolutely right. I think a3 is a very likely move here. And very likely, some people in the chat were pointing out that there's a repetition on the cards here with bishop h4. Folks, nope. With full due respect, h4 is not a defended square. That's not a knight on f3. That's a queen. So I don't think that Fabi is going to cooperate and help Hikaru, bring the knight out into civilization. Also, in another world, maybe bishop takes g3 will be met with f takes g3, and then we'll have a conversation to have on our hands. But Fabi he's taking a while here. He's, there's no increment until move 41. We should remember that, because time scrambles are really, really dangerous, even with that increment waiting for you on the other side of the tunnel, because you might not make it through the tunnel.
Can you actually put that position on the board? Let's say you throw an a3, bishop takes g3, f takes g3, because I think it's an incredibly instructive variation to show. Most players, they don't like doubling their own pawns. They don't like taking away from the center, right? You're supposed to capture towards the center. But it does open up the f-file for your queen and rook. Another rook can slide on over there. And, well, what can black take advantage of here? You would want to say, okay, you have double pawns, which means there are some accessible squares. e4 is really well controlled by white's pieces, and the g3 pawn will go up to g4. The rook can go up to f2, and then you decide, do I want the c file or the f file? I'm not completely sold, Danya. I know that you probably are looking at this and saying, oh, pawn structure, it's overrated, but my classically trained chess brain is saying that in the long term, those double pawns will be weaknesses in an endgame. So I have a mixed feeling about it. I'm curious, in your tactical mind, would you really think about recapturing on g3 with the pawn?
No, there's just not enough firepower. Black doesn't have a target on the king side. That's the ultimate problem. You can pile up on the f7 pawn 700 different ways, but that's like trying to pry open a Swiss bank vault, with like let's add 5 more humans, and like what if you pull really, really hard at this handle? Like, once black puts a knight on d6, that f7 pawn is completely secure. So again, I don't want to keep harping on the tournament situation, but there is no tournament situation. That's exactly the point. Fabi doesn't want to create a tournament situation where he has 0 points after a pretty good opening draw, having the white pieces. Now, there's an even number of rounds, right? There's 10 rounds, so everybody gets 5 blacks and 5 whites. That's why I really like the double round robin format. There isn't any of the grumbling and, grouching about like bad drawing of lots, and I get 2 blacks and he gets 2 whites. And I hear a lot of that at the opening ceremony of the U.S. Championship, which has 9 rounds. Sam Shankland. But still, I mean, if you have the white pieces, you have the possibility of steering the game in a more comfortable direction. And given the rapidly unfolding time disadvantage that Fabi is experiencing, I do not envision him being the one to provoke any major imbalances, particularly if that entails as much risk as f takes g3 would.
Such a committal decision, and it just does not feel worth it. I agree with you. So this game, it remains quiet. Nothing major to speak of. Both players handling the opening stage well. Maybe an ever so slight plus for white because he actually controls some of the possible breaks in the position, but Hikaru's position is very solid. So why don't we maybe go to the last game in Norway Chess 2025 between Wei Yi and Arjun Erigaisi. There's also the Norway Chess women's event that's going on with 6 of the absolute best players in the world, including women's world champion Ju Wenjun. But when I look at this position, Danya, for Wei Yi, first of all, I'm happy to see that he's playing in an elite event, as I am happy that Arjun Erigaisi is here. Like this, you couldn't really ask for a better combination of fighting players. But this position right now, it looks relatively quiet. So are we in the calm before the storm phase, or are we in the part of the game where it's like, no, Arjun's just handling himself well and he's doing his job to equalize?
Yeah, it's crazy how many interesting storylines we have, what kind of a field they've assembled here, and how many players there are to root for. Like, there's only 3 games going on at once, which is great because we get to zero in on each game simultaneously. But at the same time, the players, they take up so much space, and there's so much to unpack and to talk about, even before the players are done making their first 20 moves in the tournament. And this game is much further along than the other 2. We're 14 moves in. This is a Tarrasch French, and really the last Super Grandmaster. I'm not really answering your question, Robert, nor do I even remember what the question was. Keep showing advanced signs of my age, but Arjun Erigaisi is a French player. Like, that is his main opening. That's the only thing he's played against me in any of our like more serious rapid and blitz games that I've had the honor of playing against him. Most recently in the 10+0 Swiss qualifier, where I managed to give to pass along all of my rage to my card table that I was playing from. But Arjun is a French player, and the last French player to exist at this level might have been like Victor the Terrible, Victor Korchnoi, in like the 70s and 80s. Who else?
What about Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Ali-Reza Firouzja?
Oh, the last French player. See, that's what you get for not adding defense. See, I had to defend myself against these pawns by adding French defense player. Nikita Vitugov or what? He's British.
I was going to say Vitugov, but Jan Nepomniachtchi has played the French. I know it's not his main weapon, but he has used it, including in the candidates tournament, right? So as a main weapon, though, it is just incredibly rare.
Yeah. And Wei, like we saw this in round 1 of the World Championship, which I was also commentating, the last World Championship, Gukesh versus Ding. And I guess some of the hype originated from the fact that Ding was the one playing it. Is the French sort of re-entering the fray as a full-fledged weapon once again? Is it in vogue?
Such a good question, Danya, because the French, it can be quite passive. And if I'm not mistaken, hasn't Vichy also played the French? I mean, okay, these top players have played everything under the sun, right? If you look at Ivanchuk's history, every single opening has been trotted out. But when you ask is it in vogue, if you get this type of position where it's a bit more active, black doesn't feel cramped, there's no light square bishop that's sitting stuck behind a wall of pawns, perhaps this is something that players may go for. But I have to also state, what happened?
No, go ahead. Keep talking. I'll tell you in a bit.
I was just going to say that White has done nothing wrong here, and White's pawn structure is healthier because White has 2 pawn islands, the A to B pawns, and then E through H, whereas Black has 3, including an isolated A7 pawn, and this awkward C6 pawn that a rook sliding to C1 can put additional firepower in front of. So I do think that Black will have active counterplay. Like I think rook C1 in particular is met by queen F4. The knight on D2 is loose. The pawn on E4 is under threat. But it just becomes quickly a matter of, is Black's static weaknesses worse, or will the active play, thanks to a move like rook D8, queen F4 to follow, knight G4, don't forget about that type of jump, aiming for checkmate on H2, that perhaps that is what leaves Arjun Erigaisi happy.
Yeah, and it's interesting that while the position itself looks quite conventional, this is a fairly typical Tara structure. There were a couple of interesting inflection points early in the game that I want to quickly go through. The first of them was the move knight D2. Now, of course, along with knight C3 and E5, this is considered to be the big 3 of the White's responses to the French. But in recent years, the Tarrasch has been sort of less contested at the very top level. I think fashion has shifted once again toward the advanced French. Even the exchange French has been played for the win by some players. David Howell's been playing it. We've seen some developments in some unexpected lines, but knight c3, of course, has always been White's main attempt to play for a win. The reason the Tarrasch has fallen out of fashion a little bit is precisely the move c5. Of course, Black's other move, the one that Arjun likes to play in blitz, is the more tactical line knight f6. White typically plays e5, and there's a ton of theory here. My former coach, Lev Psakis, was a big expert in this line from both colors. He wrote a book that consists of about 5 words and 5 million variations, which I never read, but I had him sign it. But the move c5 often leads to a lot of exchanges in the center, as it does here. And the second inflection point is the trade on c6. Black, I think, more commonly nowadays takes back with the b pawn, and I actually never knew why fashion shifted toward this line, because it really is nothing wrong with the more traditional and simpler move bishop takes c6. Actually, we were following a game that I played against Nikita Vitugov, one of the experts in this line in Gibraltar in 2015, all the way up until this position, where Wei decides to deviate from the trend with c takes d5. I decided to play e takes d5 and keep the symmetry of the pawn structure, and the game ended in a draw shortly thereafter. And Robert, the final inflection point is the move which leads us to fresh territory. The move b3 has only been played in one game. 25 games continued e takes d5, and the reason that White takes the opportunity most of the time to take on d5 here is because if you miss that train, it's not going to come by the station again. If you take on d5 at this point, you're not going to force black to take with the knight. Black is most likely going to take with the pawn and sort of maintain a presence in the center. And by extension, white's knight is going to feel very restricted by that pawn, and black is going to get a lot of territory for his rooks. I think this is much more comfortable for black, whereas taking here, it eliminates essentially any risk, and it forces black into this slightly undesirable pawn structure. But because of the activity of black's pieces, I think this has been proven to be much closer to equality than to any significant advantage.
Danya, if white took on d5 right away, instead of knight takes d5, was there queen e5 check or something like that? Because I don't see a good way to block that check, and then queen takes d5, and it feels like black is very happy. You're absolutely right, Robert.
Yeah, here he takes d5 is a mistake because of queen e5 check. That's why I apologize. I played it at the wrong time. At this point, e takes d5 is the more common move, really the only move that's been played with any regularity. But yeah, it's just that these pawns, they might look very weak, but as I like to say, they're unattackable because white is poorly developed, and by the time you get your knight out of the way and get your bishop out of the way, black is sort of the first player to the party, right? Black is going to converge on the donuts first, and you're going to be defending well before you get to attack. Even if you do get to attack the c-pawn, black can defend it a multitude of times. So I really don't think that white can contend for anything realistic here. Maybe that's why Wei decided to keep some life with the move b3. And I saw one game in the database with two names that I couldn't pronounce, but it actually disappears because it ended in a sudden black resignation here. It was the game Bulgarini against Teleno. Correspondence 2009. Well, black either died at this point, or more likely he failed to submit his move on time and lost on time, which is very hard to do in a correspondence game. But I managed to do it because I played the correspondence game by accident.
You go on vacation for a while. The game is sitting there.
I'm in the Cayman Islands, and I'm busy evading my taxes, and I forgot to submit a move.
I'll get there eventually, and then you just never do it, and you lose. So, yeah, it happens to even the best of us. But I like your points, though, just about how, a change in one single turn, e takes d5 early allows black to either give a check or jump with the knight. Playing e takes d5 later allows black to take with the c-pawn, and the queen on c7 immediately becomes more powerful, staring into white's camp. So this position, it's one where white does have the static pluses, the healthier pawn structure, but black is about to gain a ton of activity, namely this queen f4 idea, which is super annoying to deal with. If you play rook c1, rook e1, which is any of these very natural looking moves, I do think black can strike with queen f4, and the e4 pawn is tender, the knight on d2 is loose, and now we're getting into a tactical melee, and I think that actually is exactly what Arjun wants, and he's played more quickly of the two thus far.
Let me tell you what I would have played in a 3-minute game, really with a maximum couple seconds of thought. Not e takes d5, but actually e5, both to restrict this idea that Mr. Norway Hess himself mentioned with queen to f4, which is a constant refrain in this line, but also to create a little bit of tactical dynamism in the center. So can we dive into potentially how the game would unfold if Wei decides to, rocket the game into more tactical territory? Because obviously e5 comes with a pretty hefty price tag. This is a risky move if white doesn't prevail in the ensuing complications.
If you play e5, black would love to play like knight e6. Just get that knight right in front of that pawn and stare over it. Well, unfortunately, the rules of chess. Mm-hmm. But let's start knight d7, because I can go to e6 via c5 if you allow me to.
Yeah, over my dead body. Over my dead body. I'm going to play e6 myself. That's right. You heard me here first.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Okay, so your point is that f takes e6, queen g4, I assume? And then what happens after bishop f6? Because a lot of pieces are coming off the board, and who is benefiting from this series of trades? First the pawn, then the dark square bishops. I feel like black should not be in danger, but white also has done nothing wrong.
Black should not be in danger, and neither should white, which is why the game would most likely end in the third result that we shall not name. I would also just add, Robert, I think your choice of bishop f6 is a very wise one, because e5 is the materialistic option, and it is a way to defend, to sort of keep both g7 and e6 alive, but you're not going to keep your king alive, I think, very much longer, because if the king has to step over to f8, I actually haven't located a specific move here, maybe f4, just for starters at a minimum. And black's best move might already be not to make one, because if e4, then bishop takes g7 check, again at a very minimum. White restores the material balance with a just pretty devastating attack. So I think you're absolutely right that after e5, knight d7, e6, f takes c6, queen g4, black should give back the pawn, but take the bishop off the board, and so there will be no attack to speak of with the king safely tucked away on h8. In this position, I think most likely will somehow peter out. There's just not enough life on the board. There's a bit of a pawn structure imbalance, but I don't know if it's enough to generate any kind of meaningful play.
It's funny, I actually didn't know that e6, e5 was a move, because in my head, there was no black pawn on e6 when I'm calculating the position. So you're right that you can stop the immediate threat of checkmate by pushing the pawn, the greedy approach, but that would have been costly in the end. So this looks like, as you're saying, fine for black. I don't think Arjun is fearful at all of this kind of position, or I should say transition of structure. But I think that, Arjun's done a good job thus far. And I think the onus is on Wei Yi in this current moment before playing e4 to e5 is like, what is black's next move? I really think it's queen f4. Like, that move just looks super annoying to face. So if I'm Wei Yi, Danya, instead of pushing to e5 right away, I know that queen f4 is on the docket. Do I have the time? So can I play the move g3, eliminating that possibility? We typically don't like pushing pawns in front of our king, but g3 is a multi-purpose move. It stops queen f4. It makes knight g4 just a useless idea because you've blunted that diagonal. And the light squares aren't an issue because black doesn't have a light square bishop to just sit on h3 and bother you and keep your king stuck. So I think that g3 is the type of move I would like to play and say, I'm going to pass the baton back to you. Now you have to figure out what to do.
Yeah, and after g3 is played, I think this really illustrates the difference between the Hess and Naroditsky school of thinking. Like, I'm trying to solve the problems by, closing some doors. Unfortunately, that creates many other problems, such as a black knight landing on this beautiful blockading square. You're trying to solve the problems without creating other problems. And I remember my coach telling me a long time ago that people are always so afraid to play the move g3 if there is no bishop to fianchetto on g2. And he actually said this in the context of some opening lines where you play g3 and then you develop the bishop normally to like d3. He's like, you don't sign a contract that says I must fianchetto a bishop when I play the move g3. And especially here, as you so rightly pointed out, if black had a light squared bishop, if black could play bishop e7 to d7, since we're moving every piece laterally one square, then we'd be having a different conversation. I would still consider that move very seriously. Without a bishop, no question about it. I think white's king still feels very secure. So my question then would be, if black goes ahead and takes on e4, if we go for this trade, can white talk about a concrete advantage? Is this something that black is actively trying to avoid? Is this sort of the worst case scenario for Arjun? Or is the advantage kind of symbolic, just like in the Hikaru-Caruana game?
Well, I think we'd say that if this is the worst case scenario, things aren't that bad for Arjun.
These look pretty good.
But it's playing for two results. White is clearly better. Black has this a7 and c6 weakness. You could see a near future where white plays rook c1, maybe rook c2 or c4. One of those squares can double on that c file and put maximum pressure on this c6 pawn. And not to mention, Danya, the bishop on b2 is clearly stronger than the bishop on e7, and let's call it the bishop on f8 because that's likely where it's going to retreat to. So I think that white has all the pluses in a position of this nature, and so this is what you want to avoid at the high level. Danya, we should give Anish Giri credit for winning the Sharjah Masters. How did he win that tournament? In the final round, he won a pawn up, and yes, objectively it was a drawn rook endgame. All rook endgames should be drawn, but he kept putting pressure on his opponent until finally it was a position where you had two options: either back up with your king or march forward and take a pawn and leave your other ones in danger. And his opponent backed up in the wrong moment, and Anish was able to secure that full point. So these games are often decided by putting your opponent in difficult circumstances and forcing them to prove they have what it takes move after move. It's not because of queen blunders, a checkmate hanging. That sometimes does happen, but most often it's just pressure turn after turn.
Yeah, this is a huge moment because e5, g3, obviously neither. You still have to calculate rook ac1, queen f4. I'm looking at rook ac1, queen f4, and then e5 there as again, another tactical attempt to solve your problems. That actually might work out for white. So I could easily see Wei Yi spend an hour. You talk about people spending an hour in a certain position and everyone gets so surprised. But when we, spent 15 minutes and we barely scratch the surface, we just lay out the problem. Imagine sitting there and actually having to make the decision and not being able to take it back, kind of like we can, right? Make a move, whoops, mouse flip, take it back. Made a move, whoops, blundered, take it back, right? When you're the player, you're steering the game in a certain direction and you're turning the steering wheel a certain way and you can't turn it back. It's a pretty scary thought. Kind of like life. That's why every loss is a mini death.
Those situations, as you're saying, it's the commitment where you change the structure, you change the dynamics of the position, and then you may regret it. And I think at this moment, you see Wei investing his time because he probably can make simple moves that allow black to fully equalize without any real issue. But I think if he can keep the tension and then successfully slide his rook to c1, maybe a rook to e1, if that's where the action takes him, then he may be happy. So yeah, I'm just looking at this position. I think I would prefer to have the white side, but I could also imagine this petering out in just a couple turns.
Yeah, I can as well, and we'll obviously keep our third eye on this position because, as you said, if the game ends in a draw, it's a win-win for the commentators. We get to watch the Armageddon. Otherwise, we get to watch a long and complex, instructive middle game play out as Arjun Erigaisi faces a huge test in the form of this tournament. The two Indian players, right, Gukesh and Arjun, both coming at it from very different perspectives. The world champion with sort of an X on his back, as we do see the move rook ac1 played, and the second Indian player kind of playing in this tournament as a test. Like, is he able to keep his level against the top players in the world? Is he able to perform at a 2,800 plus level against Magnus and Caruana and Wei Yi all in succession? And after weighing his options for 20, 30 minutes, rook ac1 is played. And I do think that Wei Yi is depending on this tactical resource. Queen f4 might be followed by e5. But I actually haven't done any calculation. I'm leaving that for more competent individuals. I just like throwing moves out.
Yeah, you're getting some
love in the
some
chat.
credit. You're getting some love for that one. I was not expecting it. I was actually just looking at some of the other games, seeing if there was any moves of interest, and then you hit me with that weighing.
Are there?
I would say some of the games from the women are playing some very interesting games right now. I think that Anna Muzychuk, who's been in excellent form, right? The way she played in that final Women's Grand Prix event, that was excellent. She ended up winning the tournament, but not qualifying for the candidates because she was just, I think, 2 Grand Prix points behind Goryachkina for the second spot. But she's in excellent playing shape. And then, Humpy Koneru against Vaishali, the Indians playing in the first round. And you have Lei Tingzhe and Ju Wenjun, a world championship rematch between them. So I feel like no matter where we turn our heads, Danya, we are spoiled for choice.
Yeah, Koneru really setting out the speed humpies for all of the other participants, making sure that they don't go too fast down the point total freeway. But let me just very quickly show, before we move on to some of the other interesting games you pointed out, let me just put this on the board. Queen to f4, hitting the knight on d2 is very likely met with e5. And just to kind of lay out the ideas here, after the queen trade, you're facing a double attack on the c6 pawn and the knight on f6. That's easy to see. If, in fact, black takes the knight on d2, this is a little bit more chaotic, but still easy to observe that white prevails once the smoke clears because the bishop hangs and this pawn on c6, right? That's the constant refrain. The pawn on c6 is causing black a lot of trouble, and the king side is going to cause black a lot of trouble if you take back on f6 because white's going to take once more, causing total ruin among black's pawns and then recapture on c6. And it's very, very clear that we're playing for 2 results with white in the driver's seat. I actually really like this decision. So we'll keep an eye on this game. Robert, I'll hand it back to you. You make the ultimate choice of where we go next.
That's a lot of responsibility. I feel like with some of these games being quite tame, we do have a moment to step over to Anna Muzychuk's game against Sarah Kadem. And I think in particular, we should mention that Anna's up a pawn. So this is the type of game where in the first round, you get the white pieces, and Sarah's an amazing player, but she's also the lowest rated player in the field by, I think, a bit of a margin. So for Mizuchuk, she wants to win, and a quick count shows us 6 pawns versus 6 pawns, but that pawn c3 is about to be captured, and I think White is just deliberating how best to take it.
This looks like a Marshall gone wrong for Sara Kadem. Yeah, carry the 1, divide by 2, borrow the, perform the integral and the derivative, and at the end of the complex calculations, I think White might be up a pawn. And just give me a second, Robert. I think I dropped my compensation somewhere. Let me see. Maybe it's on the ground. Yep, can't seem to. Yeah, no, not over there either. I think it might be over the state border in South Carolina. But I think we're only really talking about how big White's advantage is. Do you share my pessimism about this Marshall? Because in the Marshall, generally, you don't actually see this bishop landing on b7 because you see a black pawn on c6. Maybe rewinding might help us understand how this turned out badly, if, of course, you share my opinion.
I think we should rewind to the jokes you're making today. They're really on point. You've brought your A game. But certainly, before we do rewind, though, if you don't mind, everyone can look at this position, and black has 5 pawns, white has 6. White is fully developed. There's not a huge issue in the position. The d4 pawn is targeted, but can't be captured in the live board. But if we look at how we got here, Danya, take it away, because this opening is incredibly rich.
Yeah, great point there about the d4 pawn hanging, but can't be targeted because the knight on d5. I'm just highlighting this on the small live board that you guys see on your lower left. That's the current board in which Sara Kadem is thinking about the best way to defend her unfortunate position. But this is a standard Marshall, and what makes it a non-standard Marshall is this move bishop b7. I don't think I've ever seen this move played in lieu of the standard c6, which leads to territory that has been trampled upon and expanded by many boots over the decades. Whether we talk about the original Capablanca Marshall games, or we talk about the tremendous ideas that Vishy Anand, Peter Svidler, and Magnus Carlsen, Dingley Ren, so many top grandmasters at one point or another have played the Marshall as their main weapon to neutralize the Ruy Lopez, and it still has, to my knowledge, a completely sound reputation. It is now much more of an equalizing weapon than its originator intended it to be, perhaps. But after bishop b7, this innovation does not turn out well, and Muzychuk responds in the most natural way. Bishop f6, rook e8, and Muzychuk doesn't do anything here. She just develops her pieces, and Sara Kadem's like, whoops, that didn't seem to go right. Explain to me what exactly black intended out of this Marshall. Like, where was the surprise? Was it bishop d2? Maybe this move wasn't factored in by Sara Kadem. Factored in by Sara Kadem in her preparation?
I think all these moves have been seen before, and I do believe you're right that bishop to d2 is one that can catch you off guard because it's an incredibly awkward move. Why are you putting your bishop on a passive square like this? The answer is actually quite straightforward. g5, f4, can't go there. Going to e3, it's also passive, and black can take it on e3, and that can cause other issues, at least in the near future. So bishop d2, it covers your e1 square, which can free up the white queen in the near future. That knight on b1, yeah, knight d2 to e4, that feels like a dream. It was going to take quite a long time. And if the knight had stepped on d2 instead of the bishop, Danya, there could have been knight f4 ideas, and the g2 pawn, the d3 square. That's how you get yourself into huge trouble in games of chess, is you're trying to develop, but you haven't actually completed any of it on your queen side, and then black's pieces gain more progress. So bishop to d2 is a really nice move, I would say, and the typical response to bishop d2, which is, I'm seeing this correctly, at least on the /events page, is Levon Aronian played a game in 2018 against Sergei Grigoryan's, and after bishop d2, rook takes e1 check was played, but I mean, that is such a counterintuitive move. Rook takes e1.
No, I see what happened.
You're handing over the open file.
I see exactly what Sara Kadem confused. I can see it very clear as day, actually. And I do see the Aronian game as well. After bishop d2, rook takes e1 is indeed the move. And here's the point. And this is where Sara tripped up. After queen takes e1, only now is the move b4 played in correspondence chess. Actually, not even the main move. The main move is queen to d7 in order to recover the e-file. But I think the move in Sara's file was b4. And here's the difference. Before this game gets any further along, after a3, this position actually occurred in 5 games. I'm seeing a Grandmaster game from 2010. This international master, Rien Stern, played it twice, drew both times. And of course, here the knight on d5 is protected. You can safely take on d4. And that's it. After bishop takes d4, black equalizes with some careful play. You actually have the same pawn structure as you would potentially from the Wei-Aragaisi game. The difference here, of course, is that black is much more active in comparison to white. You're going to probably get a big trade on d5, and by the time white gets around to pressuring the c-pawn, there won't be any pieces left to do it with. Sarah forgot to take on e1. She played b4 immediately, allowing Anna to take on e8, dislodging black's queen, so the knight on d5 is now less protected, and suddenly she's like, bishop takes, oh, whoa, wait, why is the knight hanging? It's not supposed to be hanging. Knight's not supposed to be hanging. I confused something. And we all know this feeling, right, of having fantastic preparation, not realizing until it's way too late that you've confused your file, and then feeling your mouth dry up, being like this isn't supposed to be happening. Like, my knight isn't supposed to be hanging. Then you quickly go down your score sheet, and even worse is when you actually know where you went wrong. Ignorance is bliss, and let's hope that Sarah is blissfully unaware of where she confused the line, because otherwise it might be impossible to continue playing.
She's just much worse now. I mean, she's down a pawn with some compensation because d4 is a target, but white gets to go on the offensive now, right? Moves like queen h5 come to mind. You're immediately putting pressure on the d5 knight, trying to force black to take you on c3 and help white defend that d4 pawn. So, Danya, this position here, it looks difficult, but not impossible to defend from the black side. And I like how you broke that down for us, because rook takes e1, I don't think that's a natural decision. If I were playing a bullet game, I wouldn't want to hand my opponent the open file. I get what you're saying, black would regain it in a couple turns, but it just doesn't feel like the obvious choice. So Sarah's preparation may have been forgotten, or maybe it just wasn't deep enough. That sometimes happens to us, where we know the engine says, or we've seen in the database there are games here, we'll figure it out of the board. We can't study every single opening in the world, but either way, it's a dangerous opening to play if you have not looked into this position with under a microscope, looking at every single detail, no turn, no stone left uncovered, because now you're down a pawn and you're just hoping to hold on.
And one thing to remember is that for every position that appears on a chessboard in a super tournament, there's like 50x positions that you have to hold in your mind that Anna Muzychuk might have gone into. So when Sarah was preparing this sideline, right, there's d3 instead of d4. There's probably rook e2 instead of rook e1. There's, like 5 moves that I see played in the database here. Knight d2, rook takes c8, a4. So when you have to remember whether to take on e1 in like 10 separate positions or more, then it becomes a lot more understandable why Sarah confuses the move. Maybe there's a similar line where you actually don't take on e1, like where you correctly leave the rooks as they are. So it's a completely understandable thing to confuse when it's not your main line. And you're absolutely right, Robert. This is one of the hidden costs of playing an opening that you're not comfortable with. You're much more likely to be over-reliant on your files and over-reliant on your memorization. When you play an opening for 20 years, you just sometimes have a sixth sense. You just feel where to play a certain move, where a certain pawn push should happen, where a certain trade should happen. And it's very, very hard to memorize that kind of sort of deeper knowledge. It's hard to explain it. It's literally intuitive, and it's born out of experience. And as much as people like to harp on experience, and as vague as that word is, it really is irreplaceable. I think I've learned that over the course of my career, losing games in the King's Indian and other openings.
Yeah, and I actually have a great question in my chat saying, do players spend all their time prepping at 24 to 2500 IM/GM level, or just the top guys? And I said that many players at the high IM, the GM level, they do prepare a ton, because at that level, like, if you don't know your line, you may be punished. But of course, you can also get away with more at that level than at the Norway Chess Tournament, because Fabiano is not going to let you get away with it if you make a mistake like the one we're seeing here. And Anna Muzychuk might also not let Sarah Kanem get away with it, because she's up a pawn. She's been playing great chess, and right now it seems like white is having all the fun. But Donna, do you want to do maybe a quick tour of the other games? Of course, you want to look at Magnus and Gukesh some more, but they haven't played too many moves. And Fabian Hikaru, only a couple moves have been played in that game as well. But I just love Vaishali's style. I think the way she plays chess is just tremendously entertaining and fun. And she will lose some games that people may say, oh, that was unnecessary for her to have lost that one. I mean, she was kind of, built in her bed, and now she has to lie in it because she just chose to play aggressively when she could have played a little more calmly. But look at this. I mean, this is a Vaishali position. She loves this type of position. She's got double pawns in the center, but she also has attacking chances. F5 to F4 at the right moment could really hurt Humpy in this game. And white is a bit more passive, restricted, I should say. And black has some pawn breaks that she can unleash.
Man, I'm so excited. There's so many meaningless cliches that I could contribute given the matchup here. The battle of the generations, like old versus young, one replacing the other. But pushing all of that aside, we have the All India women's matchup here in round 1. And you're absolutely right. Vaishali is, speaking of meaningless cliches, I feel like in sort of official broadcasts, there's kind of this pressure to tie her in with Praggnanandhaa. But for once, Pragg is actually, he's not playing in the Norway Chess main event, right?
Right.
So, Vaishali and Pragg are often spoken of as this one unit, but they're separate players. They might have similarities in their style, but let's give both of them the credit that they deserve as independent players and independent contributors to, the wonderfully rich chess scene that we have that constantly keeps evolving. And one thing that is not going to evolve about this position, this knight on d5, it's going to be here when, we write our last will and testament, and when our children write their last will and testament, that knight on d5 is still going to be there like the old tree that's growing for 300 years, in the forest next to your house. There is no such tree, and there is no such house, but I don't know what possessed me to say that.
I was going to say, how did you know? That the tree out there is from the ancient days.
I stalk you, Robert.
Well, you are always welcome. Chat, not so much.
That's a dangerous word to say when you're streaming on Twitch. So,
true, very, very dangerous. Almost as dangerous as Vaishali's F5 to F4 push at some point.
Read my mind.
I mean, Danya, it's a funny position because I think a lot of players would look at it and say, "Oh, well, white has a better pawn structure," and you tend to say that pawn structure is overrated. And here I would say that the double pawns actually are quite good because a pawn on e4 makes that bishop on e2 look particularly useless. The knight has been able to access the d5 square because if we back up, even to say move 7, just to...
How did it get there? Which knight was it? It wasn't the king's knight, actually. That one's gone. It's this knight that lands on d5.
Yes, because, on move 7, white took on e4, decided to double black's pawns, and once that pawn got to e4, you see the d5 square now is available, and it was Humpy who gave access to that square because she didn't want Vaishali to play c5, so she did it herself in a couple turns. And the reason why white is doing that is because c5, bishop f6, when you have double pawns, you have open files, and the black queen stares through to that d4 pawn. So Humpy said, I'm going to take care of that myself, not allow black to do it, and give yourself the c4 square. So it's all about what progress can you make, what squares are accessible to your pieces. But when you push your pawn forward, as we saw the reply, Danya, a pawn goes forward, it makes it easier to chip at that pawn structure, and b6 was the immediate reply from Vaishali.
Yeah, c5 is a little bone in your throat. It's like a little splinter here that black wants to get rid of for easier access and easier, it's just like something in your line of vision that you want to clear. And so b6 is played, black gets an a file without even moving the rook. Of course, it's the best way to develop. And not only does the queen's knight land on d5, the standard way of doing that is through d7, but here Vaishali goes knight to a6. It's like when, my direct flight is canceled and you're routed. It's like I gotta go back toward the West Coast and then to Europe. Like, come on, American Airlines. But Vaishali, she gets there pretty darn quick. She gets there on time. Vaishali Airlines lands successfully on d5. And Humpy's like, I got a knight too. And she's bringing her own knight to her own outpost on e5. Of course, the big difference here is that not only can black very quickly get some serious pressure underway, but I think the effect of a white knight on e5 is just not that significant. The c6 pawn is very easy to defend. We're definitely not going to see Vaishali push c5. That's counterproductive. You actually want the pawn to stand on d4. It gives the knight on d5 its safety, and it completely cancels out the effect of bishop on b2. as I like to say sometimes, bishop b2 takes d4 would probably be the best move in the position. And queen d1 takes d4, I'm probably not even exaggerating by saying that white would play that move if it was available. In addition to that, Robert, I would say that black can very easily land a bishop on f6, and that knight on e5 is just much easier to access. The knight on d5 is harder to access. You would have to play bishop c4, and even then, black could meet that with a move bishop to a6. So that knight on d5 is a little bit more stable than a potential knight that lands on e5. I like black here, but objectively, it's probably closer to equality than anything else.
I definitely prefer Vaishali's position, and the question that I have swirling in my head is b5 the right move to play at this moment? So b5, it kicks the knight from c4, but it also invites it to the e5 square, which hits the c6 pawn. But Daniel, you're going to like the flow of this game because b5, knight e5, that's obvious. Bishop d6, right? Like suddenly black is giving up this c6 pawn and saying, I am going for your king side. I'm hoping that it works out because I haven't actually calculated all the way through. I'm relying somewhat on intuition. But I think that if you take on c6, bishop takes h2 check, queen h4 coming next.
Yeah.
That has to be the start of a vicious, if not mating attack.
A vicious, yeah. I mean, even the immediate queen h4 followed by rook f6. It's the very first time that I've I'm the one who's not advocating for the sacrifice, but your point is very, very well taken. Like, black has more than enough firepower. You don't even need the queen side. That's a pretty good sign. I actually am a little bit surprised. Like, b5 to me would be not as intuitive of a choice just because I feel like white's trying to go knight e5 anyway. But when I look at the position a little bit longer, I realize that if black plays a move like bishop f6, white might like pump fake black. Like I was, pretending to intend knight e5, but actually I'm going to play something like a4 followed by bishop a3, and then you've got a new problem, which is the knight jumping into d6. So chess is like one big game of whack-a-mole. It's all about solving some problems without allowing the problems that replace them to become bigger in size.
How are your whack-a-mole skills? I feel like you wouldn't be very good at it.
I'm terrible. I mean, multitasking, as you can probably tell by how I produce, has gotten better over the years. Like, I'm no longer, as my mom used to say, like, when I would be playing a chess game, you can steal my chess clock. You can take, like, all the clothes off my back. You can take my backpack. And I would be so engrossed in the position that, like a self-respecting chess player, I'd have no idea what's going on around me. But then when I had to, like, learn how to operate an automobile, among other things, I had to, like, get in touch with the real world. And I think I've gotten better at that.
I think that just means you're fully attentive, and I respect that. And I like what you are showing in this position because all attention was on the e5 square, and suddenly a4, bishop a3, as you said, it's a juke, and now it's black who has a lot to figure out in the position because b5 is kind of off the table, or at least it's less attractive, and then the access to a3 is very valuable, as the bishop on b2 is particularly useless with the pawn on d4. So, Danya, I'm feeling this position. I think it's really Vaishali's style. It's not like Humpy has made some egregious error, but Vaishali loves these tactical positions where her pieces are stepping forward and creating new threats. And so Humpy, she's such a strong player. She often wins games with like this small plus that she nurses into a full point. But this is a really nice position, I would say, for the black side. I don't like bishop f6, as you're indicating. I think that Vaishali, she is somebody who wants to keep up the initiative. I could even see her playing the move f5 to f4, but that's the type of move that you certainly can't take back. And I think it's worth showing that after f4, e takes f4, knight takes f4, I'm not sure who's better because black has double isolated very ugly pawns. So if the queens come off the board, black is in quite a bit of trouble, I would say. But with the queens on the board, it might be the white king that's in trouble.
I totally agree. I think it's a threat is stronger than the execution kind of situation here where you got to get the timing right. And I was going to say, like, even f4, f3 looks like the kind of complications I wouldn't want to, invite to my living room. Like, look at b5, f takes e4. This looks like someone, like, throw up all over the board. And I don't know if Vaishali wants that kind of chaos. I think she's liking her position as it is, and a little bit of buildup might go a long way when she actually does decide to start storming the barricades on the king side. Well, people are talking about TSA and pre-check, and we might need to go back and pre-check some of the other games that are unfolding. Robert, shall we look at We've got one more game in the women's section. We also have the Magnus game. I know people have twitchy trigger fingers when it comes to Magnus's game. They always want to know what's going on. Is anything going on?
I think your puns are just on fire. Twitchy, huh? That was a good one. I don't even think you meant to make a pun there, but that was well played by you. And I will say, why don't we show the game between Lei Ting-Ji, just the live position, and I don't think we're going to stay there because it looks very level. White maybe slightly better because of pawn structure, but I think that Ju Wenjun is in her element. She's acquitting herself perfectly. She's been playing amazing chess as of late. You see that her rating is nearing 2,600, and with the black pieces here, her knights are in very good locations, covering the e5 and c5 jumping points. The knight on d6 itself can hop into e4 to put some pressure on white's position. The a5 pawn is the worst pawn on the board, so we should acknowledge that. But black is protecting everything, and so I don't think that at the moment she is in trouble. But later down the line, things can turn.
Later down the line. So you're telling me that it's totally a coincidence that Magnus and Gukesh are playing, and Lei Ting-Ji and Ju Wenjun, who've also contested I believe, women's world championship match that I commentated, they're also playing in round one. Interesting. Okay, so, and in both cases, Gukesh is white, Ju Wenjun is black, but it's a total coincidence. They were drawing the lots. It wasn't a lottery, one of the balls is heavier type of situation. And yes, not everything is a conspiracy. Something tells me round one of Norway Chess Gate is probably not going to make it on Wikipedia anytime soon.
Well,
drawing of the Lots Gate.
I was gonna say the players are as fortunate as Nico Harrison, then maybe that can happen. But I think that
I think we need to look elsewhere. Yeah.
That one was forced. I was giving you credit where it was due. That one was forced, but what's not forced, Danya, is all the action that we're seeing. A lot of tame positions as we look from board to board. So why don't we head back to Magnus against Gukesh, where we started, because it was a Jababa London, and now we're in a position where Magnus is fine. Like, his position is okay, but he's clearly not better, and I think what you said earlier is coming true. He, at this point, just wants to get to Armageddon. He wants to hold the balance, but his position is not one that I particularly envy.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously going to win Norway Chess because Magnus just wins at basically any tournament that he plays in. I mean, that's the safest bet. And, Magnus, he often wins tournaments the same way. He'll start an answer to a question during the interview, where you think he actually is going to say 3 words in 10 minutes, and then he wakes up for the first time, and then he's really toward the end he really gets going and he starts rattling off some lines, and he's actually a really entertaining guy to interview. But there's a certain minute where you think, is this guy did he have a long night last night? Did he help himself to the wrong beverage in the morning? He's I don't know, and you're all right, Magnus, let's get it going. So he's not a slow starter, but let's say he's a solid starter. I think he likes to get the feel of the tournament. He doesn't mind a couple draws in the early going. And it's not even that he doesn't mind a couple draws. Even within the game itself, he often lets the game come to him. So looking at this position, it looks a lot more like a standard London than a Jababa London. I do get a little worried about his bishop here, and I would absolutely seriously consider the move g7, g5. I mean, if it forces bishop e5, and if black can then move his knight back to d7, I mean, that's definitely something Gukesh must be calculating right now. But if Magnus can stabilize the situation with his bishop, maybe even play h4, I can totally see this game drawing into a combative middle game. It's not necessarily going to just peter out. And I say that after Gukesh put his bishop on e7. I think if he had played bishop d6, we might be singing a different tune. But yeah, g5, Robert, what do you make of that?
I mean, g5 is a decision, but Danya, I'm going to be honest. You were talking about Magnus and some slow starts, and I was thinking, I believe actually in Wei-Praggnanandhaa, that's true, is that he tends to get off to a slow start, draws a bunch of games, so I looked it up. And in 2019, where he eventually went +5, he started with 4 draws before he beat Jordan van Forest, and then he beat Mamedyarov. Later, he beat Richard Rapport and Vishy Anand and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. So the guy sometimes will draw a bunch of games, and then when he gets that first taste of victory, he can be absolutely unstoppable. And 2018, I think, was similar, where he drew a bunch of games at the start, and then he starts scoring victories in bunches. So as we go back to the live position and in Norway chess of this year, you're talking about the move g5, and I honestly wasn't looking in that direction, but it's such a risky move. And I know that Gukesh, he took a bunch of risks against Ding Liren. He always wanted to play on. He didn't like the idea of a three-move repetition. But is your idea that g5, bishop e5, you're going to move your knight away and try to trap the bishop on the dark squares?
Yeah, I'm not sure where. I actually think this is a really important decision. The sort of default to me is knight d7 because you add another attacker to the knight. But I think there is a tactical case to be made potentially for knight e4. If you're actually not playing for the bishop, I mean, you can consider a move like g4. I actually don't like, though. G4 releases the bishop from your clutches and creates another target. So that's counterproductive. But after knight d7, let's take this move as a way to get into the position. Like, black's threat is f6, right? That much is clear. The secondary threat is now to play g4 and then to take twice on e5. Is white just going to like push the chaos button with e4? Or is there something more obvious that I'm missing here that Magnus has up his sleeve, like h4? Oh, no.
Wow.
I don't know.
Actually, h4 is incredibly tempting, and I think that it's quite a smart move. But e4 is instructive because when someone is playing on the flanks, you're often taught to open up the center, and that can give you sufficient counterplay. But e4, if they play f6, is your idea the straightforward, like e takes d5, knight f5 in some positions? Like, can you get away with that, or what is the exact way for white to save the bishop?
Well, I have no idea. I'm a commentator. I'm good at like speaking. I'm not necessarily always good at making sense.
Is it ed bishop g6?
d6. Oh, but then I can play rook e8, and it's time to wake up and smell the coffee because finally we have some chaos on the board. So what we're talking about is this position, f6, right? E takes d5, e takes d5. Looks like the bishop is completely trapped, but Robert points out bishop to d6 with the idea of recovering it with interest, I think, and landing a queen on d6. Also, there's this beautiful, juicy, inviting square on f5 just waiting to be accessed by the knight. But what about rook e8 in this position? Or actually, what about rook f7 so that queen d6 doesn't come with a check and can be met with knight f8? Oh my god.
But no, but look at that. Queen e6, knight f8, bishop takes e7 because rook takes e7 is not legal.
Oh my god. Well, I'm going to make it legal. Naroditsky chess, henceforth. It's a chess, except in this position, rook takes e7, just this once is legal.
And I can't take your king, and I just resign because I'm losing my queen. But Naroditsky chess sounds fun. I think we should try it sometime.
We're all about variance now, so future chess, let's go. Naroditsky chess 2025, I'm the only participant.
It's the true freestyle chess, if I've ever seen it.
That was kind of random. But, yeah, so I don't know. That was the kind of thing that ends a conversation.
Yeah,
should we start a new one?
Silence. Why don't we? But where are we going to start?
So, how did we get here? Let's understand. Like, how is this complete mess reached? I guess we should start from here because knight d7 is not the only move. I want your input on where you would put the knight. And I guess I want your input on whether Gukesh is actually taking the move g5 seriously, because if you think he isn't, then we probably shouldn't waste our time.
Well, I think that g5 is the type of move that gives black and white chances to play for more than just equality. So it might be an objectively bad move, but it is its style with which Gukesh plays. So g5, bishop e5. I don't really like the other moves outside of knight to d7 because let's say you go knight e8, which truly was my first instinct. I'm looking in that position. I'm like, knight e8 feels very passive. I know f6 is what you want, but now the white knight can go up to h5, for instance, and then bishop can always slide back to g3. So you've trapped absolutely nothing. You've weakened your king side. You've given that h5 square permanently to the white knight and maybe in the future the white queen. So this looks terrible.
And one important difference is that if we compare this, right, chess is all about compare and contrast, which was my least favorite activity in school. But if you compare the knight on e8 and on d7, now the e8 square is accessible by black's queen. And I think this is a game-changing resource, not because it wins the knight. White can actually move the other knight back. Magnus seems to be all about that in this game. He did that when recapturing on move 6. But now this opens the door for black to, really stake a claim in the center. I really like this type of position for black. The king seems to be totally safe. Black is operating on multiple sides of the board simultaneously. So I'm with you completely on that. I think between knight d7 and knight e8, I'm choosing knight d7. Knight e4 makes very little sense because it offers white an easy exit ramp. You can just take on e4, and then the bishop can slide back to g3. So if Gukesh plays g5, he likely follows up with knight d7. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's fair. Knight e4, as you mentioned, also something to consider, but it just feels like you're not getting at all what you're aiming for. By pushing your pawn in g5, you've weakened your kingside. You're actually giving Magnus all the fun. So I would not do this, but I'm also the type of player who prefers to outmaneuver my opponent later in the game. But Gukesh, he's calculating. I've seen all the chat saying that he's known for his calculation. That's really where he thrives. So he'll consider it. But I ultimately think it would be a huge mistake to play it. And I don't need an engine to tell me that. It just feels like it's way too risky. And in terms of risk for reward, I do not believe he'll be rewarded.
And I think we need to take Magnus's last move into account. Magnus wasn't born yet. I mean, he was born many, many days ago. And he's been the best player for many, many days, best player in the world. And if he was truly that afraid of g5, he had a chance on the previous move. He could have played h4. He could have played knight e5. There were things he could have done to discourage it further. He played instead the move rook d1, just pretending that he's totally oblivious. And Gukesh understands, you get into this game of Gukesh understands that Magnus understands that g5 is a possibility. So that's why people say that psychology is involved, because it really is, right? Gukesh is factoring that into his thinking. It's not a hidden idea. So he knows Magnus sees this. And, we've been talking about the Magnus effect and about chess psychology. And, we saw it occupy the front pages in chess news for a couple days. We saw Hikaru resigning in a winning position against Magnus. To what extent was the fact that he was playing against Magnus implicated in that? Well, to a very direct extent, according to Hikaru himself. So yes, we know that no matter who it is sitting across from him, whether it's the current world champion or the second best classical player in the world, everybody fears Magnus's judgment. And if in Magnus's judgment, g5 is nothing to fear, and Gukesh has reasonable alternatives like bishop to d6 or c takes d4, we can expect him to play one of those instead.
Yeah, and before we maybe either venture to other variations or even other games, if we look at the live board for a second, one thing that Gukesh really does not want to do, and besides g5 perhaps, is play c takes d4. So not only does it completely remove the possibility of g5 because the bishop gains more scope, but we will not get a symmetrical pawn structure. C d4 will be met by e takes d4, and this is not at all how you play these positions from the black side. The reason being that white's queen on e2 suddenly becomes open, staring into the black camp. And I feel like this is exactly what Magnus would want. That black, you can eventually put a rook on c8, but that takes a while to develop anything on that side of the board. And now white can consider throwing pieces forward on the king side. And queen a5, I see that was played, Danya. And what do you make of that move?
It's the top computer move. I mean, this is the first time this broadcast that I decided to check, is the computer taking the bait? The computer wasn't taking the bait, and it was instead advocating for an idea that I've seen before. It's not an unknown idea, and it's one that I've seen most commonly in the Caro-Kann. It's queen a5. Now, we see this move. What's the first thing that pops into our head? Yeah, it attacks a2. Yeah, it pins the c-pawn. Neither of those things is the crucial bit here. The crucial bit is, what do you do after a3? What the heck is the point? And according to the computer, this queen a6 move is actually carries a lot more venom than may seem to be the case at first sight, because when the queens are traded, black takes a little bit of a hit in terms of his pawn structure, but he opens up the b file. And while you can't get a rook to b8 on the next move, now the move g5 might become available for completely different reasons. You're not trying to trap the bishop, you're trying to trade it in order to access b8 with your rook. You might then try to lock up the queen side with c5, c4. The b2 pawn becomes a backward pawn, and it becomes a permanent target in the endgame. And just to tie up this point, Robert, just as a quick example, where in the Caro-Kann have I seen this idea? Well, very early on. For example, bishop f5. Let me just think. So for example, in the line, even bishop d3, which is a sideline, I think one of black's main lines here after knight f3 is queen a5 check, and then queen back to a6. Of course, here, it would be too early to play b takes a6, because the b pawn is not a target, so black would recapture with the knight. But I think people get the overall point, that this is not an unknown maneuver. I've just never seen it in a position like this, and I'm just so impressed with Gukesh's presence of mind. The fact that he took the time here, and he seems to have sniffed out the right path forward. Incredible decision-making by the young world champion. The young guest world champion.
unbelievable recognition because in the live board, let's say a3, queen a6, and the queen trade happens, white will play h4 to stop g5, trapping that bishop in there. But what I'm getting at is like you're going to have these double isolated pawns for the foreseeable future, and you also will not get access to the b8 square that easily. And yet, what black does gain is light square control because white has put another pawn in a dark square, so black can consider a5 followed by a4, knight a5 to follow, then knight into b3 or c4. It's a very French-like maneuver, and for Gukesh, it just shows unbelievable understanding and awareness that those pawns are not in any danger. There are zero open files, but there's a semi-open file, and that's the B file. And yeah, what a decision there by Gukesh, because I'm trying to still evaluate this position. And if white could play like b2 to b4, would that be beneficial? I mean, it's too early, I imagine, but you get the point, Danya, is that the double isolated pawns, they're not targeted, but it could backfire if you're not careful or if you don't, kind of play with the initiative and allow white to gather his forces in a useful way.
Well, it's crazy. And first of all, like queen a6 is not guaranteed. I mean, maybe Gukesh has something else in mind, but I really doubt. I think we'll see queen a6 quickly appear on the board. Having said A, you have to say B, blah, blah, blah. But it's, we use the term full board awareness often in a tactical context to refer to like seeing a tactic that involves an element that we might not be looking at. But we can use it in a positional context as well. Like it's like a House episode where all the doctors are focused in one area, and then House MD, comes along, and he's like, "Oh, it's like melanoma. This is a disease," and we weren't even looking in that direction. So it literally, like we were looking at G5 on the king side, and that's where the action seems to be concentrated. Gukesh is like, "All right, guys, forget that whole side of the board exists. I'm playing. You're playing checkers. I'm playing chess." Again, here I go with my meaningless cliches. I've watched too much NBA playoffs for the last couple days and not done enough chess commentary. It's an investment in the future, and if you allow black to lock up the b2 pawn, there will come a time when the bishop isn't on f4. There might even come a time when black can sack the exchange. No, just kidding. There's also the problem that white actually has no active plan because this knight is restricted. Knight e5 is not very exciting. So not only does black have a clear roadmap for eventually putting potentially decisive pressure on the pawn, white doesn't have, despite the veneer of coordination, white doesn't actually have a meaningful plan to my eyes, which is why black is the one calling all the shots here in this endgame if it appears on the board.
Yeah, it's a big moment here for Gukesh, and he could actually use a similar plan, but with a different starting move. He could play a6, Danya, and then queen to b5. That's not out of the question either. Just trying to trade on the b5 square and to double your pawns towards the center rather than away from it. So it's like these decisions, I think they all sort of say the same thing. White is definitely not better here. Gukesh can try to trade off the queens and enter a favorable queenless middle game, but ultimately white has a very solid position and Magnus should not be much worse, but it's definitely easier to play from the black side.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't take on a6 after queen a6. I would just add that like white isn't obligated to take, and I wouldn't be shocked if we see a move like short castles. And here again, Gukesh could trade on e2 and do something similar with the move c4, followed by b5 and a5 and b4. So I'm not a fan of this endgame either, but Magnus always seems to find a way to neutralize these types of... When he has a small disadvantage like this, he always seems to find the right type of move to keep it at bay before it gets out of control. Maybe d takes c5. Just like change the structure entirely so that black doesn't have the possibility of pushing c4. This might be my sort of choice after having engaged with the position for a little while. But we'll see. As you said, Gukesh hasn't played queen a6 yet. He might play a6 and queen b5, so we shouldn't go too deep until he makes an actual decision.
And I see that Jumpy was saying that Magnus said in the confessional booth that he expected G5 and he was going deep into lines in the confessional booth. So he didn't see G5. Gukesh decides to play a little more calmly, play strategically rather than tactically. And I think that was a great decision by the youngster, by the world champion, who is acquitting himself perfectly with the black pieces. So, Danya, I think... if you don't mind, there might be the game between Wei Yi and Arjun Erigaisi that's worth just showing. The pieces are just flying off the board. We're getting into an end game that looks very level, but there is an important balance that this last move a5, Arjun is setting up bishop to b4, and the a4 pawn will be taken. So e4 is going to drop, a4 is going to fall in return. Material will be even, but black has an outside pass pawn, and maybe that could give some faint hopes of a victory.
Someone in my YouTube chat said that Gukesh's last classical tournament was the World Championship. Before I actually engage your point, is that true? Gukesh hasn't played any classical since the World Championship. It doesn't sound true, but what has he played since the World Championship?
He played the Grand Chess Tour like last month, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
He also played in Vaikenze, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay, so it's aggressively false. Okay.
One can argue that.
Not aggressively, just wrong.
Wait, was it last month or this month? I'm going to look right now. The Grand Chess Tour ended. The last game was May 16th, so 10 days ago.
Dude, there's so much going on in the chess world and nothing going on at the same time, like all the time. So I'm like so confused on the dates. Like somebody mentions GCT. I'm like, do you mean the CCT, the Chess.com Cup Classic, GCT, CCT, RCC, the Rapid Chess Championship? That used to be a thing, like in a previous millennium. Wait, no, it was a thing a year ago. So, yeah, I'm kind of swimming in these chaotic waters. But Arjun seems to have found his lane to swim in, and the bishop is coming to b4. That's basically a pre-move, whether white takes on e4 or not. How did this happen? Well, after queen f4 was played, we did see the move e5, and Arjun actually did go for this endgame, but he just thought one step deeper. He's like, yeah, I'm losing the c6 pawn, but I'm getting the knights off the board, and I'm getting the d file for my rook. He's using that d file immediately to get that a2 pawn off the board, and now he's working on getting its partner off the board in the next few moves. And then we will see all of the pieces, well, not be taken off the board, but be set back up to their original spots in preparation for the Armageddon.
I still feel like black is the side for choice just because the outside pass pawn feels a little bit more dangerous, but it should be a straightforward draw for players of this caliber. I know some people in the audience, some people watching this would be like, wait, why is this just done? Like, why is this, I get that material will be even, but can't that a5 pawn quickly run to the other side and become a queen? Of course, white is going to stop that, and white will play rook takes e4, f4, f5, e6, and get a pass pawn of his own.
Yeah, they're going to find a way either to trade the bishops and get a drawn rook endgame, or as you said, their respective strong points will balance each other out. And technically, Arjun is up almost an hour on the clock, but Wei has 48 minutes. Like, if we downshifted this by 30 minutes, it would be significant. But that 48 minutes is just like Wei just played the rapid with 10 plus 0. That's like, wow, that's like the time you had to play the entire tournament. So that's plenty of time to make some endgame decisions here.
And it can feel like an eternity for these players.
Well, and the commentators.
That's definitely true. But for Arjun Erigaisi right here, a draw with the black pieces against somebody like Wei, great result in classical chess. But will he be able to keep it up in Armageddon? Just to remind everybody that if the games end in a draw, the two players will square off in Armageddon, where white gets 10 minutes, black gets 7 minutes, and black has draw odds. So if that Armageddon game ends with what otherwise would be a draw, a stalemate, or no pieces left on the board, things of that nature, then black is the one who actually wins their match. And I think you said gets 2 points, right?
The winner gets 1.5. So,
oh yeah.
So it's a slightly odd scoring set. It's hard to wrap your head around that. Like, and if you win the classical, you get 3 points. So it definitely incentivizes risk. The problem is if you lose the classical, well, obviously you get 0 points, and if you lose the Armageddon, you get only half a point. So that's almost like losing the classical game. Of course, let's not fall under any illusions. The rating is very important for the player. So there is a big difference on top of the half-point difference, which is, of course, that if you draw the classical game, you're not going to lose any rating. And so technically, you could get like last place in Norway chess and not lose rating. Sometimes you see the winner of the World Cup either lose rating or not gain a lot of rating because they won most of their matches in the rapid tie breaks and drew most of their classical games against lower-rated opponents. It's not uncommon.
Not uncommon at all. You're just trying to win in the rapid tie breaks. Even in the candidates in the past, when they had match play, sometimes players would just try to draw their match and then go to the quicker time controls and win. And we saw Magnus Carlsen. He did that against Caruana in their match, where in that last game he was better, but he just made sure that there were going to be tie breaks where he was the heavy favorite. In fact, won uh, quite handily. So, Danya, this game we can get back to it if it's even going to continue and there's something to get back to. But are there other games either with Fabi against Hikaru or the women's games that you would like to venture to?
Yeah, and before I make that very responsible decision, and then I was going to mention among the other things that happen is the commentator needing to pee. Sometimes that happens too. But we've got fans of different players in the YouTube chat. Everyone knows how much I venerate these top players, particularly these Indian players who have breathed really so much life into the classical chess scene at the top. Whether you talk about the world champion or Arjun Erigaisi, people who've been in my stream know that he shouted me out a couple months ago, and that was like an event for me. Like he shouted me out in a Chess Space India interview in like a minute 15, and I was like, oh my god, like Arjun said my name. I was like, oh my god. I'm like an average Twitch viewer, like after a subscription. So yeah, definitely. The commentators have to be first and foremost fans of the players. I think that's a prerequisite for the job. That's not just called glazing. I mean, we have all these terms. Gen Z has all these negatively connoted terms for it, but I think it's a job requirement to be a fan of the players first and foremost. And I'm not a fan of choosing the next game, but okay, Magnus has played h4. Gukesh did not play queen a6 just yet, but let's take a quick look at our Caruana Hikaru game, our all-American matchup, before we maybe look at some of the women's games. And actually, you will be looking at it, and I will be in the bathroom listening to you. Well, that's just not the primary purpose of my visit to the bathroom, but go on.
Yeah, I'm going to just change the topic to the chess.
Yeah, before this gets any worse.
Yeah, that's what I'm good for, because this position here is one where I would say it's more up my alley in terms of the type of chess I enjoy compared to Danya, who he loves going for the attack, for the checkmate, plays the King's Indian defense and the sharp Sicilians. But in this particular game, we see that there is one open file, the C file, and both players are trying to take control of it. There's a rook on c8 and a rook on c1. And in the current position, it's not clear where progress is going to be made from. I like Fabiano's last move, queen g4 back to d1. He wants to go queen to b3 next and explore the queen side. And well, while Danya isn't here, he says he can hear me. Just spam his chat. That way he can't get upset with you because he can't see it. I won't read it out loud. So he may be able to hear what I have to say, but he can't see what you're doing. So either show him some love or just say whatever you need to get off your chest right now. And I see the fireballs there. That's kind of cool. But this position, I see some questions about queen a4 or queen b3. I think queen b3 is what white wants to play next. The b6 square will be under white's control as well. I actually like Fabiano's position. Oh no, look what I started. Danya, I'm sorry. I know you can hear me. I'm sorry. I hope your mods are around. Am I a mod? I think I'm a VIP. Uh-oh. Danya, come back. Oops. Bueller. I don't know what I did. You're gonna wash your hands of your chat in a second, but not of Chess Genie, who just well,
yeah, my
just
chat
got
can't hear me yet. Now my chat can hear me, but we can let them spam for a little while. I'll come back and then I'll meet out some bands.
All right, well, choo choo, getting you a hype train.
Okay, let me just wash my hands and then I'll be right back.
Go do that, Donna. That's pretty important. Make sure that you're hygienic. And did he press the mute button? Yeah, it seemed like Danya did that. He didn't want to be heard, okay? He just wanted to be seen in all his glory. Fabi is better at classical. Well, right now, Hikaru's rating is higher. He's also up 30 minutes, and he has out-prepared Fabi in many of their recent battles. People asking for a ban hammer. None for you. Gretchen Wieners. None for you. You can hear, you can see. B6 for black. Yeah, B6 seems like a good idea for black right now. Kicking that knight out of C5. also giving black access along the seventh rank for the queen, and that queen would like to help out on that's the queen side to cover some of the weak squares. I mean, a queen on a7 or b7, for example, could help protect the b6 square in particular. Who are we rooting for? Well, Pablo Kelly, I don't root for anybody when I commentate. I think then you're not being objective, and chess is an objective game. So you need to uh, just kind of watch what's happening, try to assess it, but I'm not rooting for players specifically. Is there ever a prospect of essential pawn break for either side? It's a great question, Bobbio 101. That e5 is certainly something that black needs to consider. And even in this position, you would think about e5. It's not a bad move, but I do think it leaves black with that isolated d pawn, and white would happily accept that. And that's part of the reason why white went queen back to d1. I see you're back, Danya. That queen to d1 means that after e5, d takes e5, knight takes e5, there's no attack on the queen, and the bishop can move out the way, and now it's white who is going to play for an advantage.
Yeah, I can zoom myself in, actually. I see that I'm actually a little bit smaller compared to Robert, which is the way it should be, of course. I'll do that in a moment.
We like Danya in the distance.
Smaller in more ways than one. Yeah, I will make sure to have some odds in this time zone, because it's not a time zone that I usually voluntarily stream. If I had it my way, the games would begin like 4 a.m. Norway time, which is like, I don't know, I guess 10 p.m. my time. That would be maybe my perfect commentary. I actually had one commentary like that, I think, with Yasser, because I was in the Pacific Coast time zone. And it wasn't even really commentary. I was just sitting and listening. That's kind of like when I did commentary with Grishuk in Russian for the World Championship. It was just like me listening and, I don't know, just like throwing out prompts for stories. And I was like, I'm receiving a free lesson. Actually a paid lesson. Like, I love this.
Well, with Yasser, you can always receive great anecdotes and Miguel Naidar stories. And I mean, that just sounds like a fun person to commentate with at that hour. But yeah, I've been there commentating at all hours of the day. But this, for me, is good. I like this time control. I like what time they're beginning. It's not that early, Danya. You know, your schedule is completely all over the place, jumbled, but this is a good time for the games to begin.
Yeah, it's a good. I think my schedule is stabilizing as I, you live, you learn, and our little venture is helping me learn things about myself and my schedule, such as the fact that as the years go by, the punishment for, a long night streaming or a long night playing Blitz, it becomes harsher and harsher. So, so far, I've been doing pretty well in the last couple days. And the time control isn't punishingly long either. Like, even with the Armageddon, I don't think that you have the Tata Steel, like, oh yeah, you gain another 30 minutes on move 60. So you don't have that old school, like, 8-hour game 8-hour game time control that I know Peter Lecco likes, but I love Peter. In this topic, he might be like on an island alone, fending off an entire army of fans, commanded by their general, Daniel Naroditsky.
You don't want adjournments again?
I think they actually tried this tournament in Bergamo, Italy a couple of years ago. Well, when I say a couple of years ago, I might be meaning like 2009. I don't know what that even means.
That Yasser story has rubbed off on you, and now you're speaking like Yasser. It was a couple years ago
in Bergamo, and I remember this lovely little restaurant run by a little woman, and this woman was the great grandmother of Jose Raul Capablanca's cousin. And now I'm going to tell you how she got from Cuba to Bergamo. No, in Bergamo, I think they tried a tournament with like modern day Germans where you could use the engine, and I don't think. Well, we don't hear about the Bergamo adjournment tournament anymore, and nobody has ever heard of it in the first place, so I don't think it was a dashing success.
I think that was hilarious, and also that sounds like a really bad
Still better than freedom to stop. No, just go ahead. Yeah.
I'm just thinking about, you get a position that's really complicated, and then you get to adjourn, use an engine, and just find the winning plan. Like, that seems not good.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's why the tournament happened, I think, once, maybe twice. And the second time they were playing from some, like, basement of a Bergamo resident. Yeah, no hate to Bergamo. I don't even know where in Italy it is, but it sounds like it has good food and good espresso. I wouldn't mind one right now.
I think I think Bergamo's near Milan, but I'm not sure. I was just in Florence, so uh, don't I haven't memorized the Italian map, but I think it's relatively close to Milan. But I'm trying to figure out what year this adjournment game tournament was,
Yeah,
rather.
maybe maybe it's a figment of my imagination, just like I don't know, just like the movie E5, which Hikaru is not going to play. I think he's probably contemplating whether or not to play B6. This is a very slow moving game. So did this tournament ever happen?
I don't know, couldn't find it.
Really?
So
Why did I? But I mean, I've never said the word Bergamo out loud. Like, actually, in Russian, there's a obscure play that was turned into a best-selling movie in the '70s called, in Russian, Truffaldino from Bergamo. I think the original Italian title is A Servant of Two Masters by Carlo Goldoni.
oh wait, that's a great play.
Oh,
I've
you know
actually
it.
seen it.
Of course, Robert
I've
Hess.
seen a performance.
Oh my God, that's unbelievable. So it has an amazing soundtrack, and like the Soviet Union, a very popular actor played Truffaldino, I think is the name of the main character, and it has a lot of quotable lines. So that is my tie-in to Bergamo.
Wait, wasn't the main character like Clarice or something like that?
Clarice was the woman whom he.
Got it. My
There's
friend
also
asked.
Beatrice and Clarice and probably just Riche. And we're reaching
my
for
friend,
a different prompt.
well, my friend acts, and I actually watched her in that play, so that's in particular why I know it.
Whoa.
So I
I
get to
found it, by
pretend
the
to be
way.
cultured.
ACP Golden Classic Bergamo, 2014.
Oh, who won it?
Okay, so here's the description. The ACP Golden Classic brings back the long forgotten. I was right. Brings back the long tradition of adjourned games. If a game is not finished at the end of the first playing session, 5 hours, the arbiter will ask the player whose turn it is to seal the move, and the game will be adjourned. The playing field in 2014 was Jabava Zoltan Almashi from Hungary, Emil Sutovsky.
Yes.
He played in the tournament. Yep. First time many months that Emil Sutovsky has been mentioned in playing capacity. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Sabino Brunello, and Daniele Vocaturo. That is the most random field I've ever heard of assembled in a tournament.
Wait, and then they could use the engine when they reach adjournment.
I mean, unless their hotel rooms were using Proctor, which didn't exist at the time, thank God. Yes.
They were locked in a dungeon and just said, "Okay, you're gonna sleep on that cold stone over there."
Yeah, if you use the engine. But the tournament was held for 3 years, I think. 2012, Kamsky played in it, Lei Kwang Lim. Anna Muzichuk
wow.
played in 2012.
Wow.
And Vasily Ivanchuk won it in 2012.
What? Okay, I didn't. Rings a very vague bell, but did not know all the details of that event. But cool. Yeah,
It's
people
the
trying.
longest time it's been discussed in the past 10 years, which says a lot about its success or lack thereof.
Well, it is a hard format to get going. But Danya, this game really hasn't given us so much in the way of excitement. I think Hikaru's playing well, kicking that knight out of C5, but Fabi can backtrack to A4. I don't think you want to go to A6. It feels like a good way to get your knight trapped eventually. So, yeah, this seems like Hikaru was right when he went in the confessional earlier and was saying that his game isn't the most exciting.
It's so funny you mentioned the confessional at that moment because someone in my chat said maybe the tournament is like Conclave. No electronics, no contact with outside world for the whole time. Yeah, but I really hope that we can move away from this topic. No matter what I try, I just Vaticaned.
I know that wasn't it.
All right.
No, I'm not accepting that one. Why did you have that one lined up? Be honest.
No, I didn't actually. There was someone in my chat just said this. Like now we've all seen Conclave and we think we're all like huge experts in white. It's all white smoke and all pawns and no hope.
I missed that part, and that you were just talking about Italy and Italian plays, so I will let it slide this time, but a bit rough.
Shall we move on to a different game and a different set of puns?
Oh my
And a
gosh.
different set of pawns, actually.
Yes.
We might have some set of results here because there are moves being played in a lot of the games. I'm currently on the page where we select the games. I actually am not seeing anything that interesting in the open section. Like Wei and Arjun are moving toward, I think, a peaceful result. What is there anything that you see in the Magnus game? Gukesh hasn't played Queen A6. That's a pretty significant piece of news. Should we like revisit that game for a second?
Sure. I see a trade
and no pope. Okay, sorry, that is a good one though. If Queen's Gambit ever came out with like a North Carolina edition, that one would be appreciated by most of the residents of the city that I live in. It isn't even a Sunday. Look what we're doing.
We just get some good puns here. This is awesome. This game, Danya, I think that Black is still doing well, but there's no pawns have been traded. And I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what specifically to dive into here. Is bishop takes e5 met with knight d7? Like, is that bishop actually getting caught?
Yeah, it's like the news is that Gukesh didn't play Queen A6. That is not the headline. That is the entire piece of news. Like, that doesn't really make the position more exciting, unfortunately. But is the bishop caught? No, it's not caught. Knight d7, bishop back to f4. I think g5 is safe to say is never going to happen in this entire game. And if anyone's going to attack on the king side, it actually might be white if black gets too cavalier, literally cavalier about moving the knight toward the queen side. I mean, that's what happened in Cleveland. Yeah.
Oh, you got to hit him with the Tyrese reference. But yeah, here, I mean, the knight coming to h5 for white. If you could follow it up with queen g4 at the right moment, then there could be the makings of an attack. Especially with the pawn h4, there could be a rook lift, rook h3. But we're giving white all the moves and not allowing black to do anything. I think knight d7, booting that bishop out of e5. Like, black's doing fine. This is just a balanced game, slightly better for black, but without any trades happening, the rooks are not exactly potent pieces.
Yeah. Okay, it's a boring position. We can move on. Let's call a spade and really drop some truth bombs on the chat.
Yeah, let's move on. I actually think that some of the games from the women are really exciting. I actually think that I can't decide who's the bigger advantage, Vaishali or Anna Muzychuk.
Okay, well, let's go in order. Let's start with Anna Muzychuk versus Sara Kadem, because that was like the only serious opening mishap that I think we had among all 6 of the games, if we factor in women's and open Norway chess. Like, Sara unfortunately confused the move order. We really I think zeroed in on that. But how bad was the damage? I actually think, all things considered, she should be very grateful that things aren't worse than they are. I actually think black has very decent chances here, just based on my impressions, to hold the position together, which really speaks to the sort of structural integrity of the Marshall. It's like, yeah, you can kind of fly with one engine here. And one of the problems that Anna faces, which is why she's thinking, is that b takes c3, which would be the preferable recapture, Robert, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, might run into c5, and you're dealing with a hanging bishop on d2. On the other hand, maybe you can make rook e1 work. Like, white does have some tactical ideas now brewing. Not a ton of them. Yeah, I'm hard at work with these puns. Bishop takes f7.
I knew it.
It's coming.
I knew a Brewington Hardaway reference was coming to a theater near us.
It was brewing, yeah.
I knew it. But Danya, I like what you're saying though, because b takes c3 is kind of the automatic move.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I was like inhaling while speaking, so it just I almost killed myself there by accident. And so clear the throat. After b takes c3, you've protected your pawn, but a pawn chain is only as strong as the base pawn. And to steal one from the Grunfeld, right? When you see c3 and d4 pawn structure, you often want to play c5 and chisel at that little pawn chain. So I think that this is automatic for black. And if we go to the live position and just try to discuss why Muzychuk is thinking here, it's not an easy choice, because pawn takes c3 means the d4 pawn doesn't need to be looked after anymore. And bishop takes c3 means you have this awkward bishop that's defending with b2 and d4. Your bishop's a little bit more active than it was a turn ago. c5 is less impressive because there's no pin along the d file. And I think c5 is just an objectively bad move at this point because white can just take it if she wants. And it's not an easy choice, and that's why I believe that black's path to equality, it's not simple, but black's moves come quite naturally, and white has this burden of trying to prove the advantage, of trying to win this game. And you say, boo hoo, right? You're trying to win. Oh, I feel so sorry for you. But, fake sympathy aside, you need to figure out an actual plan. And black's plan is to pile up on the d4 pawn or try to trade pieces. And white's plan is, I throw it on over to you, Danya. What is white's plan?
Yeah, no, just to second your point, Jonathan Rosen, one of my favorite chess authors, now working, I think, as a philosophy professor. I think Scotland's top-rated GM throughout history. He talks about a concept in his book, The Seven Deadly Chess Sins, I think, that he calls the goalkeeper's glory. And he discusses how the goalkeeper in a soccer game usually doesn't score any goals, maybe like a couple throughout their career. How does he stay motivated? He stays motivated from the fact that he prevented the opposing team from scoring. So when you're on the defending side here, yes, you're suffering, and I think much is made by commentators of the suffering of the defending side. But there's also the suffering of the attacking side when you're not making progress or where your progress seems to be negative. So there is a certain kind of evil satisfaction that you can gain. And watching Anna Muzychuk, if you're Sarah Kadem, really agonize over this decision, knowing that you're gaining valuable extra time that you can then use to make her task even harder. As for how I would specifically tackle the defensive task and the attacking task from white's side, bishop d5 would be my intuitive choice from black's side. You asked about white's ideas. I'm really not sure what they are, because if I eventually get this to this d4 pawn, your advantage might be erased. And so maybe because of these considerations, Anna decides to play b takes e3, and I'm very curious what she has in her mind and in her pocket. Well, I hope she has nothing in her pocket. I think the players' pockets are thoroughly checked, but after c5, rook e1, maybe a sacrifice on f7 is lying in wait. Shall we dive in?
Your bishop d5 idea is a really good one, just blockading the isolated pawn. Here's c5, rook e1, queen to, I assume, well, first, b5. Queen.
We should point out this doesn't threaten check. This doesn't threaten anything. Sorry. It threatens to close the board. It doesn't threaten anything, and it actually potentially even walks into d5. So queen b5 is the move that we should definitely start with.
Yeah, because if white can establish d5 and c4, you'd be very happy. But queen b5 hits the bishop on b3. White does have some tactical funny business, like rook b1 threatens bishop takes f7 check. So there's a lot to uncork here and just trying to put everything together. But after rook b1, black can play move like c4 or bishop d5, and now we're getting tactical.
c4 is a funny move because you're like closing the avenue for the bishop. On the other hand, you're leaving the d4 pawn entirely unprotected. So this would be a strategic win for white, even if you don't have anything exciting and you just have to drop the bishop back. Would you agree with that?
Wait, but is c4 a blunder because bishop a2 might be extra precise?
What a move. There is another square on that diagonal we haven't talked about, a2. Yes, and then bishop takes c4. Another stab in the back. Sorry, that phrase has a double entendre that I didn't intend, but just winning a second pawn here would not fall into Sarah Kadem's plans. Can you play bishop to d5 here? Is that a move to consider?
It definitely is, and bishop a2 is possible, but then there's queen d3.
Is there c4, c4, bishop a2, queen a4, d5, dc? Queen c2, as you say. Oh my god. We're playing Pac-Man with each other's pieces.
Yeah. Such a convoluted position, but I don't think c4 should work out. Too much in white's position is hanging there.
I agree. But so what is your default response to bishop d5 then?
My response to bishop d5 is probably bishop c2, I guess.
My response is that we're not going to be analyzing this any further.
No, it's a complicated position, and it really does require us to dive in deep. But I think bishop c2, where's that queen going? c6 maybe?
Yeah, probably queen c6.
And now what is the real question?
Yeah, like eventually the smoke is going to clear. So how did this all happen? This all happened because of this added tension on the B file that originated from white shifting the rook from the E file to the B file. I would also point out, Robert, I don't mean to keep changing the topic, but the immediate bishop f7, it caught my eye, and that is originally why I liked the move BC. Unfortunately, after queen e6 check, I actually think black can go either direction, and I don't see a follow-up to either move. So white is also struggling with a back rank weakness. I don't think there's enough juice to squeeze here from white's perspective. If the bishop landed on d6, we'd be singing a different tune. But bishop f4 is just too slow. And queen d7, and then it's time to resign, actually, I think.
Yeah, queen d7, queen c6, both those types of moves are too strong to deal with. So I'm agreeing with you, Danya. I think that this kind of piece sacrifice, you have to consider it, but it's one that does not pan out at the moment.
Yeah, bishop h6, queen c6, Bill. Lovely tactical imagination. I think it is nicely parried by... I was going to say knightly parrying, but there's no knights on the board by queen c6 defending the bishop. And we do see c5 on the board.
I thought you were going to hit me with a Keira Knightley reference that I wasn't expecting, and so I just never know where you're going anymore.
No, I feel a lot of pride and some prejudice with my puns.
Oh boy.
I don't actually do any cultural references. I don't dabble in that stuff. I don't try to be that ostentatious.
Well, you did hit us with a servant of two masters reference, so that was not one I was expecting today, but I'm glad we both were on the same page.
Should we now go to Mansfield Park and look at the open section game? Just kidding.
I actually think we can go to the Vaishali game against Humpy, and this is what I mentioned briefly earlier of how bishop versus knight dynamic can be heavily in favor of the knight compared to the bishop, because the knight can do a knight's tour and go to all 64 squares. A bishop can only go to 32, and here's a big issue. The bishop on b2, Danya, that's a tall pawn staring at your own pawn on e5. The knight on d5 is an absolute beauty.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, if anyone in the chat is currently writing a textbook and you're wondering what to include as the pictorial representation of good knight versus bad bishop, Vaishali's going to be having a pretty good night if this game continues in the direction that it's been going. I really want to look at the last couple of moves, Robert, because I'm stunned at how much of a dream scenario this turned out to be for Vaishali. I thought that this would be at least a little bit more combative, but this happened really, really quickly because 7 moves ago we were here. Are you kidding me? So bishop a6 was played. Kind of similar to your proposal of b5, kind of encouraging the knight to jump into e5, which Humpy did. Queen e8, excellent move defending the c-pawn. Humpy plays a4, clearly setting up bishop a3 in the future. Vaishali just plays bishop d6, right? And I think Humpy might have missed this intermezzo, but it's a positional intermezzo. Bishop takes e5. She doesn't play her game with rook takes a6. That would have allowed bishop a3, and we would have had a good knight versus good knight situation. Because you can't take at this point because of bishop f8.
A good knight versus good knight is a funny... Well, their bishop h2, king h2, it's a bit slow. You get a pawn and a knight for the rook that you just gave up, but the c6 pawn is a bit too tender to justify this.
Yeah, I don't know why I keep talking about a good knight. I'm having a great morning, but that's because I'm commentating with Grandmaster Robert Hess. Always a privilege.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine. I appreciate it. And I also appreciate, in your channel, Kevin Finch's comment that Vaishali plays some crazy games. I love her style. That's what I was saying before. She just brings the fight to her opponent. She's afraid of no one.
Yeah, and sometimes that results in tactical melees, but at times you can play dynamically and still play positionally, Robert. I think that isn't emphasized enough. Like you can use tactics to justify moves that ultimately have a strategic aim, which in this case is to get this positive piece imbalance, good knight versus bad bishop. How bad of a bishop is it? So let's take stock of the current situation. Not only does Humpy have a bad bishop, but she has like a permanently bad bishop. This pawn on e5 isn't going anywhere anytime soon. And let's not forget our old friend f5, f4. If black lands a queen on g6, f4 finally becomes a very, very serious possibility. And the threat is stronger than the execution, Well, there does come a time when the execution is stronger than the threat, and that time might be near.
I mean, Queen G6 right now is tempting because
Yeah.
the C6 pawn, while it can be captured, this is the Daniel style. You're
Daniel
influencing me
style.
here. Just F4. Just throw your pieces at the white king side. And queen taking C6, you did win a pawn, but your queen is venturing very far away from the white king, and this looks terrible.
You're really releasing your Stavanger on the king side here.
That was good.
I mean, the more pawns, the more Stavangers. But let me just show like a sample line, Robert. Let's say white continues to operate on the queen side as though a apocalypse isn't unfolding on the other side of the board. How do you actually translate this into checkmate? Is it F3?
I think so, yeah. F3, Queen G4, Queen H3, and
Well, King H1, okay, but white also, as Nepo said in one of his reasons, but white also moves.
white does move, but so we need to get a second wave of attack. So Queen H3.
You do also have Rook C7, by the way, just as a note for people. Like, that's a button that you can press. Rook G1. Well, no, but okay, like Rook F5, there is checkmate, but I made you.
I like your Rook C7 first, actually, for a very concrete reason.
Queen D6 is... Well, I can also try Queen B5, but let me start with Queen D6. Threatening mate in 1.
But yeah, Queen D6, Rook F to C8, and so I put the queen back on G4. I think that not allowing the rook to G1 might be a better starting point.
Yeah, and I think this is so instructive, Robert, how you're using both sides of the board as potential platforms of infiltration. It's amazing. Like, I can't attack anything here. I can't attack this pawn. I can't attack the knight. My bishop is just sitting there. Congrats, you improved your bishop. Now what? Let's say I play Rook 81.
Oh, I thought Rook C6 trapped the queen, and I just realized the D7 square is available.
But I think you could just attack, like, why is black in any hurry here? You can just play, like, H5, H4, slowly accumulate the firepower. You don't even need to do... Probably there is a forced win if we turn the engine on, but... Naroditsky talking about 230 legend, what else is new? Very funny. There is fortunately no bishop to put on C8.
Oh my goodness.
Trust me, I milk that to the max when I do Russian commentary, which I will be doing for the next 2 days. That'll be explaining my absence in the first part of the broadcast tomorrow.
Indeed.
Jumping ahead, I'll be doing the Dubov Niemann coverage. I did try to get it moved, but unfortunately it was scheduled for exactly the same start time as Norway Chess Round 2 and 3.
But of course, all chess has to be played at the same exact hour as every other tournament. But that should be fun. I mean, that rematch, I don't follow these things very closely, but it came as a surprise to me. I thought that Dubov won the first one, and I mean, maybe they just won a good competition. It was a close match. It came as a
surprise to Hans Niemann, as does everything that man does.
Yeah, I really haven't followed, but I do think that, with a close match in the first one, maybe they're just learning from Jospin versus Kramnik and just gonna have a quick second.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed commentating with Shamanov. It's not the same as commentating with Grandmaster Hess, but it will be the first time that I commentate in 2 different languages on the same day. So I'll put that in my bucket list checkmark book.
Is that true? Because sometimes you commentate in multiple languages in the same show. You're hitting us with accents and impressions and funny anecdotes. So,
but an accent, I guess, for hours from a language. Like, actually, in the last commentary I did, I was doing impressions, and people like the Russian-speaking chess community hadn't heard me actually doing impressions, and I was doing them in English, but I had people in stitches because people are used to to me suddenly pretending to be Wesley. But if you're hearing it for the first time, like, that sounds pretty funny. I was like, Robert.
I'm not looking at you, and it makes it it does make it way funnier because I can't see you, and you're saying that, and I was just confused how Wesley suddenly got here.
But you know that I pretended to deliver an entire chess lecture, Wesley, and even Jacob Agar told me that it was a great honor that I was doing it, and then I turned on my camera, and it turns out it's not Wesley. You know that story. I've told it so many times on stream. But hey, I deserve my moment in the sun because pretending to be someone else for 30 minutes and having an entire classroom full of virtual people believe you, including some GMs, is not easy.
That's incredible. Also, you fooled them based on chess strength as well, so it's a huge compliment to you.
But of course, I managed to thrash Naroditsky while I didn't miss the opportunity to tell Daniel, to tell the class that Daniel had more important things to do than to teach you. You know, it's funny. You're supposed to laugh, not cry.
Where did the laugh come from? That is definitely new, isn't it?
That's new. That's hey, I'm always enriching. That's why I shower for that's what shower time is for. Well, I assume.
Wait, do you watch like interviews with him where he's laughing, or how do you work on that?
Yeah. Like I mean, to start an impression, like if you wanted to learn Kasparov, you need a phrase that's your hook. It's like a pawn on G3. That's a hook. It's like Korpov. So you learn how to say one word Korpov, and then you slowly and you slowly turn one word into this whole character, and then slowly but surely step by step you manage to enrich it Korpov.
Do you know? Do you know Xiao Ma?
Shao Ma?
Yeah, he's a YouTuber who
Shawarma? I don't know.
no. He's Xiao Ma. He's this like
Shao Ma. Okay, no, I don't know.
yeah. He's like this. He's a white guy, but he speaks fluent Chinese.
Oh,
And so
I've seen those clips of him. Yep.
yeah. So he speaks tons of different dialects and stuff. Well, he learns at least parts of the language. But it started where he would go to Chinatown and order in fluent Chinese, and everyone's like staring at him in complete shock. But I feel like you're doing impressions and he's speaking languages, but it is equally shocking and hysterical on your part. And the laugh is just incredible.
I appreciate it. I'm bad at receiving compliments because I don't deserve them. So let me turn it back on you, Robert. It takes a captive audience and a particular kind of human to make me feel this way. So, yeah.
But you just listen to clips of him laughing like that. That's the funniest part.
I do. I mean, it's not hard to find because Wesley's such a great guy. Like almost every interview, eventually, he breaks out and laughing. So, but let's switch games. I think Vaishali is gonna be enjoying herself for a while. I'm disappointed that this is the same position, and she's played Queen G6. Just as I'm about to express my disappointment at her not having played this move, she plays it.
Oh my gosh.
I'll pull it out when you least expect it,
That you got to think before you speak, Danya.
Oh. That one I don't know if I can do. That's harder than any impression. I know how to yap. I don't know how to think.
Oh my gosh. Wait, so yeah, how have you spoken to Wesley? Like, how does he know about all this?
The only person that I've done an impression of that person in front of them is Yasser. Yasser went into my stream and specifically requested that I do an impression with him on stream. And of course, after much negotiating and denying, it's like when you argue over who pays the bill, I finally did it. And Yasser liked it and I tried. And with a Yasser impression, I'm not trying to sound like him voice-wise. I'm trying to like mimic his speech patterns, right? That there's like two types of impressions. There's like voice pattern imitation, like the Wesley one, and then there's like speech pattern imitation, like Yasser impression. Wesley, I have never done an impression in front of. In fact, they asked me to do one when FIDE was interviewing me during the World Blitz, and they asked me to do a Wesley, but he was actually around the corner. So I did one, but kind of quietly. I know Wesley's aware of it. Like Wesley, unless he like doesn't own a cell phone or doesn't have internet access. Oh, wait a second. I think he's aware that I have a good Wesley, but I think he also knows that there's really no category of human that I respect more than super GMs. And among the super GMs, Wesley is someone that I've known for so many years. I've played him so many times over the board, and I've got nothing but love and respect for the man, as anyone acquainted with the chess world should. So I hope he knows that as well.
I'm sure he does. The laugh caught me. Like I said, I didn't have your
That is new.
visual open,
Hmm.
so I just heard the laugh, and I was like, just completely caught off guard. And I truly believe that Wesley So was here commentating alongside of me. So okay, let's let's try our best to get back to the X's and O's here. It seems like
Fantastic
Humpy's playing.
awareness by Humpy, by the way.
Yeah, this is a very good defensive move. It's a sad move to play, but you got to do what you got to do, and you're just trying to stop f4 and a knight landing on f4 at all costs because that would lead to a decisive attack against the white king. So I like that move. I still love Black's position here, Danya. I think that Vaishal is kind of spoiled for choice and how she wants to continue. I don't think queen takes c6 is much of a threat. So white could even play a move like h5 right now and start throwing the h pawn down the board. But you're going to have to come up with some progress sooner rather than later.
Well, as you know, I'm all about returning bishops to their squares of origin. And I'm sad on Vaishali's behalf. Sometimes you feel this little twang of annoyance when your opponent shows this sense of danger. And sense of danger is a strength or a weakness if you lack a sense of danger. That's not talked about enough. It is an entire category of chess moves where you indicate that you are aware that if you don't prevent a certain idea, like, the tsunami is going to converge on your position. And this was a perfect moment to illustrate that. Like, if f4 happened, the game would be over. Now f4 obviously loses its meaning and its strength because after e takes f4, what are you going to recapture with? I mean, rook takes f4 looks way too premature. I mean, knight takes f4, g3, and there's no follow-up. So as you said, Robert, I'm expecting something a little bit more slow, methodical from Vaishali, maybe employing the queen side in her attempt to keep the pressure up. But it's a big advantage, no doubt, and a long, long, arduous defensive task that awaits the former women's world champion. Is she?
Okay.
I think she is.
See, it gets confusing because they had the knockout tournament decide like who was the world champion, and now they're back to just match play, right? So I'm gonna be honest, I'm not 100% sure, and maybe the chat can just answer the question. So I don't want to give a wrong answer
Rapid.
because
She became the youngest female. She won the Women's World Chess Rapid Championship twice, but she was a runner-up to the Women's World Chess Championship. So somewhere in the middle.
yeah, and also sometimes like players have won the World Cup when it was the World Championship, and then becomes the World Cup again, and it's just it gets very confusing. But either way, phenomenal player, has been for such a long time, and won the World Rapid twice, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. She's been, as you said, around for a very long time. I'm looking very quickly to see if there's any huge developments. Let's just quickly mention that the Lei Ting-Jie game and Ju and Junifer, there will be no game very soon because there will be no pieces left very shortly. Is there anything to talk about here, or is this rumbling decisively, toward a very much non-decisive result?
Yeah, that looks very peaceful. I don't think we need to
Okay, goodbye.
stay here. It looks the pieces are getting traded off. C6 is weak, but so is C3, and neither king is getting checkmated, but there might be a series of checks.
Just one question. Check, queen takes, sorry, Robert, to interrupt you. Queen takes C3. Is this one way the game could continue? And then we could get some sort of a perpetual check like this? Is this a hypothetical ending to this game?
Ooh, not a bad one. I think white could have also taken on c6 right away because when d4 was captured, there was queen e8 takes f7. But I like what you're saying more because actually that's risky to take on f7 like this because queen e4 check and the d pawn is the strongest pawn that remains. So even material, but I wouldn't say even chances. Black is the side for choice.
I've lost a lot of Title Tuesday games to Hikaru exactly like this, where you think, or Magnus, where you think anything draws, and suddenly you get that, you give them like one tiny asset that they, before you know this pawn is like, halfway up the board. I mean, it's already halfway up the board. So important for white to be precise, but many ways this game could end. Only one result seems feasible at the moment. Let's move on. Where to next?
I think we should pull up the Musicek game against Sarah Kadem. Yeah, things are not looking good. I mean, just in changing the game, I could see the bar go high for white, and I think it's because of an idea, a tactical motif that's not particularly well known. I would say the move Queen f5 here, Danya. I think that's the dagger because if you give white a free turn after queen f5, bishop c2, and queen takes h7 is checkmate, and usually you stop that checkmating attack with pawn to g6, but you can't do that when your bishop on f6 is hanging. So I actually believe that there's a very direct plan for white to win this game.
And if my calculation is accurate here, there's a secondary tactical motif that actually is more common called decoy. Black can actually try to force the bishop onto d3 by giving this pawn up, but I don't think that helps, Robert. I think unless you want to give up an entire exchange, which is tantamount to resignation, I can't seem to draw this arrow in my advanced age, you can play g6. And after queen takes f6, unfortunately, it's a Pyrrhic victory. Yeah, you take the bishop. But the other bishop now has its moment in the sun. We talked about the move g3, which was never played, but a hypothetical in the Wei-Yi game. This is exactly a situation where you don't want to play g6 without having a bishop to fianchetto, because there is a bishop to sacrifice. And it's not checkmate, but it's almost as good as checkmate. Black has to give up an entire queen. Can I go rook d6 here and prolong the game? Don't go rook e8. Oh, queen g7. Look at this mate.
Oh, that's so nice.
Isn't that actually also is not that common, this type of decoy. This, however, is common. Checkmate to end the game.
Yeah, queen takes d6 obviously was winning as well, but I like your tactic there so much better because it's forcing. And I used to find tactics like that.
Sexy. Queen takes d6. Are you kidding me?
Well, yours is way better, but tactics like this are so funny because sometimes when you're, growing as a chess player, you get a tactic and like 7 different moves are winning. And I always found that to be a funny thing. It's like, no, you didn't find the checkmate in 2. You found the checkmate in 6, so you're wrong. I'm like, I still won the game either way.
Yeah, tell that to Puzzle Brush. So where does that leave us, Robert? In a great illustration of this idea, Bishop c2. I mean, I would say veterans of Puzzle Rush probably have come across this theme where it's not exactly overloading. It's its own thing, right? Where you have to stop mate and release the defense of a particular minor piece, generally sitting on f6. Wait, does black have a move after queen if Anna finds queen f5? Bishop c8? Could I play this?
But bishop c8...
you can take, I think, right?
Right, the back rank checkmate's a problem.
Man, you can write an entire tactics book on the basis of the defects in black's position.
There are many, many problems here, and I feel like this is now just in the territory where white should be objectively winning, I would say.
Now, let me ask an important question. If white misses queen f5, what is the difference between the first and second move? Well, I can answer that by turning on the engine. You can start with bishop c2, but that wouldn't make much sense. I think if Anna sees this diagonal, she'll go queen f5. But there is a pretty big difference. You have to find queen f5 to be decisively better here.
Because bishop c2, there's g6 first.
Yes, very good. And queen f4 is the third move, which makes... Oops, sorry. Again, I played it other wrong. She didn't play it. The idea is... Let me just... Sorry. Let me remove the eval bar. Or actually, we do have the eval bar on the live board.
Is it to go queen c7?
It's to go cd first. If you take with the bishop, there's bishop to b4 all of a sudden, comes out of nowhere.
Oof.
Like, hello. And black's queen is trapped, or you have to give up f7. And if you play rook takes d4, it's a very strange, oh! And this, of course, is the ultimate idea, queen f7. Like I said, you can write a tactics book just from the various available options the white has. What an idea. Imagine if she misses queen f5 but sees this.
That is sick. I actually have one game that I can think of with that checkmate, like the queen takes f7, rook e8. It was a long time ago, but it's a rare tactic, at least to see out in the wild.
And we also have a double attack also implicated. If black plays the best move, relatively speaking, bishop d5, the idea is bishop c3, allowing black to get 2 bishops for a rook, but not for very long, queen to d7 at the end, hitting the bishop and threatening rook e8, but the best move here is bishop to c5. And apparently, when all is said and done and black gives up the queen, you get an even less common material imbalance that actually might be objectively drawn because white has no way to win the a-pawn. unbelievable stuff here that will remain, of course, behind the scenes because Anna has just missed everything and instead played queen back to g3.
Okay, so same idea.
Wow.
But incorrect move. And I actually feel like the blunder symbol there, the two question marks, that feels harsh because I would say White's winning chances are still reasonably high. Like, what about this move is... Oh, because the f7 pawn isn't under attack. So cd4, cd4, bishop d4, and if White plays bishop b4, then bishop c5 is available.
So literally, the easiest way to see this is if I flip between the two positions, right? Bishop b4 here, as opposed to... Wait, where's my queen f? As opposed to this position, so we either get this, imagine queen on f4, queen on g3. What's the difference? As you said, bishop c5, Robert. With the queen on f4, you take on c5 and you win f7 with mate. With the queen on g3, in the same position, you actually can maybe win a pawn, but that's the most you're going to win tactically. It's actually a miracle that this move works, but I think it does.
But opposite color bishops often have draw tendencies. I would say that that kind of position does give chances to White, for sure. You have the safer king. You can play f3 at the right moment, a move that Ben Feingold hates, but it does a really good job of blunting a bishop on a long diagonal. So White can do that, but Black cannot. And that bishop on c5 ending up in the a1, h8 diagonal could be painful. Rook e7 will be a future idea as well. Still good winning chances for White.
And the sunk cost is brutal. Anna took so much time here. She's got 30 minutes now. No increment until move 41. And she still missed the move. Sara Kadam, I mean, this is paradise compared to what could have been. So I think Sara is very much back in the game. She's probably now back sitting upright in her seat, realizing that Anna might have lost the flow of the game, as well as the lion's share for winning chances. We're being asked to go to the Gukesh game. Apparently there have been some serious developments there. Can we do that?
Absolutely. I was actually just about to recommend we go there. And wait, what?
Wei also has Wei is a draw. Like they have an unexpected way of reaching the draw, but it's still a draw. What is going on here?
God,
How did this happen? Wait, what? I feel like Magnus made 5 moves and Gukesh made 1.
Yeah, it looks like Gukesh put his knight on d7, and Magnus got knight h5 and then queen up from e2 to f4. So what actually did just occur in this game?
Okay, so let's rewind. First of all, I mentioned that queen a6 was a move that could have been played several moves in a row. Gukesh didn't play it, but that's okay. That doesn't mean his position gets bad. We saw knight e5 being played, and I mentioned actually that if Black gets too cavalier, White might start putting pressure on his king, but I didn't think Gukesh would actually go ahead and play knight d7. Okay, it still doesn't look good. Now he finally does play queen a6, but it's like me doing my taxes. By the time I get around to it, it's like April 15th is way past. It's already June, and he didn't ask for an extension because Magnus no thank you. You missed your chance. Now he goes bishop d6, but knight h5. He trades voluntarily, allowing Magnus to put his queen on a perfect square. What is the world champion doing here? And why is he suddenly the one defending?
I have to say, I don't really like Black's position at the moment because rook h3 to g3, it's not just a fun rook left. It's kind of obvious and really difficult to deal with because if you gave White one free turn here, I don't think I'm exaggerating, Danya, that if you played a move like rook a to c8, it might already be winning for White after rook h3.
Yeah, don't let Hikaru in your White's position. Just kidding. So let's say I go knight f8, which is actually the move I was going to propose on the previous move, but just to illustrate the ideas, what if I play it now, having essentially made a pass move? Do you play knight g7 or knight f6?
Can I just go...
Is there something simpler?
Yeah, queen e5.
Okay, so you ooh,
and then I can take on f6, right?
And just queen takes f6.
That's what I was going for, but I don't see an immediate checkmate here.
What do I do? Do I go rook d7 here? Yes, I do.
But then queen h6, you have rook g7, and you barely survive there.
How about them apples?
Actually, can I play dc5 at the right moment and just get the rook to d4? And I don't know if White has enough firepower there, but Oh. Okay, I got too aggressive. Instead of
Queen
knight takes
G3.
f6.
Also F6, Queen
Yeah,
G3.
exactly.
This is something I tell my students all the time, and they get so frustrated because, like, well, you're Daniel Naroditsky. Like, you're supposed to, like, why are you telling me not to sacrifice, right? And I say this in the speedrun too, because, my speedruns are also to my students. My students are all of the lovely fans devoting their time to our commentary and finding nothing better to watch than my videos for some reason. You sacrifice out of necessity, not out of luxury or desire. Like, you sacrifice if you have to. If there is a way to achieve your goals without giving up the knight, then obviously you do that instead. So your first instinct should always be the simpler option, right? Like, keep all of your pieces in the attack, and only if that move doesn't work, you start looking at, what if I destroy my opponent's pawn cover? So Robert, such an instructive find by you. And not only do you win the f6 pawn tactically, you also win the rook that defends the g7 pawn. And if black plays rook c7, you also win that rook by capturing it in one move.
Well, you know what that means, Danya?
What
That
does that
knight
mean?
f8 in the live game is also losing.
Because of the same tactic?
Yes,
That's
queen
so
e5.
easy to miss. Look at that maneuver. And that's why Capablanca, raised the alarm about the prospect of a queen and a knight and what they can do, even if they're stuck on an island together.
Wow,
Hess and
I
Naroditsky
mean,
here, and Jesus.
wow, that's actually an incredible line because knight f8, there is no mate. That's how the saying goes. But that mantra will just lead to Black's demise in this particular game. LeBron Aronian. Wow, I mean, what an idea. And that makes Black's position even more difficult than I thought. Because in the live board, rook h3 to g3 is pretty much automatic. And going king h8, rook g8, that looks, first of all, it's impossible because the f7 pawn falls. But even if the f7 pawn wasn't captured, it looks very passive and terrible. So why is this okay
I
for
have a
Black?
forbidden question. Can I
No,
go
don't
g6
even
here?
ask.
I'm going to
No,
ask it anyway because I can do whatever I want.
can't. No. Queen h6 for sure.
GH,
Rook h3.
knight f8.
Okay, so I get 3 pawns
Am
for
I
my
suffering
sacrifice.
from bullet brain? I mean, yes, but
Can I just... So Queen h5, you have Knight h7, which seems annoying.
yes. Of course, I saw that when I suggested this. Yeah. Or maybe even
So let's
e5,
start-
e5 at some point should be factored in, by the way.
Right, but let's start with Rook g3 to force your knight to a not great square. And then Queen h5. So my threat, of course, but is Queen takes h5, move the queen, pawn to h5, and win that knight.
Also, you haven't even sacrificed anything technically because you have 3 pawns for the knight. A lot of people forget that this is a thing. Like, you can give up a minor piece for 3 pawns and keep attacking, and it's not like you're under obligation to deliver mate in the next 3 moves. Like, you're not down any material here. Wait,
No,
how is
and
this
it
0-0-0? Like, can you explain? This is such a misleading and actually evil assessment. Wait, e5. Can I play e5 right away? Sorry to keep suggesting bad defensive ideas that don't work.
Wait, it's not a bad suggestion, no, but d takes e5.
Queen
What's your
e6?
follow-up? Oh.
And
But
I want to
still
win
rook
back the
h-
pawn.
But Rook h3 feels really annoying because
Does it?
even if you trade queens in some positions, Danya, the d5 pawn may become a target. Maybe Rook h3 isn't.
Robert, don't you know me? Trade queens. Never.
Yeah, it's not happening.
Knight e5?
Yeah, I guess I don't have time to.
Well, actually, this, and maybe knight takes g7 and h5 can be considered.
Oh! Instead of Rook h3,
Uh-huh.
that's a crazy variation. Can I just go Queen g3?
Well, you're at... Oh, no, you didn't. No, you didn't just do this to me. How are we
I
even
did
having
indeed.
this conversation? Like, Gukesh was supposed to be the one having the fun and inviting guests to the party. This is Armageddon. And this is actual Armageddon. I'm not talking about what they would have been playing if Gukesh played Queen a6 when he had a chance to do that. Jesus.
So e5, de5, queen 6, queen. This looks bad for black because knight f4 is coming anyway.
Okay, so that's... Let's see, what is the count? The 3 moves proposed by Naroditsky that like lose immediately. Can we actually have a good move proposed by Robert Hess for a change? Or
I really don't like the position. So
should we add a third commentator briefly?
wait. Okay, so the threat is some kind of rook h3 to g3, right?
Yes, and queen g3 in some case, or queen e5 in some cases.
And you wanted to go e5, but we're struggling to make that work because the position's closed. Do we have sufficient time to play c takes d4?
So you want to open the position up and only after ED. Isn't it fascinating, Robert, how you were illustrating the positional defects of doing this, and now tactically, in basketball they say good offense beats good defense. Well, in chess, like, tactical considerations always take precedence. And here, you do this, but only to open up the position as much as possible to make it harder for white to attack on the king side.
So, wow, what a position we have here. I think that it's one where Gukesh could easily go wrong and be almost lost in a few turns, like if he lost queen e5, queen g3, but he also could find himself in adventurous territory that he tends to like. And this position does look quite exciting. The white king remains in the center.
But he's got 34 minutes to Magnus's 41. Neither is a lot, but they're not even at move 20 yet. And this might be the most difficult decision that Gukesh has made thus far. We've, heaped praise on him for this queen a5 choice, but unintentionally, he's gotten like the worst of all the worlds. Like, he's gotten no queen trade, no action on the queen side, and suddenly Magnus is the one with the attack. And this knight on h5, that is the same knight that captured on e2. So it actually does get its moment in the sun at the end of the day. Like, it ends up attacking on h5. Unreal.
And what's kind of funny is that, like, cd4, instead of taking with the e pawn, if you take with the c pawn, I think black is just in time to play rook c8, rook c2, because the checkmate on e2 will come first before rook h3, rook g3.
Well, inspired by the fact that Magnus had the same type of dilemma earlier in the game, can I even take with the rook? Like, is that even an option I'm considering, to go queen g3 and rook g4?
Oh,
I'm not even kidding, actually.
Wait,
although
that's...
queen g6 here maybe, and you're at the risk of losing one of these two pieces.
Wow, and rook takes d5. This kind of idea doesn't work because the pawn on e5 cuts off the defense in the fifth rank. That's an amazing tactical find.
I was going to propose rook g4 and rook takes g7, but black can go either direction here. I was going to propose this line, and then I realized, wait, the rook on h1 is undefended because white literally has no pieces left. He's blundered all of them.
That would be a really sweet tactic if that rook were defended, but unfortunately, and even then it might still not be good enough because white's giving away all the material.
In other words, take is what black is doing to white's pieces.
Yes. Take, Pac-Man style. Wait, so Danya, so rook takes d4 doesn't seem to work. But what about queen takes d4? The last capture we haven't talked about.
Oh, we have king takes... No, just kidding. Queen takes d4. So if I play the same e5 move, are you intending to take on d5?
Absolutely.
And that is not a pawn I want to lose, and that is not a discovery that I can give because white is going to discover that he can take on d8 twice. Mm-hmm. So how else do I defend against mate? I think my only other move is f6. And our old friend comes into play, right?
Yeah.
Wait a second. There's no other moves.
So you might have to play e5 and then just sacrifice a pawn and hope that it works out. But that's the thing, right? Maybe this position, we see on the live board that it's quote-unquote equal, right? It's like the engine says it's level. This position is not level. It is much easier to play for white. Black could collapse in 3 moves, and the game might just be over. So what the engine may find is some kind of pawn sacrifice that leads to an initiative, that leads to black holding on, maybe even a pawn down endgame. But in practical play, come on. White is about to checkmate the black king, and Gukesh needs to find a way to protect himself.
The devil says it's level, and just to tie a knot here, indeed, according to the omniscient beast, c takes d4 is the only path to keep equality. But look at this line. Just what we had on the board is equal because of the obvious rook a to c8, putting the rook on a semi-closed file for no reason.
What?
What is even the idea? The point, I guess, is that white has no way to continue the attack. Like, white has no obvious move here. But this is such a hard thing to recognize.
And you can play knight c5. So even though white will get two rooks for the queen, the fact that the
Aha.
white king remains in the center and the knight c5, knight d3 check, that feels quite annoying to deal with. So I understand it now that you've presented it to me, but that seems like a very difficult ask for the world champion.
This is the second best option, but this is already a slight advantage for white due to, among other things, the move g2, g4, which is totally reasonable here, keeping the knight safely protected. And the computer is giving some ridiculous d4 apparently is a move here. What?
What? No, come on.
Here we go with this. Oh, 95! Oh my god, that is sick. What an idea.
The point is that the rook on h1 is loose at the end?
Yeah, if you take with the queen, you get pinned. And here, you get skewered. No, you don't even get skewered. You get, because queen b1 check, there is queen c. Queen b1 check is equal after king e2. The reason black is winning is rook d8 check. And if you go to c1, you get forked.
Oh my goodness.
And black takes with check. And if you go the other way, if you go king e2, you get mated. And if you go to e1, now you do get skewered, and then you get mated. You don't even win the rook on h1. That's not even the point of this. That's literally next level, which means the position should be anything but.
So the final position that we've just seen in a checkmate on the analysis board, and then the live board could not be any more different. There are 0 open files in the live position. Not a single pawn has been traded, and then we're showing a variation where, okay, the white king is, just out in the open. All the black's remaining forces are going after it. That's just ridiculous. And if Gukesh is able to find this kind of idea, just incredible tactical awareness by him.
But the fact that he's been thinking this entire, I feel like we've been talking about this for an hour. And I mean, that might not be much of an exaggeration. He's under 30 minutes. The fact that he's thinking as long as he is tells us very clearly he understands that the situation has taken a very sudden turn. And he's lost control of the game. I think this is a phrase that resonates with me because it doesn't necessarily mean that he's made one particular big mistake. Objectively, the position apparently is still equal, right? Maybe he's made no mistakes objectively, but he's lost the flow of the game. The game is no longer heading in the direction that he's so expertly steered it in from the start of his entire campaign here with Queen A5. Suddenly, it's taken a turn, literally, geographically, toward the other side of the board, where he has exactly 0 defenders for the time being. Fabi's also in time pressure, and we'll get there soon. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just quickly going to try to put myself in Gukesh's shoes, and not even just because of the opponent, right? We just learned from Hikaru, you shouldn't play the opponent, play the position in front of you. But I'm trying to get into that mindset and truly think what I would do. And he played e5. I was thinking that c4, queen d4 looked out of the question because that knight c5 idea, rook c8, knight c5 looked very difficult. This looks like you have at least a chance, or with queen e6 and queen g6 and all of these ideas. But Magnus for sure is better here, and he's looking to pounce in this classical game.
I think this is good awareness by Gukesh. It could have been a lot worse. I mean, knight f8 was not a blunder that's out of the question. So Gukesh really showing that he's not ready to, to release the steering wheel and let Magnus just do whatever he wants with him. He wants to reassert control, but that's going to come at the cost of a very important pawn and maybe even a second one. What a position we have here. We're going to have to keep a very close eye on this. But we've got some other games that are experiencing dramatic shifts and vicissitudes. One of my favorite words.
Ooh, that's such an SAT word. I remember that one coming up and studying. I was like, nobody uses this in a sentence, and of course you just did.
Yeah, other than a wannabe ostentatious commentator.
You're just eloquent, and I appreciate you.
I mean, I once had a pretty high elo, and now I'm just Quent. But okay, that's where we end. Should we take a quick look at the Caruana game? We already have a draw in Wei versus Aragaisi. That was the least interesting of all the games. Looks like Anna Muzichuk might be having another shot at a big advantage.
Yeah, she's doing work. But why don't we just go back to Fabi versus Hikaru just to get an update, and we will keep an eye on all of the action. We promise you. But in this Fabi against Hikaru game, it's been just going back and forth a little bit. That knight was on c5, now it's back on c3. But as I look at this position, yeah, Black has done a really good job of covering all of his bases. I mean, Hikaru has the b5 square ultra well defended. He's doubled his rooks in the c file successfully. And the only way to win positions like this is to attack something, maybe that pawn a5. But that seems really difficult to get to as Black's pieces are perfectly placed. So, Daniel, I could see this game heading towards a draw. I don't really know how Fabi plans to break through.
Well, people are saying in my chat that the engine suggested h5. That would be my instinct. Fabi has just played g3. Maybe influenced by the time situation. He's got 16 minutes. Again, folks, the time control 2 hours with no increment until move 41. At that point, a 10-second increment kicks in to avoid all-out time scrambles. But I'm surprised he didn't at least throw this in. It's not like a very high-risk decision. And my bullet brain was suggesting something like queen to g4 with the idea of knight takes d5. Maybe this was the path to fighting for an advantage, but this will remain behind the scenes. Fabi just not enough time to evaluate the consequences of committal moves like f4. It's too early in the tournament for that, I think, according to his decision-making. And he's probably right to err on the side of caution here.
Yeah, his slight pull isn't really going anywhere, and Black can play h5, and Black has had the opportunity to play h5 and has not chosen to do so. So it's not like Fabi, had one opportunity, h5 now or never. I don't think White is scared of Black pushing that pawn up the board. And I think if I were Hikaru, I'd put my queen on b6 probably, just to make sure that b5 is ultra well defended, a5 is defended as well, and then ask Fabi how he expects to win this game.
How big of a factor do you think the clock is going to play here? Because Hikaru up 30 minutes, but more importantly, 16 minutes for something like 11 moves. I don't math very good. I don't words very good either, but is that going to be a deciding factor? And is Fabi's very poor record against Hikaru going to be a factor as well? Because we might remember some of these games Hikaru won in the opening, but sometimes Fabi has lost control of perfectly good positions. That's happened before.
His position is perfectly fine, right? There's nothing that strong about it. I mean, the bishop on d3 does stare at both sides of the board. That's why h4 to h5 has come as a recommendation. But Black is incredibly solid here, and Hikaru has done everything you could ask for. I'm impressed by the way he's been playing, just in general, but especially against Fabiano, and this game is no exception. Very sturdy. I don't even want to call it defense, but I will. But just sturdy play from Hikaru.
I would be pretty surprised if this game had a decisive ending. I don't think Hikaru is going to be taking any undue risk. He's going to let the game come to him. But obviously, he's going to keep his eyes peeled in case Fabi starts panicking and creates his own problems. I still think that if Fabi just drops his knight back to d1, 16 minutes should be plenty to maintain the balance in this game. I'm expecting an Armageddon, which would make us 2 now. And the Armageddon between Wei and Argaisi should be starting within 20 minutes of the classical game concluding. So I'm keeping my eyes open for that one as well.
I'll also keep my eyes peeled for that game, but my attention keeps going back to the Vaishali game against Humpy. I mean, we're also, we tuned in the Magnus game, not a single move has been played since, but I think Vaishali, she has been able to establish herself quite impressively in this game. She's got control of all of the light squares, thanks to the fact that White has a dark square bishop and Black has this knight just centralized on an outpost on d5. But I do want to give Humpy that credit. Bishop c1, Danya, was an excellent find, a necessary find from Humpy when she rerouted the bishop towards the center, covering the f4 push. But Black is having all the fun here. Black can play king h7, move the queen, maybe play g5, think about f4 at the right moment, and White is kind of shuffling back and forth.
And Black is searching. Some of us are searching for Bobby Fischer. Vaishali is searching for a way to make progress. Rook a8 followed by rook c8, not the greatest indicator, but on the other hand, that is how you play such positions. You just slowly shuffle your pieces. Sometimes you lull your opponent into a false sense of security, into a sense that, okay, I'm kind of pulling back and not really making any serious attempts. But the move h6 is a clear indication that Vaishali is trying to improve her position. if Humpy plays an uncautious move like queen to b5, you can actually still accidentally allow f4 because we always have to look at the x-rays. This is going to end in disaster very quickly. Thank you, Sabina, for the raid. And black is going to raid the pantry here, so to speak, should white's queen step away from c4. Plenty of landmines to avoid here for Humpy.
Yeah, I'm hungry. You're talking about the pantry. I'm thinking about the...
Go on.
I got no words.
But do you have any moves?
I'm gonna have to reorient my train of thought. And Humpy played h3, so yes, she indeed does have a move. But Donna, ultimately, what is the breakthrough for black? I can play king h7. I can move my queen. I can think about g5. But how is white going to deal with that? And how is black ultimately, if you gave her like 3 free moves that don't end in checkmate, like nothing too obvious, what would Vaishali do?
Yeah, I hate when people are like, oh, b5, b3, like, queen 6, queen 6, like the point is to further your understanding of the position. Unfortunately, b5, by the way, doesn't work because of ab. So the attempt to deflect the queen does not quite succeed. Yeah, I don't see a way to make that work. Because after knight to b6, this almost traps the queen. Like, this is how close black comes just all of a sudden, right, to winning the game. But white drops the queen back to e2. And f4 doesn't work for a variety of reasons. The simplest is just ef, and the queen and the rook link up after bishop takes e3. So the direct attempts, I think, don't work. How do you actually make progress here? I would start with a move like king h7. Just get the king as far away from, as far away from the potential battlefield as possible, so that in the event that you do ultimately try to play a move like b5, you don't run into some like queen takes e6 check. Does that make sense? That's at least how I would start. I have no idea where that would lead me after a move like king h2.
It makes perfect sense that the king on h7 feels safer, but you probably aren't playing f4. If you're starting with king h7, you're not playing f4 for a while, but that's okay. Like, you don't have to rush that move. You're going to try to play it at the right moment, and as they, we keep saying, all the cool kids say it, the threat is stronger than the execution. I think that's true, especially in a position like this, because when you play f5 to f4, the e4 pawn forever will be a weakness that white can go after. If it doesn't end in checkmate, f4 is a pretty bad move.
I would consider doubling rooks on the f-file. At that point, f4 might become decent. But indeed, Vaishali, she's read her Soviet classics. She knows that in a position where your opponent is devoid of any counterplay, you want to start by making all of the possible improvements to your position first. And she also might be waiting for like a time closer to move 40 when Humpy has spent some of her valuable 29 minutes making sure that she doesn't allow any freak accidental, f4 pushes. I think Vaishali would trust herself as the better blitz player, as the younger player. So it's also about the timing, literally. Like, you want to time the move in the transformation so that your opponent has less time to react to it if you're the better speed player.
Whoa. Donna, I'm going to bring our attention back to the Magnus game.
Yes.
Because after e5, he didn't actually take the pawn on e5, and I understand what he's going for. At first I thought, you have to take on e5. Why is he thinking? But he is the best player in the world, highest rated player in the world for well over a decade now. And if you go back a move, right after e5 by black, d takes e5, queen g6 was what we were recommending. The knight on h5 is a little bit loose. And then when white plays g4 here, there's all sorts of moves that black has probably to go after the e5 pawn. So if you compare the position on the big board to what's happening in the live game, where now the queens have just come off because black blocked the checkmate with the queen, this is very safe from Magnus' perspective. The d5 pawn still is one that will need to be tended to. So Magnus is saying, I actually have a static advantage, that instead of going for checkmate, now you have these doubled pawns. And Danya, we sort of half joke, but we mean it, that pawn structure is often overrated. Here it's less about the structure and more about which pawns can be targeted. The d5 pawn in particular stands out to me because oftentimes in these positions, white does want to play king e2, rook d2, rook h1 to d1, and don't count out, don't dismiss the idea of h4 to h5. undoubling black's pawns for sure, but carving out key squares in the position that if white does play h5 and a rook captures back on h5, the fifth rank is very valuable. The f5 square is one that white will take advantage of, and it's the activity in the ensuing endgame that leads me to believe that white does have a legitimate, tangible advantage if black doesn't play with pinpoint accuracy.
I mean, Magnus grabbed that queen faster than like a college student grabs the last donut, the last free donut. That queen was just gone immediately. So Magnus found a way to get a Magnus position. And it's sort of the cruel irony of chess that you do get an endgame ultimately if you're Gukesh, except the queens are traded on g6 rather than a6. And this endgame could not be more different from the one we would have gotten likely if Gukesh had gone queen a6 immediately after queen a5. There's nothing going on the queen side. All of the action is concentrated in the least well-protected area for black, the center. And if you could just play c6 and e6 here, what you wouldn't give to just reset those pawns one square back so that none of this tension happens on the board. But like you said, Robert, this h5 little pawn push to carve out the f5 score, such an important additional resource. And another additional resource, the clock. 24 minutes to defend a slightly worse endgame against Magnus. Not my definition of paradise. And it isn't Gukesh's either, I can assure you.
It's slightly worse against other top players. It feels much worse when you're playing against Magnus because he has won countless games in positions with even less of an advantage than he has now. So what black would give to put that g6 pawn on e6, I mean, that would just solve all the problems, and maybe black would even be the side for choice with that pawn over on e6. So d5 is the sore point. You're going to have to continue to keep an eye on it. And as we keep talking about, h5 is a way to create a second wave, whether it's the f5 square or the fifth rank. It is Magnus who is having the fun here. And if you're Gukesh, you can consider taking on d4, but the problem is you can't do it twice, right? E takes d4. I think white will take back with the c pawn and say, we don't have the symmetrical pawn structure. That was already true with the double g pawns. But like if you play c4 as black, this is standard fare now where it's a known structure where unless black very quickly gets b5, a5, b4 and progress on that side of the board, which is not really happening, white is able to create counterplay, whether it's against the d5 pawn, playing e3 to e4 to create a passer in the center. This could be dangerous for black as well.
Well, this is how Gukesh at least starts. He plays he takes d4. But the big question is, how will he respond to presumably c takes d4? Another benefit of taking with the c pawn is that the c3 square, right, the square vacated by the pawn, you always have to consider that square because that square can be used by a minor piece, such as the only one available here, to put additional pressure on d5. It's interesting how you have these two choices between like directly attacking black's weakness, but eventually you're going to use that weakness as a hook to transform your advantage. You're going to play f3 and e4, much as you do in the middle game in Carlsbad structures. This f3, e4 idea, for very different reasons, is, as you said, standard fare. I couldn't put it better myself, but I wouldn't rule out e takes d4. If Magnus really wants to eliminate all risk, I could see him taking with the e pawn. I'd be a little bit surprised, though.
Okay, well, while Magnus decides how to capture back, let's go to the Armageddon game, which just got underway. Underway, you would say. Wei with the white pieces and the lead on the clock from the very first move of the game. 10 minutes for white, 7 for black. Arjun down to 6:35. This position, Danya, I mean, it's been seen many times. It's not the most complicated position at first glance, but it also keeps many pawns, most importantly, on the board. And black's pieces do look a little bit clumsy for the time being. The queen on d6, the bishop on e7. Why is that queen out on d6? It's not entirely clear. It invites knight e4 at the right moment to gain the tempo. But what do you think, Danya? Would you say that Arjun has picked a smart opening? Would you say Wei is happy with the position he has?
Yeah, I promise I won't make too many of these deviations because this game is moving right along. And I will just add that the one big time control difference is no increment in the Armageddon at all, I think. I'm not... Can you double check that, Robert? Like, is there increment in the Armageddon after move 40? Or is there no increment at all?
I'm checking right
Because
now.
I'll change the command based on what you research.
They get 1 second per move after move 41.
Okay, so I apologize. That was my mistake in the command. They do get the same 1 second increment. In the classical portion, it's a 10-second increment, but it won't be an all-out time scramble, sorry to say. It still might be, but that'll happen before move 40. Now, this structure actually occurs out of several openings. It's sort of like an IQP, but normally we're used to a black pawn being on the E file rather than the C file. I've seen this out of a Queen's Gambit accepted. So like if we get D4, D5, I'll be very, very quick here. D4, D5, C4, D takes C4. There is a line where black meets E3 with the immediate E5, and you actually get this exact type of structure. And while these positions may seem very comfortable for black, white actually gets like massive activity based on the fact that he develops his pieces actively and quickly. So these positions can be like misleading. If we go to the live position, you can see the similarities. Like in an ideal world, probably Wei you would like to have the queen in front of the bishop, but this battery carries a little bit of venom too, right? You induce this weakening move. I'm expecting him to play A3, unless he has something tactical in mind, like maybe bishop. Okay, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, A3 is automatic, but bishop H7 check is a move that he may throw in right now. Sometimes you push the black king to the corner and then bring your bishop back to a square like E4, but I don't think that gets you anywhere. Black has all of his forces staring at the D5 square, and Aaron Nimzovich would be proud. Black is blockading the isolated queen pawn. And you mentioned the QGA, Danya. This also can come from like exchange French positions when white takes on D5 and plays pawn to C4.
Well noted.
But no matter where the position came from, there's such a clogged center of this board. So for Wei Yi, you need to rely on your time advantage. And if you're Arjun, keep playing useful moves. Bishop F8 now. Make sure that your king feels safe and sound. Open up the E file for your rook and do so quickly. I would advise that because 1 second increment over the board chess is pretty much nothing.
Yeah, it all depends on what you're coming from. Like 5 minutes feels like such a luxury to someone who's used to playing bullet and 3-minute chess. But OTB, when you start with 7 minutes and you see that clock ticking down and you know that, much of the battle lies ahead, all of the battle lies ahead, that feels like that could just evaporate instantly. So we see some pieces evaporating off the board. Argent centralizing the bishop on D5, obviously creating a very serious positional threat of just bishop takes F3. That has to be dealt with. How are you dealing with that? Are you bringing your knight back to H2 and trying to get it around to G4? Are you playing a move like bishop F5, which is very tempting, but might be counterproductive? That might play into black's hands and allow the queen to improve itself via D6, Robert. There goes the time advantage. Speaking of evaporating, it's just evaporated as well. We're playing a 5-minute game here, folks.
It's funny because bishop D5, I was like, why is that an exclamation point? But the point was that white was threatening C4. That if white had a free turn, C4 was just like game over. C4, pawn to D5. It's a baby fork of knight and bishop, but also the bishop would have been trapped on E6. So bishop D5 was necessary. A question I'm having, Danya, is bishop takes F3 as big of a threat as it would seem at first glance? Double isolating the F pawns, the H3 pawn looks loose. I'm just wondering how scary it would be to allow bishop takes F3. I wouldn't allow it personally. I like bishop H7 check, followed by bishop F5, the idea you were mentioning. But what I like least of all is Wei's clock. He's now down on time.
Well said. Beautifully crafted observations there by you. And the most important one perhaps comes at the end. He's playing a must-win game. So he's playing two different enemies. He's serving two masters here. But I think he's doing the right thing. I think at this point, he realizes that you can't win the game on the clock alone. So at this point, the most important thing is for him to maintain winning chances. If that means you're going to go down on the clock, so be it. Right now, you've got a bigger problem even to solve in the form of all of the things black is threatening. A3 is under fire. F3 is under fire. I'm sensing panic all the way from Charlotte. That's a long way away from Stavanger. But Wei Yi gets his knight back to D2. It's the calm before the storm, because once again, C4 is a force to be reckoned with. What will Arjun undertake against the threat this time? I'm tempted by bishop G5, just as an example. I don't even know why.
Bishop G. Wow, queen takes.
Give me that. Give me that thing.
So C4 is what you want to play. Then there's knight B4 with tempo. It's a very important move. Hitting the queen on C2, giving the bishop some room back up on C6 and survive, and maybe go to A4 next. But you're playing with fire here because all of black's pieces are going to the queen side, and then white can focus his forces on the king side. So brave move by Arjun Erigaisi, but you see the eval bar saying that, oh, that was a good move. Danya, very impressive thus far from Arjun.
Yeah, nerves of steel, name the cliche. That would be accompanied by like a 45-minute think in the classical portion. But he looks at the clock. He sees it ticking down now to 3 minutes. He's up 90 seconds on the clock and up a result because a draw wins the match for him. I wouldn't rule out a sack on G2. Well, quote-unquote sack on G2 because you actually get a third pawn on D4. That looks like a practical attempt on top of the resource you pointed out, which I think is more likely. Although that might lose a piece. Like, I would be very careful here. Knight before queen B1. Arjun makes a third option, bishop E6. Can I go bishop H7 and D5?
But there still is knight B4 there. I was wondering the same thing. Like, doesn't that just lose a piece? But bishop H7, king H8, knight to B4 with the tempo against the queen. The queen slides back, I assume, to B1, and then the bishop survives in this position. But there's so many tactics here, Danya, because then C4 to C5 becomes a threat.
It's on the board.
Knight on B4 loose.
It's on the board, and 3 minutes on the clock for Wei. I mean, even 4 minutes for Arjun is laughably insufficient to even scratch the surface here. It's all about the intuition. Oh my God, my head hurts just like trying to get my bearings here. C5, queen takes D5, and that bishop on H7 is really hurting white right now. Maybe he can bring it back to E4, but that gives up a very important tempo that Arjun could use to, erect a potential impermeable barricade against these pawns that white has moving up in the center.
And yeah, you really want to get those pawns running. C5, though, the knight on B4 isn't actually loose, right?
Can you go C5, queen E5, bishop E4, though? Sorry to interrupt.
You're totally fine. Bishop E4?
Oh! It's a blunder. Why is it a blunder?
What?
I think
queen
it
E5,
might...
bishop E4. Is it just queen F6 or something?
I mean, yeah, you don't have to take on D5. Maybe queen F6 is the answer. Or queen D7 even is possible, by the way.
Queen D... So, everybody, including Wei, are so concentrated on the queen takes D5, which I do not believe works because of bishop E4 and the knight on B4 is lost. But queen to D7 in the live position, Danya, is incredible. I mean, just Arjun is a beast.
It's nothing is scarier than your opponent starting to think in a position where you thought the move was forced, right? So queen takes D5 allows the bishop to leave H7 with tempo. Arjun is like, I wasn't born yesterday. That phrase doesn't work with everybody. Arjun wasn't born that long ago, but we're not talking about births. We're talking about the death of Wei Yi's chances here in this Armageddon because the pawn on D5 is toast, and so are his winning chances in this game.
And the reason why he played in this manner is his clock was ticking low. He felt that burden, the onus of playing for a win because you're no longer playing objectively. And chess is an objective game. You're just playing, I need to get that result in the bag. And now it's actually in the other direction. Arjun Erigaisi is about to scoop up D5. There's no attack against the black king. There are no hanging pieces for black except for the knight on B4. But once you capture it, you lose that bishop on H7. That's a trade that clearly benefits black. This is just no winning chance. I wouldn't even be surprised if Wei just sort of tips his king over in a few turns.
Yeah, we're getting into territory where it's going to be physically hard to execute all of the moves. And even after move 40, you only get a 1 second increment. That's sometimes not even enough to carry out a move and build up any time. It's all but over. It'll take a miracle. With every ticking second, the likelihood that he just resigns in a couple moves increases greatly. He tries to keep things complicated, but look at the speed. Arjun had that planned out miles ago.
He's so good. Arjun Erigaisi, I mean, the way he was able to speed run to 2,800, it looked unstoppable. He's had some stumbles. I think we have to be honest about it, that in some round robin events in particular, there was, Vaikonze where he didn't win a single game and he was just kind of struggling just to survive in many. But he's been able to bounce back, an Olympiad champion, representing his country proudly. And right now he's just acquitting himself very nicely. You're saying rook takes E3, Danya.
I mean, it's possible I wouldn't do it necessarily, but he's got this game in his pocket.
Why not? Rook E3 after the queen E7. Just like, you can play like that.
I just know how Arjun likes to convert these advantages against a hypothetical Naroditsky in a Title Tuesday. And he could start with queen B5, B6, just chipping away at white's pawn chain. Oh, I mean, computer doesn't like this move at all. Maybe because of what? You've got 50 seconds to make 10 moves if you're Wei. That's actually the bigger problem now.
But I don't actually understand it.
Bishop
What's going
takes
on?
b6.
CBC. Yeah.
Queen b7.
He just wants to trade pieces.
Maybe he wants queen b7, but I'm looking at Wei's clock and I'm transfixed. He got 30 seconds now for 9 moves. No increment. No, he's not going to make it. He's not going to make it.
Because even 1 second increment isn't enough, right? Like, you can get that extra time, but it's not valuable.
I see why he didn't take. He didn't take because of queen b5. I think Arjun is really milking that draw odds to the max here. I mean, that's it. But, it's over.
Yeah, queen b5 now. I mean, you're not even losing any material, and you're stopping White's only threat of queen d3 to h7.
Yeah, we have to take these evaluations with a grain of salt because a draw is not satisfactory for White. Objectively, yes, taking on b6 was a no-brainer, but he's trying to keep quote-unquote chances alive. He's gonna make it to move 40, but not anywhere past move 40. I don't know if he'll make it to move 41.
I'm about to say all we're seeing here is Wei's bullet skills at this point. We'll see how quick he can be.
His ultra bullet skills.
Look, if they had 2 minutes each, we'd be saying that White has some legitimate chances because if White can get d6 in, there might be some pressure towards the black king side, and especially with that passed pawn. But considering it's a blitz versus bullet scenario and black has draw odds, no way.
Yeah, we usually talk about 13 minutes for 13 moves as time pressure. We're about to be talking about 13 seconds for 13 moves. He's got 13 seconds for 3 more moves. So when you get into the territory of figuring out if you can physically execute a random move, that's a pretty bad sign. Which is exactly what he's trying to do. What they're both trying to do by the looks of it.
It's quite smart because captures may make your opponent's response easy. A move like King G, you don't even know what to do afterwards.
2 more seconds, queen a2. I mean, there's no threat. He's not even threatening to threaten anything. Bishop d4, and I think with 1 second, he actually is getting the moves off somehow, but the position's getting actually worse rather than better, unsurprisingly. Rook d8, I think he'll resign.
Yeah, rook d8 just gobbles up the d5 pawn. Queen b2?
Queen c3. I mean, yeah, he's just repeating moves because that is tantamount to victory. What a luxury for Arjun to be able to essentially lean on a draw in a winning position.
Smart. You don't need to win this game to
that's it. He's had
win
enough.
The match.
He's had enough, and Wei will not lose rating from this game, but he will lose some points.
Well, it's funny because you see 1/2 to 1. It is a very bizarre scoring system, but you need to give extra points to the winner, in this case Arjun Erigaisi. Everybody give him a round of applause. Mm-hmm. But that was a game where I felt like it got away from Wei because not because of his own wrongdoing, honestly, because Arjun was willing to enter that obstacle course to take on a3 and said, prove that you have sufficient compensation. And that was definitely not proven in that game.
A great summary and a great job by Arjun. Once again, doing work early in this tournament. And it is early in this tournament because most of the classical games are still going. We've got b5 on the board in Magnus-Gukesh. He's gotten his knight to c3 kind of as we expected. I do want to revisit the Muzichuk game as well. Caruana down to 3 minutes, but the position is so dead that I think we're going to see a draw nonetheless. Here is the Carlsen position on the live board. It's going to be a potential time scramble. They're not even at move 30 yet, and there's plenty of decisions left to be made by both sides.
I still like Magnus's position. I mean, just the double G pawns not doing Gukesh any favors, and I think that White right now has a big choice, Danya. We saw there's a rook on b1, there's a black rook on b8. Black may be considering the move pawn to b4 himself, but can White play it first? Can you lock up the queen side to then shift your focus to the center? Because if the white pawn goes to b4 and black does not take en passant or anything like that, king d2, pawn f3, and you're going to see some expansion.
Well, I would take on Passant, because I wouldn't leave this knight alone as the ideal blockader. Aaron Nimzovich would be very proud of this move. He talked about how even a protected pass pawn is no match for a well-sheltered blockading knight. Now, speaking of well-sheltered, maybe not so much because black can play knight e4, but there's no rule to say that the knight can't temporarily leave its blockading post. Then you can push black's knight away and return to c3. Now you've got full shelter, immunity from any knight e4 shenanigans. So Gukesh, he would have one chance only to take on Passant. I would use it. I would keep the position open. And so Magnus doesn't play b4 just yet. He plays f3. Now it's a different kind of decision. Do you play b4 or do you keep accumulating the pressure with a5?
I think f3 is an incredibly precise move in terms of optimizing winning chances. It's, f3, it allows white to play e4 eventually, not now because the d4 pawn is loose. But that, I think, leads me to believe that white playing b4 in some positions can be met by black playing knight e4 before the f3 pawn was pushed there. And then because white has allowed black to establish a passed pawn on c4, I know I'm saying a lot of fours and letters and numbers, but that's what's happening in this position is like one change in the position, that nuance, means that black takes one avenue. Now the pawn's in f3, knight e4 is not available, and white hasn't committed himself to his b4 push, so there is yet to be a passed pawn for black.
That's far from a foregone conclusion that we will see such a pass pawn. Unenviable task for Gukesh. Magnus very much in his element now. He's feeling it. And you can tell, like, winning a game and earning those 3 big points, I mean, that's huge. That's like winning 2 Armageddon games. So you can see that if you can score those classical victories, those will do a lot of work for you when the point totals are tallied up. And plenty of life left in this position. Plenty of life. And speaking of plenty of life, there will be plenty of death going around soon as some of the Armageddons get underway. A5 on the board.
It looks like Lei Tingzhe and Ju Wenjun drew their game, so we'll get an Armageddon between those two Chinese grandmasters who have so much experience playing one another in a world championship match. And here, A5, as you mentioned, Daniel, Gukesh goes for it. And I think that Magnus kind of has to play B4 now. I mean, you don't want to see black play that move. So
well done.
There it is.
As you said, Robert, pawns don't go backwards. And these, well, in basketball, you call them like intangibles, right? They're very much tangibles in chess because you can see clear as day the fact that black cannot play A5, A6. So you can see clear as day that after C takes B3, rook takes B3, the pawn on B5 is suddenly the target of white's anger, of white's wrath. And Stavanger might see its first classical victory in that case. And I'm not talking about Korchnoi. I'm talking about Magnus Carlsen. Isn't it crazy that we were hyping up the D5 pawn? And that pawn is in white's crosshairs. The knight on C3 is still putting this passive pressure on it, but it's the B5 pawn that's the center of attention in the event that you get any trades on the queen side.
I'm with you. And I actually want to respond to a comment because I think it's important, and I'm not trying to call the commenter out, that's saying Fabi made a mistake. And this is why the engine and seeing the engine go up and down a little bit can be misleading, especially in endgames, because I see Danya bringing up the board now, that Fabi pushed his pawn to f4. And I'm guessing the computer slightly prefers black because the knights can be a bit hoppy, they can jump around. But when black plays g4 now, for example, because I don't think gf gets you anywhere, like the pawn on g3 is almost impossible to get to because you can get a knight to h5 and there's no second square for your other knight to apply pressure. And the b3 pawn is hard to get to. So this position looks like, to my eyes, Danya, a complete draw with almost no winning chances unless I'm missing some way for black to either get the king in the game or to attack the b3 pawn, which I really am not seeing.
Yeah, the horizon effect, right? Historically, this has been one of the only ways that, 10, 15 years ago, humans could still sometimes, humans like Hikaru Nakamura, could beat computers, is to get these locked up positions where the engine essentially still weighs certain factors, like, oh, this is a weak pawn, so black is slightly better. Not realizing that in the grand scheme of things, you're never going to actually get to those weaknesses. It's still passively evaluating those things as significant, but humans can see the big picture that you're just going to shuffle your pieces around forever. And that's why, like in the old days, you could set up a position with 10 same colored bishops and the wrong color a pawn, and the engine would give like plus 100. Like, oh, we're up all this material. We're going to convert it eventually. But humans see that you actually can't make any meaningful progress toward converting that advantage. We should really be judicious when it comes to these completely insignificant like crests and drops in the evaluation from minus 0.01 to plus 0.01. It's a draw, folks, and a 10-second increment, more than enough to keep control of the game unless something insane happens.
Yeah, the way that black wins a position like that is like going knight e4 at the right moment and then trying to get a knight to d5 and the black king runs into the position, but it's just asking for too much. I don't think it's possible. Hikaru, if anyone can get done, it's him, especially because Fabi is under a minute. And Danya, we've been saying this throughout the day so far. There's no extra time in terms of like you're not getting another 30 minutes. You're just getting 10 seconds per move, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that I think Fabi's time management is wise. It's extremely unwise. And if, as you said, if there is somebody who can make miracles happen in a position like this, like if against whom you would not want to do this the most, it's precisely Hikaru. Like Hikaru's knight will be on h5 faster than you can like name that square, and g3 will be gone before you even knew you had a pawn there. As is Fabi's remaining time. It's disappearing fast as well.
10 seconds in this kind of position should be enough, but will it is another question. I mean, Hikaru just has won so many games that are way more challenging in this position. I remember actually, was it the U.S. Championship where he beat Lenier Dominguez, where it just felt like he just was, oh, no, it was the American Cup. We were covering that together, right? Where he was with the black pieces, he nursed a spatial advantage and then was able to secure that full point. And I see you drawing arrows. The knight will wrap itself around eventually.
But what's the idea? Like knight e8, it telegraph like even if you get a knight to h5, I can go knight e2. I'm not seeing even a hypothetical here. So you mentioned knight e4 check. That's not going to work any longer. I don't think Hikaru is holding on to any hopes. I don't think such hopes are realistic here.
No, you just take care of all the possible inroads, and then there's nothing. Like knight e8, bishop b5. Sorry, knight g7, white goes knight e2, and you get a knight to h5, good for you. You can't get that second knight from b4 back around. It just looks like it should be a split point. But let's should we leave this one? I know Fabi's in time trouble and we can keep an eye on it, but maybe there are other games in time trouble, but actually I don't see that.
It's a dead draw. Like I don't we can stay here unless there's any bigger game. I mean, there's the Muzichuk game. It's been a while since we've taken stock of it. I think Hikaru might just offer a draw here at some point. Unless he actually sees any idea, he might try to get his king around to the queen side. What does that do? I'm just not... I don't know why Fabi is playing weird moves. All the bishop b5. Like, he's doing everything to flirt with disaster here, to be honest with you, Robert. Like, allowing knight a2. Why?
Because knight a2, he'll take it, and with only the knights remaining... He's like, okay, I've got this one under control. I was staring at the ceiling thinking, what is up there? What is Hikaru looking at to try and win this game? But I'm not finding anything.
Well, I know someone who knows what's up there. Or thinks he knows. I think I see a ceiling, but...
I definitely do, at least on my end. Yeah, this looks like a hold. Fabi is under that minute. That can be challenging, but a position of this nature, I think that he's okay. So why don't we head on elsewhere? Danya, there are some really big moments happening in the Muzichuk game, the Vaishali game, and Magnus against Gukesh. I mean, Magnus has traded some pawns here, and his pawn structure is healthier, but I'm happy to go wherever you feel like we should turn our attention.
Yeah, I think we'll have a two-board scene for tomorrow. Let's quickly check into the Muzichuk game, just very, very quickly. I think... Okay, Lei Ting-Jae and Ju Wenjun will start their Armageddon very soon. Looks like Vaishali is like somehow kept the advantage the same through like all of the transformations. As for the Muzichuk game, I feel like she's been sort of steadily losing the thread here for a while and giving Sara chances. And here we see that Sara's queen is aiming at white's rook, which is precluding these bishop takes f7 tactics from working. Let me tell you one thing that's working in black's favor is the clock situation, because this ain't no Hikaru Nakamura. Anna is under 10 minutes, and she definitely doesn't feel comfortable right now.
It's not easy to figure out the path forward right now, because rook e8, is that a threat? Or is white going to give up the queen for rook and bishop, and then say, all right, that's pretty reasonable. And
I'm
then
saying
f7
anything but all
drops.
right. No, it is a threat. It's definitely a threat. It's a big threat, and I don't see a way to defend against it without compromising your position further. You don't want to play a move like queen c1 and walk into a different set of tactics along the c file.
Wait, but Donna, what if white plays h3 and then rook e8? We just take everything, and what's the evaluation there?
Why don't you spend 8.5 minutes to figure it out?
I'm going to use music trick's time wisely and just put it on the board. H3, rook e8 is
Music
the
trick
threat.
to my ears.
The rook on e1 is threatened. The queen on a5 is there as well. But after the exchange of pieces, white takes rook, then bishop with check. The f7 pawn falls after that. Dinah, this feels like white should have some winning chances. I don't think that's unfair to say, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a double-edged position. Bishop takes f7. Maybe not even double. Maybe I'm overestimating the queen here. But I would argue that in time pressure, even having to evaluate this is still very daunting for me. So if I could opt for a move like bishop b4 that's safer and that avoids rook e8, I would. Anna still hasn't made a move, and she's got 13 moves to make in 7 minutes with no increment. That's a staggering amount of time pressure to surmount while keeping her advantage. She needs to make some really good decisions and make them really fast.
She does indeed. The extra pawn, it's been on the board for a while, but it's made no progress. This is going to be a difficult conversion if it's even possible for Anna Muzychuk. So should we hop on over to Vaishali against Humpy? Because that game, I thought when I first looked at it, there was an extra pawn on the board for black. But in fact, there's an extra pawn on the board for white because the bishop on c3 still kind of looks like a tall pawn out there.
I didn't see where you were going with that. Very well crafted. You kept the twist until the end. But like what could happen is I wouldn't rule out an exchange sack followed by e6, especially if black plays queen d. No, that's not how the queen moves. Learned that a couple of years ago. But queen d7 might invite a positional sack of this nature. And what's the time situation? Actually, this is not crazy time pressure. They're already on move 34. But guess what? I wouldn't rule out f4 coming at the least expected moment.
Yeah, f4 is what you want to punch through, and we've been saying that for many, many turns now.
Years.
And yeah, it feels like years, honestly. And black is having more fun in this position because the bishop on c3, it's kind of needed there to cover the a1 square. That's very important. And you mentioned exchange sack, Danya. I could see a future that if white were to play bishop d4, I could see a position where black takes that bishop on d4, hops the knight into f4, and goes for the white king. Of course, the pieces would have to align with one another, but I'm just pointing out that possibility.
Yeah, the problem is black has been keeping this 0.2 advantage for like 10 moves now, but more and more pieces are getting traded. And Hikaru's game is also 0.2, so you don't want Vaishali following that path. The rook is following a path to the middle of the board. I like this decision. Rook to d8, solid. Keep the knight protected, and maybe then you can get the queen to g6. And around move 40, I wouldn't rule out finally after the demonstrating the patience of a saint. Humpy, I think, still with a lot of defending left to do. She's very much not out of the woods. I think she knows that. Maybe she could proactively play g3 and king h2, but that would create a whole host of other problems on the light squares. Man, still far from a job well done here by Humpy. She has work to do on the clock and on the board.
Just the moves seem easier to play. The knight on d5 is protected, can't be attacked with another piece besides that rook. The knight covers the c7 square, so that actually would allow black to even consider a move like g5, as the 7th rank is hard to infiltrate. I would not be aiming for g5 myself. It feels too risky, even though there's no immediate thing to fear. But Danya, it's still not obvious how black finally crashes through. You have some improving moves here and there, but Humpy's doing a great job of covering the weak points.
Okay, I think we have... Well, they okay, never mind. We have the Fabi game still going. Let's go to the Magnus game here because obviously we can't look at all the games at the same time. Then it becomes counterproductive. But it looks like the Caruana game has had 0 transformations. Something very similar to the Muzychuk game, to the Humpy game happened here, where the queen side essentially disappeared. And I'm not sure who that favors, if anyone. Or is this
I
just going to be a
like
draw? Hmm.
no, 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 no. It's definitely far from a draw because d5 is falling. I mean, rook d8 feels a bit passive to me, but maybe it's the best move for now. I was saying like rook b1, rook b7, other rook joining in the party. That seems difficult to deal with, but maybe it's worthwhile to explore. And Donnie, I thought like if rook g3,
Hmm.
like to or rook f2,
Ooh.
some one of those moves,
Yeah.
like knight d5, swap on d5, rook takes f3, rook e1. White central pawns look very difficult to stop, and I would definitely take the white side here. And I'm being honest, it's not to do with Magnus. I just think the white king is very
Yeah,
active,
you're just a
and those
Magnus
pawns.
fanboy. Like you're just saying that because Magnus is black. You'd be saying for black.
In this position, no. In others' position, possibly.
And it's fascinating. Like I think I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you probably don't care about or in Magnus's mouth, but I don't think he cares about the H pawn in this type of position. Like you care much more about the activity of your rooks and the fact that the D pawn is just rumbling up the board. I'm totally with you. I don't like this at all. He does play rook g3. Now, originally, I thought that rook f1 was automatic, and I was going to point out this tactical attempt, knight to g4, using the undefended knight on c3 and the presence of a knight jump to h2. I think this would be much more to Gukesh's liking with the knights on the board. So I think knight takes d5 is, practically speaking, also a very good decision. Another example, we see 0, 0,
Wait,
0.
wait.
You saw something.
Go back to that position.
Yeah.
So knight g4, or rook f1, knight g4. Can I take? Rook takes e3 check.
Oh,
King
mate.
Oh, but you know what? You have rook d3 check to throw in.
That's so easy. Rook d3 check is necessary because of this, and then this, and the ship has sailed because the king will evacuate the checks on f2, and the rook on f8 will be the deliverer of checkmate on h8 or on f7. That's just like eagle-eyed tactical vision by you, Robert. That's incredible. What an idea. And Magnus plays rook f1. He's on the board.
Oh my goodness, knight g4. So we're saying that after rook takes e3, there was that rook d3 check to
Yeah.
throw in, and that seemed like what about the king e1?
No, but g5 has been played, by the way, in the meantime. Sorry to bust the bubble here.
No, that's worth exploration at another time. But g5 is a really, really good move. That is the type of move that you just have to commend Gukesh. He's very young. He is the world champion, but I mean, just by his age, he has much less experience than Magnus Carlsen. But to play a move like g5, extreme maturity from him.
That's
Just trying to trade off the pawns rather than win it.
only in the shows like the 30-year-old commentators exploring knight to g4, and then I was going to say the adults walk back into the room. The 18-year-old world champion plays the mature, stable move, using the h pawn in the most productive way, right? Like not just going after that pawn and wasting tempi to eliminate it, but using it as a hook to get the rook back to a solid defensive square, and as a bonus, very handsome bonus I should add, creating his own pass pawn on h6. Would it be an exaggeration to say this is a 3-result game? Like, it's sharp.
It is sharp. I mean, that H pawn can be frustrating to deal with. You don't want to be tied down to a little pawn over there, and the rook on g5 for black would be well positioned, defending the d5 pawn and allowing that H pawn to progress. So, really lovely move there by Gukesh. He didn't get passive with rook d8. He didn't get a little bit too not only called materialistic, but just kind of trade pawn for pawn by you take mine, I take yours. He's just saying g5, that's defense and activity at the same time.
Well, speaking of taking yours, like I know Magnus likes to play these unexpected moves in these types of endgames. 92 crossed my radar briefly. Not sure what to make of this move. It's just a one-move threat. Maybe black just slides the rook up to g2. So both sides under 10 minutes. We're on move 35, so 5 big moves to make here. So definitely this falls under the category of maybe not a time scramble, but maybe a mini time scramble.
Well, speaking of time scrambles, we're going to get Armageddon soon, I believe, in Lei Tingzhe against Ju Wenjun, and we also just saw Anna Muzychuk drew against Sarah Kadem. So Muzychuk has reason to be disappointed. She was sort of gifted a pawn early. It was a Marshall Gambit. that was misplayed by her opponent, and she had plenty of chances. She just couldn't convert them, and credit should be given to Sarah for playing some really excellent defense in some critical moments. But I do think that Mizuchuk should be kicking herself a little bit. And what is going on in the Fabi Hikaru game that you just pulled up?
Well, it's weird that like Fabi seems to be giving Hikaru options here, which is weird to me. Like knight to e4, sorry, wrong board. Knight to e4 is something that now Hikaru can seriously consider. And by the way, both f takes e4 to vacate the f5 square as well as d takes e4 are on his radar. So he's not just thinking to pretend like he has winning chances. I think he actually believes that he can make something happen here. At least he's trying to figure out if that's at least feasible, or should he just offer a draw and get on to the Armageddon?
I think that Hikaru should play it out. He's got 20 minutes to his opponent's 33 seconds. There's no risk whatsoever to play on. And I mean, Fabi has been nervous against Hikaru. He's lost, what, 4 games? When Hikaru had the white pieces, he was able to take advantage of Fabi's nerves and also his mismanagement on the clock. And I think this game is in a similar vein. But right now, it's just too locked up for me to see an exact winning path, though knight e4 still remains an option, or otherwise trying somehow to go after the g3 pawn, which I'm not seeing.
I think we talk a lot about how false the whole old narrative is about Fabi being bad at blitz. Let's not, reopen that wound. But I think a more proper critique of Fabi's speed play is like time scrambles. Like when he gets down to his last few seconds, of course, the bar is set so high with players like Hikaru, often just being perfect on the last couple seconds. Fabi can panic. He actually panicked in the Olympiad against Gukesh. Like that's the game that comes to my mind, right? When we think about those last couple moves. In this case, not just those last couple moves, the rest of the moves that he's going to make, he's not going to have much more than 30 seconds to make them. Let's be real. Because he's taking like 10 seconds on each move to blunder check. And maybe that like extra time that he's taking stems from the trauma that he feels from all the games that he's sort of choked over the years against Hikaru.
He has really struggled against Hikaru, and right now the tension is building. There hasn't been a change in pawn structure in this game, but Danya, you said, the Armageddon game between Lei Ting-Jie and Ju Wenjun is underway.
And we'll get to that momentarily. I'm just going to quickly show knight e4, knight e4, d e4 came to my mind. And I'm seeing a scenario where the black knight can kind of overextend white's defenses. You now have to keep the king on e2 in order to be able to meet knight h5 with king f2. Now, it's a big if black can even get the knight to h5. I think you can get it to h5 by maneuvering the king to d6 and then using the d5 square as a base of operations. So Fabi's defensive task is still very much in front of him. Now we need to choose which board will be in front of us. Should we go to the Ju Wenjun game?
Let's do it. The players are...
Whoa, they're far underway here.
It looks like their actual classical game. I mean, the same exact structure, black with the isolated A pawn in the position, white with a healthier pawn structure, but no clear targets to exploit. So I would say that Ju Wenjun should be happy based on familiarity, but for Lei Ting-Jie, who needs to win, this is definitely the type of position where you're playing aggressively.
Yeah, when you repeat a line that didn't result in victory, we see this so much in like SCC matches, and we see like some ego involved. Like you want to prove that your preparation is superior, but the ball is very much in your court. Otherwise, you're just kind of gonna look dumb. Like, why'd you repeat the line? But something tells me that Lei Ting-Jie is gonna at least try to make more things happen on the king side than she did in the classical game. Here we go.
Okay, so what do we have here? I mean, a4 played. White is with a healthy advantage on the clock. Whites are with 10 minutes, the black's 7. And just a reminder, when they hit move 40, they get to that 1 second increment, which really is not super valuable because the players likely will just lose on time anyway. But in this game, Danya, I feel like for Lei Ting-Jie, she's really just trying to find that right moment to strike. Is h4 a useful move for white? I think so.
Yeah.
But would you play that move here, or would you sort of take your time and be deliberate?
Well, 2 observations. First of all, the move g6 is not a threat because white has the intermezzo check on h6. That just opens an entire avenue of attack unnecessarily. The second thing I'd say is that just bringing pieces to the side of the board you're attacking on doesn't automatically result in checkmate. That's not the way that attacks work. So a move like knight to e5, tempting as it is, might just be met with rook f6, and you're actually closing the e-file. So you got to proceed very cautiously, and she does. Look at her getting the knight not to e5, but to c5. There's two ways to attack. You can bring attackers to the battlefield, or you can remove defenders, and it's the second technique that she's using here. Bishop c5, I think, loses the game, Robert. You need to keep the bishop safely parked on f8. The obvious reason is that knight e7 is an unstoppable threat, as is c takes b6. It's just a double attack. Not good. Yeah, I love this move.
You're not getting away with that. Great choice, knight to c5. And that puts black in a difficult spot because rook takes e1 seems almost unthinkable, handing over an open file. White already has the pluses in the position. Don't give that e-file away. No way. But where else can you go? Rook e8? That seems extremely awkward, but maybe required.
And by the way, Hikaru is making a scary amount of progress on his game. I'm keeping an eye on it on my phone here. So the moment that something big happens, I'm bringing us to that game. Fabi now at 10 seconds as he releases and makes his next move. But Ju and Jun is frozen because I don't see what she does here. What do you give up? You need to give up something. You can't give up the bishop on f8. You can't give up the rook on e6. Can you give up the e-file? That looks too scary too.
Yeah, I think by process of elimination, rook e8 seems to be the move. But what happened?
I mean, Fabi is like really teetering on the brink here now. He made his move with 6 seconds, but still he's holding on. So, oh my goodness. Let's go back to the Hikaru game really briefly here. I think something big's about to happen. I think something big's about to happen.
20 seconds left for Fabi. Make that 21. And I'll keep an eye on this Armageddon game. Right now, it's Ju and Jun on the clock. In big trouble, I would say. Down to 4 minutes. Good luck to you there. But also good luck to Fabi. And so, Danya, 16 minutes left for Hikaru. What are you seeing that he can do that can create some problems for White?
On the big board here, look at this maneuver, right? He got his queen's knight to b4. Look at what his other knight is. f7, h6, g8, and f6. That is the ideal square. Why? Because first of all, it has access to h5. That is why we see Fabi reacting. Good presence of mind. At least he went king e1. Why did Hikaru put his pieces on the squares that he did? Because this knight can also jump to e4, and the knight on b4 is keeping the bishop paralyzed to b1. So he's trying to really squeeze as much juice as can come out of his knights to create as many like new threats as possible. And it's working. Like Fabi's now down at 20 seconds. He was just at 30 seconds, and he keeps bringing it down by 10 seconds. Eventually, something might actually give.
And there's some crazy games going on right now. Look also at the Magnus game against Gukesh. Maybe we can put that on the small board. Just
we can.
A little bit more time, at least collectively, than Fabi does. And this is you said a game with all three results possible. Look at the position now. White has 2 passed pawns with a knight and a rook. Black has the same, but just not in front of each other. So there's no symmetry here. Danya, I have to say that like it got all sorts of complicated, and the board beneath us, the live board as it's called, that Gukesh is down to 3 minutes 45 seconds, and the players will get 10 seconds out of their clock with each and every move. But come on, I would need 10 hours to figure out this endgame.
And I'm actually going to extend this to show that it is Gukesh and Carlsen playing, at least if it allows me to. But incredible stuff here. And remember, on move 40, they don't get extra time. All they get is an increment, Robert. I keep having to tell that to myself because we're so used to there being sudden death. There very much might be a sudden death here, but it'll be one of the players experiencing one on the board. Not any time being added to their clocks.
No, I'm looking around because all of the action is happening at the same time. It looks like Ju and Jun in trouble against Lei Ting-jae. We can look at that in a bit as it's Lei who's on the clock. But we're seeing this endgame here. Hikaru trying to get a victory, trying to steal a win from the jaws of a draw. And right now, it's Fabi with 21 seconds remaining, and he still needs to prove that he has what it takes to fend off a very hungry Hikaru Nakamura.
There we go. And I'm actually sorry for the modification, but we do need to see the time available on the clocks here. So I think that's a very important part of this game. And we see 5 minutes and 30 for Magnus, 2 minutes and 48 for Gukesh, everything on the line. These are still the classical games, folks. Unbelievable.
I think that
the amount of action happening at the same time. I'm just like overwhelmed in a good way.
Yeah, I think people should spend a moment just giving you a round of applause. You just got that on display for everybody so you can watch two boards at the same time. But it looks like, yeah, Danya, Hikaru's clock, people saying it's not moving, but I do see it. Sometimes it just takes a little refresh.
Yeah. I need to go back to this to the page. Now it'll move. By the way, Ju-Jun is moving in the wrong direction. She is now losing if Lei Ting-Jie finds a pretty obvious tactic. So it looks like Lei Ting-Jie will hold a deserved victory in the Armageddon if that game doesn't take a crazy turn. And if it does, we'll let you know.
And it looks like Lei's just been playing excellently. Maybe, do you think we have a second as Hikaru's continuing to think just to show that position on that board?
Yeah.
Maybe we can just pull it up because Lei Ting-Jie has a knockout in this position. She's had a nice initiative with the white pieces, and you see the move F6. And Danya, I think you should show everybody what is so bad about Black's position.
I don't even need to show, because Lei Ting-Jie will show us bishop takes f6 has already been played. And of course, the point, I guess, is g takes f6. There is, at the very minimum, a check on h6. If you take, you get your queen pinned. This is mate on all sides. Ju-Jun didn't even think about taking that. She had rook f7 in her mind, ready to play. And I don't think Lei Ting-Jie is going to stop there. I think she's going to hunt for more, except she's got to be very careful because the knight on f5 is in the crosshairs of two of Black's heavy pieces. So this is very much still a game with a lot of changes that might happen.
And reminding everybody that Ju-Jun, if she holds a draw, she gets to that 1.5 points. She actually is the winner in Armageddon. So I would say, Don, if the times were reversed, this whole rook a7, f6, rook f7 thing was brilliant. But given the time situation, I mean, it's clear that white is ahead. I see the X. There was something better.
Yeah, but this is a great move to keep the extra pawn. She's going to win. Lei Ting-Jie is going to win this game. And look at Gukesh with h3.
Whoa.
Let me get the Hikaru game back on in the meantime. I think that unless something crazy happens, I'm keeping an eye on the Ju-Jun game. Hikaru's about to make his move, and we're going to see Fabi scrambling once again.
What is h3? I'm trying to figure this out. E takes f6.
H2.
H2, f7. H1 equals queen. F8 equals queen.
Rook g3 check. King
c4.
Queen c6.
And there's no more checks.
Queen c6 check.
Oh, I thought there was a queen on e8. It's on f8.
Well, I thought you could play queen c5 there, but the rook on a8 will hang. So,
oh my goodness.
And this result calculated in what, like 3 seconds?
Oh my goodness.
Wait, what does Magnus do? It's unbelievable.
Maybe instead of king up the board, there was king c2 instead of king c4?
So should I put these moves on the board? Because we only have one board dedicated to each matchup here. Or should I draw arrows?
I think you can quickly put the moves on the board.
So we're looking at this line, folks. H2, right? F7, queen, queen. And the question is, Black has the move, but Black is down a piece. Does Black have enough of an initiative to generate a draw here? And now White has a choice if this position will be reached. Where do you go?
I think c2 looks safer than c4. I thought the queen was on e8, so I was like, I simultaneously had the queen on e8 and f8 in my brain, so I was like, there's no more checks.
But I can go here.
No, there.
Can I? Queen, king, b3, queen, d5?
Oh, queen d5 is really nice. Also, queen b7 probably isn't.
Watch the game
either.
end like this. Watch, if Magnus plays f7, this is actually quite a likely conclusion. Some sort of a repetition of moves here. Oh my goodness. And then we're going to get an Armageddon for dessert.
Totally wild stuff. And okay, so we have Magnus on the clock thinking about, does he take a knight or does he just bring his rook back to defend? We have Fabi defending with less than a minute on his clock. So, Danya, I see the knight went back to c7. Is that knight going to e8 and f6?
Oh my god. I mean, it's a knight dance. Don't let Nepo and Dubov near Black's position. They'd love to. And now Hikaru keeps rearranging, right? He keeps trying to rearrange, and he's trying to confuse Fabi, who keeps having to react to these new arrangements. But I think Fabi has a stable setup here that he's cooked up. Eventually, Hikaru might try knight e4. I think eventually he might exhaust all of his attempts in this structure and try to change the structure. But that's like something he can always do. So he's trying to like prolong this to exhaust Fabi fatigue-wise as long as possible, as well as to exhaust the resources in the position.
Yeah, Hikaru's the one with the stable of horses, and those knights they're trying to find some open terrain, but the problem is with these pawns the way they are, you get one knight to h5, you can't put a second knight in the same square to apply pressure on g3. The bishop on d3 for Fabi, it's a weak piece, but it's keeping the black king out of b5, which is essential because if that black king could join the party and go at an attack, then it would be over. But that king cannot cross the 5th rank, b5 and c5 under white's control.
And Lei Ting-Jie continues to expertly convert her advantage. She's still completely winning. Queen's off the board. I'm keeping an eye on that one in case something crazy happens. But something crazy has happened in the Gukesh game, and Magnus is reacting to it. E takes f6. Played Magnus now under 2 minutes. We're going down the line, I think, unless Magnus plays something else in this position, which maybe knight e4.
Can he?
Knight e4.
Is there f takes g7 as well if he just wants to make a draw?
No, then rook takes g7. I don't think you have a draw there.
Oh, I've overlooked rook g7, honestly.
And Magnus might have as well, because now he's played f7. We're going down the line. But Gukesh, is there a case to be made for giving rook g3 check now? Like, is there any benefit to that? Well, I guess he thinks so. He's going to make Magnus decide as quickly as possible.
Wait. Donnie, I see a question mark after Fabi's move knight a4.
Uh-oh. Wait, has he allowed knight e4? Because the black king might infiltrate the other way if you're not careful. Why'd he move the knight?
Oh, my goodness.
What is...
so knight e...
Yeah?
Knight e4, bishop takes
Fe.
e4, f takes e4, and then knight gets to f5, and there's going to be a Zugzwang. That's the problem.
Oh, king is going to get to f2, and you're going to go king b6 from c6. White is going to have to allow infiltration. Oh, my lands. This is unbelievable. Magnus has gone to d2 in the meantime. A third square, by the way. Although, Gukesh has to keep this chaos in his mind with 40 seconds.
Well, rook g2 check.
Yeah.
He's not going to go king e3. No way. So that might be the draw. Wait, rook g2, knight
e2?
Oh, there's no draw there, is there?
Well, you could sack a rook on e2, but Gukesh is clearly the one defending here. Magnus is just chilling with that knight on c3.
Let's show it really quickly, Donnie, because I think that Zugzwang is very important. It's hard for people to picture.
Yeah,
but when you put it on the board, just that exact sequence, that if the white knight moves, the b5 square is available.
Right, this is what Fabian is. Oh, you can't go forward here. I've got everything defended on the other side. But you can't move the king without giving up one of these pawns. So you have to move the knight. And the worst thing is you're in another Zugzwang. Like, the Zugzwang keeps repeating itself as long as necessary. And once the black king infiltrates, the choke is complete. And Gukesh has given the wrong check. He's given queen h6 check, allowing the king to escape, Robert, I think, to b3.
Oh my goodness, the king will just scurry away. And does this work? I mean, look at Gukesh's clock, by the way. 17 seconds. You're going to make mistakes without time to calculate. But go ahead.
You can't go queen g2, queen d5. Remember that resource? You cannot get the queen now to g2, but you could from h1.
Oh, and queen g6, king b2, rook g2, king a3, and there are no more checks.
And by Lei Ting-Jie messed up her position. She now has Ju and Jun as drawing chances, but it doesn't look like she's going to make it happen. I can't believe how Magnus is just navigating the king. Gukesh has a queen and a rook to converge on him, and still there's not enough firepower.
And we're going to have to analyze in depth if Gukesh did this to himself by giving up his knight the way he did and making it so he had only one path to make the draw, because right now he is not finding the accurate replies. Both Fabiano and Gukesh in the same moment have gone awry.
I'm still not seeing where he goes.
So king a2,
rook g2, king a3.
Queen b2, king a4.
And then if you take the knight, it's white's move, and white is going to deliver checkmate. It's like a duel. It's like Alexander Pushkin here against Dantes. Like, you have one shot, and you better kill your enemy, because if you don't, his shot is going to make its targets. Just like Hikaru's shot is going to make its target. Turnarounds on both boards simultaneously is unbelievable. Just Deus ex machina. And Deus is the right word, because Carlsen is playing like the god that he's often referred to as being on the 64 squares.
Oh my goodness.
Fabi is choke again.
Yeah, this is, I mean, Hikaru Nakamura is his kryptonite. He just owns that matchup. There's no way to say anything else. Hikaru has Fabi's number, and that's a problem for Fabiano.
I'm sure he does, but
well, I mean, Hikaru says he doesn't care, all this stuff. If he makes it back to the candidates, he has a shot to win that tournament and face off against Gukesh. And speaking of Gukesh, down on the left-hand side of our screen, beneath the two of us.
Queen F5?
It's mate, right?
Queen F5.
No, Queen F5, Rook G6.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. My goodness, I apologize.
But Queen G8, King G6, Rook A6 check. And that king is entering into territory. It's probably getting made.
But Queen G8, I'll play Rook. I'll play King to H6. Actually, it's not that easy. Maybe you want to go Queen H8 to force the king out into the open. What do you think about that? That's what I would do. Queen H8.
You're right. And play.
Okay, here we go. King G6, Rook A6.
And is there an easy checkmate? Because that black king, like, it might want to go King F5, King E4.
By the way, Hikaru might sack his knight on D6. Like, I wouldn't rule that out either. Sorry to cut you off.
In this position, Knight D6?
Why not?
Knight D6,
Knight
King B3.
No, Knight D6, Knight C5 is a problem.
Whoa.
This is ridiculous. And look at Gukesh. And now Gukesh is dropping. He is losing parts of his engine. That plane is rifle. Rook E6 here. Got to be winning with 5 seconds for Magnus. He'll obviously find it. It's over.
Yeah, the thing about these positions, even though Magnus doesn't have that much time, you just keep checking. The black king is wide open. King D3, Queen F3 check is obvious. It's not just the rook on G2 that's hanging. There's like Rook C6 ideas to win the black queen. So this one is over. And Gukesh, I mean, he just went against Magnus Carlsen. He was hanging in there, step for step. But then he misstepped by giving away his knight in a critical moment. And objectively was correct, Danya. Right? Like the evaluation, the game's over. Magnus wins.
It's over.
But sometimes the best move, objectively according to the engine, is the one that puts you in the most difficulty, and he was not able to find every accurate reply.
In place of that game, I'm going to put the Armageddon between Anna Musachuk and Sarkadem, which also repeated their line as Lei Ting-Jie does finally, with some adventures, bring her game to a successful conclusion, defeating the reigning women's world champion. But we see Hikaru actually doing the right thing. And this is the cruel irony of this position. Fabi has finally managed to liquidate the queenside pawns. And just when he's ready to celebrate, nope, it's Hikaru converging on the E3 pawn with his king. It's resign time. It's resign time, not for Hikaru. It's time to turn the page on that meme because a new one has taken its place.
Wow.
What? How did he do that? Like, that was literally impossible to do what he is doing right now. To infiltrate that position, that's why Magnus doesn't believe in fortresses, I guess. And look at Fabi just like helplessly toggling between the... Oh, no. He faked us out. I think that was also winning, but he goes for the simpler line, and he wins with King C3.
Yes, the king can remove itself from the defense of the knight to attack the enemy knight, and then the E-pawn, that's the E4 pawn, will be the one that gets to the other side. So Hikaru is a beast, man. Like, the way that guy plays, how quick he is. He was saying he was bored in the confessional, and then he shows up, and he just lands another just absolutely devastating blow. I don't think he'll ever get bored of winning.
We got to, like, from the commentator's perspective, you got to simultaneously credit the victor, and Hikaru deserves massive credit, because he's probably the only one who could make something like this happen. At the same time, both things are true, right? Fabi did this to himself. Yes, he did. And there seems to be only one guy, not even Magnus, brings him out of his comfort zone like Hikaru does. All of that extra time he spent thinking, all of that is what hurt him in the end on move 79. Hikaru holds, along with Magnus, a classical victory that might haunt Fabi for the rest of the tournament.
Indeed. And it reminds me, as we talked about earlier, the game against Lenier Dominguez in the American Cup that Hikaru won with the black pieces. It looked like the lanes were clogged.
Oh!
Dominguez... What happened?
Vaishali lost the classical game to Humpy. She lost it. Look at this. As I'm going to put it on the which board. I'm going to put it on the big board for a second. What happened here was just equal, and then she just blundered bishop f8 with mate.
Oh my goodness.
And she actually was close to, well, queen b5. She should have traded queens here, would have had no risk, and with 20 seconds, Vaishali unthinkably just tucks her queen away underneath white's pawns, helplessly maneuvers it to a2, the worst square on the board, and blunders mate. Not a finish that she wants replayed too many more times.
And it's what you were just saying. Like, Humpy was the one who was playing accurate defense throughout the entire game. Bishop back to c1 earlier on to cover the f4 push. But Vaishali, she didn't know when to stop. Sometimes you get in this mindset, I'm pressing, and you just completely forget that you could be in danger as well. So that's just something, right? I mean, the way Humpy is able to get that win, chess can be a brutal game where you have the advantage for 99% of the game, but then that final moment, just like a basketball shot falling at the buzzer, a devastating three-pointer, that game was one that Vaishali should never have lost.
Anyone making recaps, and I mean, everyone's making recaps these days, Levy is having a field day. I mean, you could make recaps from this round for the rest of the tournament. Like, there's so much to talk about. And another thing to talk about, we don't need talking points. Like, every game is a talking point here. And Anna Muzychuk is going to be disappointed regardless that she didn't complete the effort in the classical game. Will she score that nice victory to bring a little sweetness to contrast the bitterness? I don't know, because Sara is not dying sitting down. Oh, far from it.
She is fighting. I don't like Black's position for many reasons, especially because the h7 square is covered, but Black also has a very obvious threat of rook c2 to c5, exploiting the pinned rook on d5. So Danya, here is king h3, the move to play to get out of the pin and threaten checkmate in one.
King h3 is a great move, as is b4, far less obvious because it does give up the a-pawn. But I think Anna sees it. I think she might see the move b4 because she spent her entire time advantage that is now gone on this position.
Well, the whole point is that king h3, queen c8, check. You always want to give a check, don't you? It's losing because after g4, rook d8 wins the queen, and if the queen were to move, rook d8 is checkmate because the h7 square is covered. So this is a big problem for Sara Kadem, and we actually have a couple moves in there. Yep. We see that the rook slides back to c8 to stop the mate. And the big question that I have is, can you, or rather should you, play rook d8 check? We're told in the live position to trade pieces well ahead. Is that a good idea when Black only needs a draw?
My God. I'm still honestly digesting what happened in the Carlsen-Gukesh game and the Hikaru game. Right, there's that moment after all of the action takes place. It's like you breathlessly sit in the movie theater after you just watched, I don't know, Silence of the Lambs or something. And that's an apt name because I don't have much to say. But there's still a thriller unfolding before our eyes here. The problem for White is that the king is never going to be safe, ever. Like, you're always going to be, it's like It Follows, right? The threat of perpetual follows you around. I'm all about them horror movies. And Anna won't need one if she doesn't win this one on top of her failed conversion in the classical game.
I definitely was not expecting an It Follows reference, but good on you. That is a movie and a half. And right here, we see that a half point is within reach of Sara Kadem here. She's just down one pawn. Queen c4, I would say, is a good try by Anna. At some point, Danya, she needs to play like a4, b4, b5. But it's easier said than done when there's a check over there on b2.
Well, it's a movie and a half, but will Anna even manage a point and a half? Down a minute, with her winning chances dwindling further and further. Queen c2 is not a move you play if things are going in the positive direction. Look at how quickly Sara Kadem, like the queen dance, literally just, you don't need to know anything about chess to be able to tell that this game is not going in White's direction.
No, it's not, but there's still plenty of life left. The problem is there isn't plenty of time. Like, they will get 1 second added with each and every move they play, but online, you can pre-move, add that up. Over the board, it just physically takes you that much time to make a single move, and I love the way that Sara's playing.
Me too. h4, firing on all cylinders here. Again, we need to mention on move 40, you get an extra 10 minute. No, you get an extra 1 second increment which is essentially nothing. It's just to prevent all-out time scrambles. It's a great addition by the organizers. H3 check! And she's blundered? Nope. That must mean that her hand, she played queen f2, didn't release the queen, and did play a much better move. Disaster avoided there by Anna.
And I guess that's why that I saw the double question mark and queen e2. There's no blunder there, but she, as you
This
said,
would have been.
that would have been a tragic mistake because h3, the king goes to the first rank, and there's queen a1 takes a3, and black is clearly no worse and is in fact better. So what's going on here?
Very strange. I think the players are just out of gas here, and as Savelli Turdikower famously said, the victor is the player who makes the second to last mistake. Whose exhaustion? Who can keep away their exhaustion and see the board clearly for a couple more moves?
I think that white has great winning chances now. The king feels actually quite safe. There's always a4 followed by b5. And if you get two moves, Danya, a4 and queen b2, if white can establish the queen behind the passer, it's just game over.
Have both players forgotten that white is up a pawn? Like, white has a pawn majority here that it's like that extra Christmas gift you have that you haven't unwrapped yet. Okay, finally. Rip that paper open, play b5. And queen b2 check is huge.
Yeah, b5 right now. And the problem for black is you can establish your queen behind the passer. It's typically good in defense. But then the white queen would establish it on d4. And a centralized queen is not something you want to mess with in a queen opponent game.
No, it's all about position and territory, right? Like you said, I'm going to put this on the analysis board quickly here, which is once again the analysis board. This is the last remaining game, folks. This is totally winning for white. You close your eyes and push your pawn. Not literally, figuratively. Both players jockeying for position, but Sarah just doesn't understand where to put her queen. If she keeps it on d4, how does white make progress?
That's a great question.
Weakening her king like that.
No, that queen e5 check. You can't go king g6 because queen e4.
Oh, it's a terrible move. But she's going to go f6. And Anna doing the same. They're like just not grasping the position.
Well, they have very little time, and there's probably so...
Oh, queen b2!
Wait, what? No, that's a really tragic blunder. Like, I could understand and excuse the mistakes, Danya, but allowing the queen behind the passer is just game over.
And they've got time. When you got over a minute, you have to at least... It's not an all-out time scramble. You're not making random moves, and Sarah just resigns in disgust there, immediately realizing what she's just allowed. Anna has had better moments and better conversions, but this is well-deserved. She will have an extra half point. Wow. And that concludes a historically incredible round in 2025 Norway Chess. Sure to become a historic event if this is even remotely a portent of what's to come in the next 9 rounds.
Just an incredible end of that round. Like, as some games, Arjun against Wei, or rather Wei against Arjun, the first classical game, it was dry. They made a draw. Both played excellent, pretty much perfect chess. Then the Armageddon got things going where Wei just couldn't handle the pressure. He was trying to get a victory, but Arjun was too sturdy and taking a free pawn on a flank, not worried about his king safety. And since then, Danya, all the games, the pieces broke free. And I don't even know which game was the most impressive, but all of them were a lot of fun.
I'm definitely feeling, my own voice box start to protest. But let's, if we may, very quickly, you mentioned, did Gukesh do this to himself? How much of this was Magnus's magic that we're so used to seeing? And how much of this was Gukesh bringing this on? I just want to look at the couple of moves before the all-out scrambles, right? Like around this moment where we were praising Gukesh's defensive skill, and somehow it was before we knew it, Magnus had passed pawns on e4 and d4.
You're using the tiny board, Danya, but
yeah, sorry.
I still can see it.
Let me see the big. Let me use the big. Let me just fast forward to the final position on that board, and I'll use the big board instead, which also has the third commentator that we will now involve into the conversation. So what do you make of it? Yeah, actually, this was all computer play. And where was the mistake?
So here's my question. Was h3 there back when he gave up the knight?
Yeah.
Was there another move for black that kept the balance?
There were, but not real. Knight d7, knight h5, everything is equal.
Sorry, you said knight d7?
Apparently so.
What?
Yeah, it's just like
Inviting e6 with...
harakiri. Rook g3 check apparently is very significant because you can't go king c4 due to the fork.
Oh,
So you got to go back,
okay.
and then I go back to
And then,
f6 and put the rook behind the pawn.
okay, that makes a lot of sense. But that's difficult to see from a
And
distance.
it doesn't end there. Like, white does this move, and suddenly it's unclear again. So Gukesh did actually everything right. Yeah, so this was Magnus's magic, actually, to make him find only moves out of that position. And rook g2 check was that only move. And this was a findable move because you have to tie down white's knight and then give the check on h6. This was findable. It's something that he would find normally without the added effects of exhaustion and all-out time scramble.
And so you're saying here that like king d3, there's queen g6 check? Or queen h3, okay.
Yeah, this is actually crucial. Now white is losing because you're going to drop the knight, and then black's king is safe in the end. Mm-hmm. So you have to go for the perpetual. You have no other move. Mm-hmm.
That's...
King e1.
So after king d3 there?
Yeah. Check.
So like queen g6 check instead of queen h3. I'm wondering, is that still winning?
No, it's
still drawing rather.
It's losing because of king c3.
See, that's difficult because like you have all these options of checks. Even after king c3, there's like queen c6 check.
Yeah, look at this line. Like the king finally hides on a3. There's literally no checks.
Wow.
Best move is rook f2. That's hilarious.
But this goes to show that like you have less than a minute on your clock. You see all these checks. You see a check, you play a check, but you don't have the time to calculate that seventh move in the variation. You can get to 5 pretty quickly, but then you're like, this seems right. You play with your intuition, and then that's where things go wrong.
And it's fascinating also, even after all this hard work, Magnus, queen g8 was also winning, but the presence of mind not to fall into this trap, which I actually fell into, instead to drive the king out, give all the right checks, perfectly executed, literally played the best computer move, the fastest possible mate. And it's like a duel. It is really, I think that's the best analogy. It's like you both get a shot. You better make sure that your shot at least disables your opponent, prevents him from shooting, because Magnus is a pretty damn straight shooter. And he is a marksman in this game. Black wins King of the Hill, but sadly he loses the classical game. And there is so much to unpack and so little time to do it because round 2 is tomorrow.
And, we were talking about this, right? At the start of that 2 rooks and knight endgame, black's pawns were worse, but we were mainly focused on white's active king on d3, and also the fact that white had those central pawns, and central pawns are so good because they challenge pieces. Outside pawns are really good because it takes longer for pieces to prevent them from getting to the other side. So there are their pros and cons here, and with that knight on f6, e5 came with tempo. Gukesh did objectively the strong play by giving up his knight, but it was such a difficult position, so we feel for him given how challenging the position was. But credit goes to Magnus. He is now back over 2840. I think nobody really cares what his rating is because he's the best player in the world. But for Gukesh, I think this will be painful because he already hears endlessly, needlessly, the comparisons to Magnus, who, it's not Gukesh's fault that Magnus decided that he didn't want to play for the World Championship anymore. It's not Gukesh's fault that it's called the World Champion and not the Classical World Champion. None of these things are Gukesh's fault. But I guess what was his fault was picking the wrong square to give a check on and losing the game. But I do feel for him because this loss does carry a lot of weight. Just because people will continue to pile on and say, "Oh, Magnus is the real champion." Gukesh himself, the first thing he said, Danya, after he won the championship and was asked about it, he's like, "Well, my goal is to be the best player in the world," which, by his own admission, he's not yet. So I just wanted to say all that because it's a loaded game, and I think that. Gukesh always has to prove himself because Magnus exists.
Amen. And I'm not talking about the Houston Rockets player, but amen to what you just said because Gukesh and Ding might be the most modest, likable world champions in history. And as irony would have it, they are also probably the most criticized. Some of that criticism is fair. Some of it comes from a place of just narrating the history of chess and the way that it unfolds for better or for worse. But a lot of it comes from a place of needless dunking and, arguing with a point that nobody ever makes, not even Gukesh himself, as you said, ever claims to be better than Magnus, but instead always defers to those who came before him and those on whose shoulders he stands. And today Magnus, he stands on no one's shoulders but his own. But Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen how symbolic that those two gladiators who just fought quite the gladiator battle themselves online converge in Norway only to make some magic in the first round against two venerable opponents, Fabiano and Gukesh, both of whom will have their demons to fight off tonight as they go into another set of big games tomorrow, because we have some pretty mouth-watering pairings. Hikaru plays Magnus, of course. Gukesh plays Arjun. It would be funny if he played Fabi. Arjun versus Gukesh, the All-India matchup, and Wei Yi, who lost the Armageddon to Arjun. He plays Fabi tomorrow. Fabiano's reward for losing with white. Black against Wei Yi. How fun.
Well, Danya, you mentioned it felt like a clash of gladiators, and it did not at all feel like Gladiator 2, despite the fact that both games were finishing nearly simultaneously. That movie was not very good. But I do think, if we don't mind, let's just show the end where Fabiano made that critical mistake, because it was obviously worse for him for a while, and then suddenly it was winning for Hikaru. So maybe if we can just give that to the audience, to the fans who should come back tomorrow, by the way, before we even come close to signing off. We want to make sure that everybody does tune in. We're covering this whole event. Parts of it may be one and not both of us, but we will be here.
I mean, I'll be open and I'll be commentating the Neiman Dubov match, which I agreed to do essentially when it was announced. I didn't know the time yet. Unfortunately, like you said, Robert, it seems that times are deliberately chosen to be as inconvenient as possible. So the start time is the same, 11 Eastern. I'll be doing that on the Levitov Chess channel. However, the show must go on, and I will be joining you as soon as that is over. I'm not expecting it to go over 2 hours, provided that it starts on time. So I will not spare a single second, and I will join you as soon as I finish my duties in my other language. So you will be streaming the commentary in the meantime, and I'm sure we'll do just as good of a job, if not a better job. But here is the job that Hikaru did on the big board. On the small board, you have the final position. F4 is where a lot of people will think the trouble started, but really the trouble started with Fabi's time management. Like, he got himself into this position where he has 30 seconds for the rest of the game. He acquitted himself really well for most of that defensive effort up until the decisive mistake, which actually was all the way on move 66. It was moving this knight away from c5. If he just did nothing, knight e4 check can always be met with knight takes e4. Once that option was eliminated and he had to give up his bishop, Hikaru gets his knight to f5, and after king b6, it dawned on Fabi that he has to let the king in and be the agent of his own destruction. And in this position, Hikaru didn't do anything fancy. He just takes the pawn and converges on the next pawn. And before he was able to converge on its neighbor and promote the e-pawn, Fabi resigned in disgust. What a turnaround.
It's a really good lesson, by the way, of how knights are notoriously awful in certain endgames because they can't lose a tempo, and bishops can. If you don't mind, Danya, when you knight a4, just right before that, and we'll just show the difference that when black was going to play knight e4, and if white, in fact, captured on e4 with the knight.
So this loses, actually.
It still loses.
For black. Because you lose the g-pawn.
Okay, well, that explains a lot. But even if you didn't lose the g-pawn, the black king can't enter, right? That's one of the essential problems. And here, bishop c4 at some point is probably going to be good enough, but the black king doesn't get in, and there's no moment where you have to pass the turn because the bishop can always just use
300 ways to do that. That's why bishops are so much better at dodging zugzwang, because they can maintain the status quo. And knights run into this problem all the time. They're just so clunky at defending a particular square. They're not very detail-oriented, kind of like certain commentators, like the one speaking right now. But the one who will pick up the microphone, I think, to round off the show, I'm pretty spent, is most certainly detail-oriented. I think every self-respecting chess fan was left more satisfied with expectations exceeded out of this round.
Oh, absolutely. And the final thing I'll say is that I just want to thank the players, because whether it was Vaishali and Humpy, they were really going at one another, and it was Humpy who received a fortunate victory there, or if it was Lei Ting-Jie playing a phenomenal game in the Armageddon, and of course Arjun started it off with his win in Armageddon, against Wei, then Magnus and Hikaru. Come on, number one and number two in the world, and now in classical and in online chess for sure. They treated everybody, and Danya, it's only round one of 10 in the books.
Yeah, they treated everybody. Tomorrow they'll be treating each other to what I'm sure will be another display of tremendous prowess. Magnus in his home turf, showing that he is still the king across all 18 formats, or however many are actively being contested right now. Freestyle, Shmi style, breaststroke, like you name it, Magnus Carlsen is going to be the best player in the world. But Hikaru will try to change that for a single day tomorrow. So is it time for us to wrap up? Anything else? I'm not trying to rush you. You've got more stamina than I do, I think. But honestly, the players really are the star of the show. And my gratitude echoes yours. And
yeah, my
gratitude to the chat.
Oh, absolutely. Everybody was seemingly on their best behavior, except when Danya went away for that moment. That's my fault. But I do appreciate it. Danya and I will be covering this entire event, so please follow us. Make sure that you're tuning in day after day, because this is only the beginning. And, well, we do appreciate all of your support in however you can do that. So thank you, everybody, for the subs and every positive word you've said. And we will be back tomorrow for sure. So Don, any final words from you, or you just want to hit that end button?
Yeah, I think I'm ready to go, but just again, don't be surprised. I'm sadly going to be missing tomorrow and Wednesday for the first part of the show. Thank you for covering for me. Just echoing what you said. If you can spare us a sub or a donation, this is the start of hopefully what will be a regular venture, but I don't want to jump ahead. I just want to live in the moment, and every penny that we receive as part of these streams, I'm going to be the bad guy here who says that at least for the time being, will be reinvested into making sure that we can optimize our setup, make this as professional as we possibly can, and make it a regular occurrence so that we can bring top tier chess content to you guys, or let the players do that and just translate their moves into the magic that they put on the board. All right, let's get out of here.
Thank you, everybody. Good night, good afternoon,
good night,
and happy chess.